Well, hello everybody, good morning and welcome to live coverage of round 8 of the 2022 Super One series. My name is Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, alongside all the guys at Alpha Live to bring you today's racing here at Fulbeck Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire on the 3rd of July 2022. Very nice weather here today, unlike yesterday when we had mixed conditions here on this classic circuit, 940 metres in length, 12 turns, flat circuit built on an old airfield established in 1959. As we say, here is your weather forecast. It could still change. It's changeable conditions here this weekend. We had spots of rain yesterday. We had a very big rainstorm at about 6 o'clock, but there is your forecast. So it's potentially still going to be tricky for the drivers, but at this moment, few clouds in the sky, dry out there and fairly warm. So your order of events for today. Each of the classes that we have here today have had a timed qualifying session already this morning. 2 heats of 7 minutes plus 1 lap. With grid positions decided from the timed qualifying this morning, and then finals of 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And it really does feel here today at Super One as if it's moving time. We are into the second half of the season now. As we say, this is round 8 of a 12-round championship. Drivers are going to be thinking about championships now and keeping that good form that they may have from the first half of the season, and results that we'll have picked up at Pigeon, Glan-Y-Gors and Rowrah earlier in the season. Can they keep that momentum up as we get through the racing here this weekend at Fulbeck? And then we've got Whilton Mill and Shenington to come up later on in the summer. We're going to crack on though. We are running slightly ahead of time. First race out on circuit will be the first heats for the Bambino C50 Pro and C50 New Era categories. That's up next. So let's have a look at the grid then, determined by times qualifying earlier on this morning. It's actually one of the new eras who is on pole position overall. Chester Fawkes was the quickest driver on a 1 minute 2.780. Chloe McGill, those two really going for the championship now after yesterday's results, joins Chester on the front row of the grid. Buddy Hugo and Lewis Cacoldi start on the second row of the grid. Jensen Biglands and Charlie Page form up row 3 in the new eras. Cooper Earsman and Jack Mellon start from row 6. Henry Algar and Rex Pooley start inside the top 10. Soren Gallagher and Theo Poyser start on the 6th row of the grid. And then we'll find Mason Hibbert and Jake Gibbon on row 7. Grace Mayer and Marley Wordy on row 8. Leo Hunt, the last of those in the new eras, 17 of them. Here we go through the pros. Austin Oman is the fastest pro kart out there in the C50s. Riley Murrow second, Bertie Clark third. Ethan McClelland, who has moved from new era to pro, the eagle-eyed amongst you will spot that, was next up in the pro category. Alfie Mayer, Cole Teal and Harper Das. Harper Das disqualified, I believe, for a technical infringement from qualifying this morning. So the championship situation, as I say, yesterday we had round 7. In fact, let's actually run you through the results from yesterday's final. It was Chester Fawkes who took the win. It's all about 38s yesterday, so 38 in New Era. Chester Fawkes took the win in that class. 38 in Pro. Riley Murrow took the win there. You then had Bertie Clark in 3rd place in the final, 2nd of the pros. Austin Oman, Harper Das, Alfie Mayer and Cole Teal completing the top 6 podium in Pro. But the new eras, apart from Chester Fawkes winning overall, you had Chloe McGill in 2nd, Jensen Biglands in 3rd, Lewis Cacoldi winner from round 1 in 4th, Soren Gallagher and Jake Gibbon, those were your top 6 in the new eras, and all of those drivers mentioned were finishing in the top 12 overall. As I say, championship situation, we're into the second half of the season now, and it's a very, very intriguing battle this in Bambino C50 new era, with Chloe McGill leading the championship at the moment, and the disqualification of Chester Forks in the round 6 final really being the big difference at the moment. So 55 points is the lead for Chloe over Chester Forks. Louis Kirkcaldy a further 20 points back on 780. Buddy Hugo 4th on 748. Jensen Biglands 5th on 731. All these results available for you on results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. If you've got a second laptop or tablet or whatever electronic device that you've got that could be used, that is a very good resource for you. Let's just go through the C50 Pro situation in championship at the start of the day. Riley Murrow, the number 38, leads the championship on 864. 8 points is the difference to Austin Oman in second place. Harper Das, who was very impressive last time out on the clay pigeon weekend, had a tricky day yesterday, but is still in the mix there on 816. Bertie Clark is 4th on 790. Cole Teal 5th on 782. Let's have a look at the chat. Good morning to you all. Hope you're having a very good Sunday morning, and thank you for joining us here on Alpha Live. You can get in touch with us on Twitter as well at @double-mm. We'll be keeping an eye on the comments throughout the day. Engines firing up in dummy grid here at Fulbeck. Sun is out. Weather is much better than it was when we left the circuit last night after the podium ceremonies. If you've had a chance to watch some of the interviews from yesterday with our winners, check out the weather change between the junior Rotax one and this senior Rotax. It was quite a deluge. This first race of the day for the C50s will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Thank you for being with us here on the Alpha Live stream for Super 1 Series. I'm very much aware that there's a lot of karting going on today, so your support is very much appreciated. So these drivers, the youngest drivers in our categories that we'll have here today, can race in the year of their 6th birthday. We know that ages are very important for drivers of this age, so some of them will be saying, oh, I'm 5.5. They're 5. But yes, let's see how they can do today. So we should remind you, 2 classes here in out on circuit. So the pros, if you're joining us for the first time, are the ones with the orange number boards, so the orange backgrounds. Here come the new eras. These are all new drivers. First racing championship that they've done. They're all on a black background number board. Hello to Barry Winderbank, who's cheering on Billy, and Nathan Gill Coggan. Thanks. Don't worry, you're not missing anything at the moment. It will be a standing start. This is their formation lap. Just to remind you of the grid for the pros. Austin Oman first, number 7. Riley Murrow second, number 38. Bertie Clark. Great to see Bertie Clark back up towards the front. Was tracks like GYG and Clay Pigeon, but is very much back on form. It's a circuit which in some ways is similar to Rowrah, particularly the first half of Rowrah. It's very flat, got some big braking stops. It should also make you aware that the the start of these races, all races today, will go through the first chicane. This circuit, a mix of chicanes, hairpins and 90-degree corners. But we are ready to go then for round 8 of the 2022 Super 1 Series. Away we go for the first heat of the day in Bambino C50 Pro. Very good start for Riley Murrow from the front row of the grid. Austin Oman has actually been swallowed up by most of the pro field on the long run down towards the first hairpin. The number 21 of Bertie Clark has had a good start on the inside as well. And there's going to be a spinner there. I think Lewis Kirkcaldy's involved. Cole Teal is at least 2 karts off in the gravel, 3 karts off in the gravel. The number 59 is one of them. So that was a bit of a messy start. That was Jack Mellon. But as I say, there were several karts off there. And I think it was it may have been Cole Teal being tipped around, not Cole's fault, that initiated all of that. Race continues. There'll be yellow flags out, of course, but well, we've seen straight away how this Fulbeck circuit proper old school circuit, you might say, can really punish drivers very quickly. At the front of the field though, it's Murrow in the 38, ahead of Clark in the 21. And then it's the number 23 of Ethan McClelland, who, as we say, has moved across into the pro category from earlier in the season, the number 38 in novice. So yes, there'll be two 38s in this one. Full course yellow has been deployed. Full course yellow, that is to make sure that everything is clear at the bottom end of the circuit, which, if I look down there, I think, and no, we've got a red flag. Red flag then on the second lap for the Bambino C50s. Eventually, drivers will spot the red flag. They will now, because they've passed a couple of marshal posts. Unfortunately, that will bring that race to a slightly abrupt halt. And I'll look across to Darren. I think we'll take the opportunity to catch up with our C50 winners from yesterday, if that's okay. Well, our first interview of the day here at Fulbeck for round 7 of Super One 2022 is with our winner in the C50 New Era category, Chester Forks. Chester, another really good race for you. How do you feel?
Good.
Talk me through the race. It's been a very busy day for you so far.
It was really slippery when I got out. I almost spun out, but I held onto it. And then when it was the end, I was getting close, pulling the gap from the others, and then I just crossed the line in front of everyone.
You've been having some really good results recently. The kart's looking quick. Are you feeling confident for the rest of the year?
Yeah.
What have you been mainly working on, and who do you think's been a big part of the team so far this year?
We've been working on the kart and the lines, and my dad and my mum has been helping out.
Good stuff. Who do you want to thank for the victory here today?
My mum and my dad.
Good stuff. Well done, Chester. Great to see you on the top step again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Back on the podium yet again with another one of our winners in the Bambino categories, our C50 Pro winner for the day, Riley Murrow. Riley, another round victory, another big haul of points for you here today. You must be very pleased.
Yes.
Talk me through the heats and how the final went for you. How did the day progress?
I'm pretty sure it was the second to last heat. I was really late on the start, but I was able to get back up there into first, so that one kind of was a bit funny because it was me who put me late on the start.
What do you think of this Fulbeck track? It's very different to the ones we've been to recently.
It's it looks quite easy, but it's very complicated, and I would say the hardest bit on the track's probably the wiggle. First wiggle.
Definitely. And who do you think would be a big contender for tomorrow alongside yourself as we go again for round 8?
Number 15.
Good stuff. Who do you want to thank for the victory here today?
My dad.
Good stuff. Well done, Riley. Another round win, continuing a very strong season. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye.
Back on the podium, and very good to see back on the top step for the first time since Rowrah, I think I'm correct in saying. Driver number 77 in Armi Bambino, Josh Cook. Josh, as we say, a first win in a final since Rowrah, quite a few rounds ago. How does it feel?
Good. I'm glad to be back on the top step. And
As I say, it's been a few rounds away from the top step, but you've always been in the mix of the competition. How are you finding this 2022 season?
nice. I think I'm really getting to grips with the other drivers and all the tracks.
There's still a lot of racing to go this season as well. What do you think is it about this Fulbeck circuit that you like?
Well, I really like the second chicane because it's a really nice passing opportunity. But I also like the start-finish because it's nice and long, and usually there's a lot of headwind there, so it's also a good place for passing.
Good stuff. There's been a lot of hard work going on in the Boxo Cosmic Junior team. How integral, how big a part has that been to how you've done here today?
Big, and I'm glad to be up here for the team.
Who else would you like to thank for the victory here today?
My dad, Matt Scheuer, and Tim Lorego.
Good stuff. Well done, Josh. Great to see you on that top step again. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of round 8 of the 2022 Super 1 Series. That was a quick chat, or a few quick chats with some of our winners from yesterday in round number 7. All of those interviews with our winners from yesterday you can catch or check out on the Super 1 Facebook page. We're under red flag conditions at the moment for a first lap incident here in the first heat of the day for Bambino C50 Pro. Our hard-working team of marshals. The procedures, and this race will be hopefully underway very, very shortly. 2022 CWG Choices Limited, AST signs, JKH and RI helmets. Going from the live timing, so live.alphatiming.co.uk/Super 1. I think we had 5 carts involved on that first lap incident, or well, actually I think we had more than 5 carts, but there were 5 carts that didn't come round and complete lap number 1. They were number 15 Alfie Mayer in Pro. Now his carts you just saw on the back of a trailer there on one of our static cams. Lewis Cacaldi in New Era, all the others New Eras by the way. Lewis Cacaldi, and the times just flicked around and reset. I think Henry Alga was another one of them. Jack Mellon was involved as well. Now, and get everybody back in position. I think going by procedures we had yesterday, this will effectively be a brand new race but with reduced time. I'll look to see to get that confirmed. That is me slightly speculating. There's Chloe McGill. Performing very well this season is Chloe McGill, currently leading the championship in New Era. What can she do today? Took the Girl Power Award for the strongest result in a final for a female driver yesterday. Was very pleased to get that trophy alongside the second place trophy for overall. The field rolling back round to start line then. See our position there on the left hand side in the timing tower, and I think I can see, yes, 6 minutes on the clock on the gantry. The grid will form up once again pretty much in the same order. There may be a kart or two that's not taking the restart, but Austin Ehrman on the left hand side of your screen there, Riley Murrow on the right, the number 7 and the 38, the orange and white kart and the number 7, the blue kart, purple and white, slightly Lewis Hamilton style of helmet design for Murrow on the right hand side of your screen. Looks like we are ready to go then for the second attempt. 6 minutes and away we go for Bambino C50 Racing here at Fulbeck. Better start again for Riley Murrow. Austin Owen drops back, not quite as far as Austin did on the first start. Still has lost a number of positions. Bertie Clark up into second place. Into the first hairpin they go. Can they all make it through relatively clean? It's looking better than the first time around. Away down to the second chicane here on this circuit in Lincolnshire. Riley Murrow working his way through the corners there very nicely indeed. And a sweeping left-hander next for the drivers. The New Eras sweep their way through. Very crucial to get this exit correct for the next corner, which is the hairpin, the right-hand hairpin that you were looking at there. Very much a circuit where you've got to be consistent with your inputs as a driver, with the pedals and the steering as well. But end of lap number 1, Riley Murrow leads, Bertie Clark second, Austin Oman has recovered to third place after that slightly tardy start. Ethan McClelland in fourth, and then we look a little bit further back. Chloe McGill is in 5th place overall, but crucially first of the New Eras. Chester Fawkes has lost positions on that first lap in the New Eras. 4.5 minutes to go. Bertie Clark having a little look there to try and get past Riley Murrow, our round winner from yesterday. Through the left-hander they go. pretty good at the moment, are all of these C50s. So they had a slightly messy start, but they're running through now what's known as turn 4. Well, it's not the fourth turn on the circuit, so obviously we've got some chicanes. 4 minutes on the clock. There's a bit of a battle going on between Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill, side by side. This is for the lead in New Era. Buddy Hugo looking to try and go round the outside, cuts to the cuts behind Chloe McGill. Oh, and in fact, it's Chloe McGill got a problem. Chloe McGill has stopped on the exit of chicane number 1. Now, I'm not quite sure what happened there as to whether Chloe got a little bit deep into the corner and clipped one of the big curbs here at Fulbeck, but unfortunately, Chloe McGill has come to a stop. Is perfectly okay, but so frustrated, was in the battle, in the lead of the race, and of course is our championship leader in C50 New Era, but it has all gone wrong. A technical problem by the looks of it has taken her sadly out of this race. Back at the front of the order, 3 minutes to go. Still Bertie Clark hassling the rear bumper of Riley Murrow here. This is a very good race once again in the C50 Pros. First heat of the day for them, and Austin Oman's still there in the number 7 hand. Ethan McClelland having a good run in 4th place. Buddy Hugo confirmed as your new leader in the New Era category. It's a good opportunity now for Chester Forks to recover some points back in the championship deficit that Chester currently has behind Chloe, with the number 15 and McGill out of this race. 2.5 minutes. Still this top 4 in Pro, leading at the front of the field as we'd come to expect. Riley Murrow doing a really good job here to soak up all of this pressure. As we mentioned earlier, 8 points is the lead for Murrow over Austin Oman. Be looking today to extend that lead out. Results of an 8th in Heat 1, 1st in the 2nd heat, and then 1st in class again in the final. There's the number 18 there of Lewis Cacoldi going for a move on Buddy Hugo. It looks like Chester Forks has got through past these drivers. So Chester Forks, there he is in the number 38, leading the race now in New Era as Harper Das is down the inside of Buddy Hugo. This is a battle for overall position, different classes of course. Harper Das, who had trouble in qualifying, so he's on a bit of a comeback drive here. That's a good forceful move from Harper Das. Really has stepped up here in 2022. It's been very good to see. Just over a minute on the clock. Quick housekeeping reminder for you watching at home. Once the time ticks down to 0 seconds remaining, the next time the leader goes over the line, that will be the final lap. It's a time plus 1 lap race, not finish on time. So by my reckoning, I think we've got 2 more laps of this. There was about 40 seconds left on the clock. Time will expire on this one, and then there'll be 1 more. More changes behind. There's a yellow flag out. Oh dear, I think we've had another one of our New Eras come to a halt. I don't think it's any of our leaders. As Ethan McClelland having a look at Osterman there. 23 on the number 7. Good news is the New Era kart that had stopped has now got going again. I actually think Chloe McGill may have got going again as well, because her kart has disappeared from that far side of chicane number 1. Has lost a lot of time, of course. Chester Forks has joined the back of this quartet to make it a 5-way battle for the overall lead. In terms of championship, he'll probably just sit on the rear of this pack. Doesn't need to overtake these for getting any more points. But now the race is on. Riley Murrow has done a great job defending. Austin Oman's nicked through into 2nd place past Bertie Clark. Can Austin Oman pull a move on the championship rival ahead of him? This is the last lap. Chester Forks still there in the black and white number bordered number 38. Doing what he needs to do. Oh, beautiful move there from Bertie Clark down the inside into chicane number 2. Retakes second place. It's a good move. It's a good bit of news for Riley Murrow. Gives almost a 2-kart length lead. So, down the inside but goes Bertie Clark. Big, brave move into the hairpin there. They're going to be side by side. This is going to go down to the last couple of corners for the first race of the day. Austin Oman's on the inside. Could take advantage of this and does. So Bertie Clark's to the lead. Austin Oman second. Third now for Riley Murrow. They're going to come around the final corner, and Bertie Clark is going to take a very good victory here in the first heat of the day for the Bambino C50 Pros. It's Clark from Oman that it looked like there, although the timing is reading that Oman got it on the line. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, Darren, but Chester Forks has taken the win in the New Era category. Really good race there from the Bambino C50s. Most of them coming over the line. The results on your left-hand screen, left-hand side of your screen, very provisional, of course. See all of these drivers out again later on today for their second heat, which will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap, and the final, of course, of 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Plenty of racing still to come up here today. The Armi Bambinos, their first heats are out next. So the Armi Bambinos, they've been very patient whilst we had that slightly delayed C50 race, but it's time for their first heat of the day. Here's the grid, decided by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Ronnie Carter has pole position for this heat. Grayson Wortley had a tough day yesterday, has bounced back nicely, has got himself a front row slot for the heats. Charlie Clough is there on the second row of the grid, and then we'll have alongside him on that second row Josh Cook, our winner from yesterday, Darren Dimitrov and Gigi Mbagishvili on the third row of the grid. Fraser Anderson and Harry Williams on row 4. James Roots and William Crombie on row 5. Logan Rolfe and Oscar Kenny start on the 6th row of the grid. Logan Jones and Ali Liziecki. Liziecki did very well yesterday, starting today on the 7th row of the grid for these heats. Arthur Farrow and Freddie Flewitt on row 8. Ethan Coupland and Dean Singh Pahal on row number 9. And then Daniel Ferguson completing 19 karts here today for the Bambino iArmy category. Championship situation. Very close one this. Very, very close run affair. Josh Cook is your new championship leader after yesterday's round, but only by 5 points, so 846 points for Cook, ahead of Grayson Wortley on 841. Roddy Carter is third on 819. Charlie Clough fourth on 789. And then Dean Singh Pahal in fifth place, a little bit further behind on 726. But it's very much between, you'd imagine, Cook, Wortley and Carter, this category in 2022. And we've seen how much can swing back and forth. I feel that this is a category that will have consistency rewarded. Grayson Wortley's had a few tough races recently. Was 7th, 8th and 5th across the 3 races yesterday, in comparison to Cook's 4th, 2nd and 1st. But Cook is off the front row of the grid today, so this is a big opportunity for both Grayson Wortley and Ronnie Carter. Let's not forget Ronnie Carter there, who had a very strong day yesterday. 3rd, 1st and 2nd. Be another standing start. Engines are fired up. Ready to go racing then in the Bambino iArmies here at Fulbeck for 7 minutes plus 1 lap, although I think one of the officials is waving there. Something good? No, we are good to go racing. And away we go. Good start for Grayson Wortley. Good reaction to the lights, and away they do go. Looks like Carter's shuffled back a bit, similar to how we saw the pole sitter in C50 suffer the same consequence. But into the first hairpin they go. Can they all get through? all a single class in this one. Oh, a little bit of a bumpy moment there for the number 48 being forced out wide. That was Oscar Kenny. Welcome to the stream, Oscar. First appearance on a Super 1 stream in 2022. There are some carts off towards the back. The number 23 of Dean Singh Pahal is one of them. So slightly argy-bargy start here in the first heat of the day for the Armi Bambinos. They're all filing through now. It's been a very good start to the race for the likes of Ronnie Carter and Grayson Wortley and Josh Cook. And there Josh Cook has managed to work the number 77 to the front of the field. So yesterday's round winner. And straight away, it is this top three that we've been talking about in terms of championship. Cook, Wortley and Carter, all there, all in the mix. Darren Dimitrov, who's had a very up and down season, has come up to 4th place. It's good to see. Charlie Clough, I think, was trying to make an overtake in the background there as well and has made it work. Good stuff from Charlie Clough into 4th place, past the number 65 of Darren Dimitrov. To the hairpin they all go of turn known as turn 3, past the pit lane entry into this complex known as turn 4, almost like a mini boot section in comparison to Whilton Mill, where we will be going next for Super 1 on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of August. The round on the 7th of August you can watch here on Alpha Live, but a great race going on here in the Armi Bambinos to start their day. We're just having a little look back further. It's Clough ahead of Dimitrov and Fraser Anderson. Here comes James Roots down the inside, the number 11. Bagishvili just behind as well. Another first appearance for Giggy in the number 88 Super 1 this year. Quite a few local drivers to this circuit appearing in the classes that we will have across the course of the day. Still at the front of the field though, Cook, Wortley and Carter, with Cook the first of them, slightly defensive to the inside. Oh, look at this, Grayson Wortley tries to go around the outside and does! Brilliant overtake by Grayson Wortley, got the run off of turn 3, Cook went defensive. That was a really bold overtake from Grayson Wortley. Cook's back down the inside of Ronnie Carter, going for 2nd place and has got 2nd place. Now this is crucial for Grayson Wortley, you'd feel, to get some of that confidence back. He seemed a little bit shaken yesterday. He was in the wars a bit from time to time. This will be a big, big boost for Grayson's position in this championship with this heat win, to get round 8 off to a good start. It is often the thing with the racers in the lower categories, the Bambinos, the Cadets. Very, very hard, especially on a circuit like this, to pull away from the rest of the pack. Sometimes you just have to keep it calm, work together as a group, limit the numbers at the front end of the field, and then fight it out later on. And here comes Josh Cook. He's going to fight it at this stage of the race. He's down the inside into chicane number 1, has got it. So Josh Cook back to the lead of the race then. 3 minutes of this heat to go. Charlie Clough fighting alongside Fraser Anderson there, the number 61 looking to the outside. Charlie Clough takes, or retakes, 4th place actually there. Dimitrov still in the 65 behind in 6th place, and James Roots in 7th. Harry Williams having a good race as well. And the number 44 is up inside the top 10 at the moment. I think we'll just be about in the back of this shot. Yes, indeed, there is the number 44 of Harry Williams. Really good rhythm to this race so far. Looks like the drivers are having a lot of fun out there with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Lead change will be confirmed in a short moment's time. Well, in fact, no, it's changed back again, hasn't it? Yes, so off the cameras there that Grayson Wortley has retaken the lead. Ronnie Carter is up to 2nd, and Josh Cook has it all to do now in 3rd place. There is the number 44 of Harry Williams, side by side with Bagishvili in the 88. Harry Williams has got through there. Through turn 2 they go, into turn 3. Say it's a very much a circuit similar to, I'd say, the first sector of Rowrah, which we saw early in the season. Almost some hints of Shenington as well, where we'll be later on in the season. Good moves being done by James Roots there, getting past number 65 of Darren Dimitrov. Clough up the inside of Roots. In fact, that's Roots going around the outside. That's a really good move there from James Roots to hold off Charlie Clough. Less than a minute on the clock to go. You really do get the feeling that this is a crucial day as an indicator for the rest of the season. As I say, that there's elements of this circuit that we will see at Whilton Mill, we will see at Shenington. If drivers are strong here, that is a good indicator for the rest of the season. And Grayson Walkley has got a good indicator for today at least. Still leading this race ahead of Ronnie Carter, Josh Cook in third. Now you're having a look at the battle for fourth place between Fraser Anderson and James Roots, who's really grown across the course of this race. Could be on for a very strong finish here. This won't be the last lap, penultimate lap, with still a little bit of time on the clock. But Wortley and Carter working together very nicely at the moment. They know the threat of Josh Cook behind, they know how quick he is, and they know, of course, that he's the championship leader. Don't want to be throwing points away at this stage. Should remind you all, whether you're regular viewers or new to Super One, that there are a few drop scores in play. Still a little, 2 sets of heat, so the worst 4 heat results across the course of the year in the worst 2 finals. James Roots looks down the inside there, going for 4th place. He's going to be on the outside now against Fraser Anderson. And battle for the lead now raging on once again as we are on the last lap of the race. Wortley's going to go defensive as they run towards, it's called, or known as turn number 1 here at Fulbeck, through that first hairpin. Ronnie Carter wants this victory, had pole position, is down the inside as they go towards the second chicane. Almost a little bit of contact there, and Carter's got through. It was a robust move, and here comes Josh Cook at the inside for second place. The 3 championship contenders, could cover them with a bed sheet at the moment. They're that close together. Has Carter run a little bit wide? No, he's recovered that well. Side by side, little bit of contact between Cook and Wortley. Cook's not too happy about it, felt he was squeezed onto the grass there, but Ronnie Carter is going to come round here to take victory. He had a heat win yesterday, and he's got another one today in heat number 8. A good victory for Ronnie Carter. Grayson Wortley in second place. Josh Cook, championship leader, in third. James Roots did get 4th place on the line there in the number 11. Fraser Anderson finishes in 5th place. Darren Dimitrov finishes in 6th. Good drive there from Darren. Charlie Clough 7th, Harry Williams 8th, Gigi Mabagishvili in 9th, Logan Rolfe completing the top 10. And it's of course a provisional result. A thoroughly entertaining affair there from the Armi Bambinos. We will see them again later on in the afternoon for their second heat. Should mention that there is going to be a lunch break after this first rotation of heats. And we will get ready for the next race out on circuit, which will be race 3 in your programmes. It'll be the first heat for Honda Cadet. Time for Honda Cadet to head out on circuit for their first heat of the day. Let's have a look at their grid. Joel Bullen starts on pole position with Tom Reed alongside on the front row. Theo Bradshaw and Thomas Butcher form up row 2. Andrew Dixon and Josh Parker starts from the 3rd row of the grid. Hugh Roach And Jensen Walker starts on row 4. Then it's Logan McAllister and John Richardson. Both had strong performances so far. The season starting there from row 5. Katie Donaldson likewise starts on row 6 alongside Maria Roberto. Max Taddy and Jensen Hookey have work to do from row 7, but we know that they have the speed to do so. Riley Till and Cian Sullivan start on row number 8. Ella Dixon and Leo Livings start on row 9. And Austin Starley completes the 19 runners here today at Fulbeck in the Honda Cadet class. Championship situation. After 7 rounds of the season, Hugh Roach is your championship leader on 842 points. Jensen Hookey is there in second place, on 825. Logan McAllister is 3rd, looking to recapture a bit of form. Hasn't been inside the top 3 of any race since the final on the Saturday at Clay Pigeon. That's 2 full rounds. We'll be hoping that yesterday's results and the Sunday at Clay Pigeon become those 2 rounds worth of dropped scores that we were talking about earlier. 789 points at the moment for Logan McAllister. 770 for Andrew Dixon. Really is the form driver at the moment in this category. 3rd place for Katie. Third place earlier in the season for Katie Donaldson. 755 for Katie, currently putting her in 5th place. So the grid being formed up then, standing start as is per usual in Honda Cadet for 7 minutes plus 1 lap here. Joel Bullen, the number 17 on the left hand side of your screen, the number 36 of Tom Reed on the right. Can Joel Bullen get a good start from pole position? We haven't seen anyone from pole position get a good start yet. Big long run and towards the first hairpin. Seen some action already down there today. Waiting for the lights to come on. This could be a really, really mixed up race. It's a grid with some names who haven't been present so far this season towards the front of the order. Some championship contenders further down the grid as well, with the likes of Hookey and Taddy down there on the 7th row of the grid. Hearing my ear that may be an issue for one of the cars. Maybe they've gone in the wrong position. I think it's involving Riley Till actually, the number 9. There's a little delay. Officials just making sure that everybody is in the right position before this race gets underway. The continued support of all of our drivers. To Alan Blake, who's cheering on a number of drivers in this race. Joel Bullen and Riley Till. You're doing well, Rylan. We are now good to go racing in Honda Cadets for their first heat of the day here at Fulbeck Round 8 Super One 2022. Trying to make sure that everybody is sat properly inside their grid hatchings. There were some issues with this yesterday. Getting ready to go racing, and away we go. Decent starts for both on the front row. There was a little bit of a creep there from the number 36 of Tom Reed. 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Of course, a little bit of bumping and barging as they go down into the first hairpin. Are they all going to get through? That's going to get tight on exit, and the number 6 of Jensen Hookey has really been forced out wide there and lost positions. The driver in the green and black liveried helmet and kart bodywork. That's not what he would have wanted at all. Running through turn number 2 then, and then turn 3. Already heading towards the latter stages of this first lap of the race. Honda Cadet Racing very much all about racecraft and keeping things calm. Plenty of time for these drivers to gain positions. It's Bullen from Bradshaw, Roach. That's a great start for Hugh Roach in the number 11. There's a yellow flag out as one cart off towards the back. I think it might be Jensen Walker. We'll confirm that in a moment and see if the number 25 does fall down the order. There's the 43 of Theo Bradshaw, ran very well yesterday. Great looking cards as well. Clearly a Ferrari fan. Oh, round there goes Katie Donaldson, the number 77. Not quite sure what happened there, whether there was a bit of encouragement involved. Katie's not happy about it whatsoever. And understandably so, because that has relegated Katie Donaldson down, and it was Jensen Walker who'd span off or had an issue on the exit of the first chicane. As we say, it's all about keeping yourself in position for a run at a race victory later on in these races. Always competitive as a category, particularly here in Super 1 with the pooled engine setup. As looking down the inside there is Tom Reed on Joel Bullen. Joel Bullen's not happy about it. Felt a little bit of advantage by contact was worked in there by Reed. Here's your lead pair of Bradshaw and Roach, and it just feels like Hugh Roach is really up for this today. Stormed through from the qualifying position on the 4th row of the grid. Really going for the lead here. Our championship leader, and has got the lead. So there we go. Hugh Roach through into the lead of the race. Bradshaw relegated to second. Now, will the two of them work together, or will Bradshaw go back for the move? It looks like Bradshaw's going to try at least going back for the move. Thinks better of it into chicane 1. Behind as well, you can see the Sate Motorsport kart of the number 3 of Logan McAllister. Noted as 95 on your timing screen, but that is Logan McAllister in the blue and Dayglow yellow. They were very happy with things yesterday. As we say, Logan McAllister needs some good results today to get this season back on track. Was really strong in the early parts of this season. Lots of top 3s, but hasn't been in that top 3 since round number 5. Now the final corner to complete what will be lap number 4. Bradshaw's having another look at Roach as they go into the first chicane. Really good move, has got it done. So change of lead. Theo Bradshaw goes through past Hugh Roach. Bit of a tap on the head there from Joel Bullen to say, let's think about this, let's work together as a 3, because there's a big train of karts not too far behind that's headed by, at the moment, John Richardson in the number 32 kart there with the plain white livery. Logan McAllister in 5th place. Tom Reed has been shuffled down to 6th. And Andrew Dixon, form driver at the moment in this championship, is there inside the top 10 as well. 2.5 minutes or thereabouts to go. So as you mentioned, the pooled engines, all the drivers and teams hire out because the Honda Cadet racing here in Super 1. Done in an effort to keep things equal and control costs. Hugh Roach looks to the inside once again into turn 1, gets the move done, does Hugh Roach. Retakes the lead, Joel Bullen there, but you can see John Richardson is closing in that number 32, and this is always the thing that we say about this category. Great to watch, of course, all the overtaking, but it does slow front pack down when they do it, and there's still a good amount of time here to go in this race. John Richardson has done a great few laps here. If you're new to this sort of racing, I cannot emphasise enough how hard it is to cross a gap on your own. He's had no help from the drivers behind. Bradshaw to the inside once again as they go into chicane 1, gets the move done. That seems to be Theo Bradshaw's favourite spot to make the overtake stick. Running off of the last corner and just holding it on the inside as they go through chicane number 1. Hugh Roach, of course, be considering the permutations and wanted to make sure that as many points taken. Hasn't had a perfect run this season so far. He's leading the championship though. Some very good runs, particularly in round 4 and round 5. Second place here in this race. The start of another one was 6th, first yesterday. 45 seconds to go. 2 more laps, you'd imagine, for the drivers. Bradshaw still leading as... Oh, I think there's a problem out there for the... was that the number 22 of Andrew Dixon? It is the number 22 of Andrew Dixon on chicane 1. Can see out of my commentary box window that the form driver is out. So Andrew Dixon has come to a stop. Will not score good points. Will score some points in this race, but not the kind of tally that he would have wanted. Looks like John Richardson has got past Joel Bullen for 3rd place. Yes, Richardson has got past and into 3rd place. 10 seconds. Now thereabouts remaining. In fact, no, I think we have now expired on time. The clouds growing in the background as well. If they come into play later on. Last lap board is going to be out. It's been a really good couple of laps from Theo Bradshaw. He's got a bit of a gap now ahead of Hugh Roach. Hugh Roach, I think, will just be thinking at the moment, maybe take 2nd place. This is a good race because all of his championship rivals are lower down the order. John Richardson defends to the inside against Joel Bullen for 3rd. Oh, Bullen's run wide there. Very lucky. Very lucky indeed to get that one back under control and not lose any positions. Roach closing in now on Bradshaw. Is there an opportunity for a big send into turn number 3, which is the next one? Is he close enough to do it? No. Has he just settled for the strong results here? Doesn't want to damage the cards, of course, with more racing yet to go. Theo Bradshaw coming through. Took the first heat to win yesterday and is going to do likewise on Sunday. A great run for Theo Bradshaw over the line. Takes victory. Hugh Roach not happy at all with 2nd place, but I would say that's a pretty good one in the circumstances. Hasn't lost any points to someone who's a championship rival. 3rd place to John Richardson. Good drive there once again from John Richardson, who tends to do well on a Sunday. 4th place for Joel Bullen. 5th for Logan McAllister. Tom Reed 6th. Thomas Butcher 7th. Good drive as well from Max Taddy. Up into 8th place. Had to do some overtaking to do so. Jensen Hookie likewise inside the top 10 with Riley Till completing it. Very good stuff indeed from the Honda Cadets. We'll see them out again later on today. Big thanks to our sponsors once again here at Super One, CWG Choices, AST Signs, JKH and Arai Helmets. Thank you for their continued support. Yeah, if you're enjoying the coverage, do make sure that you've subscribed to Alpha Live and given Double Dash Motorsport Media, Double Dash MM a follow on all your relevant social media networks. We're going to get ready for the next race though here at Fulbeck. Honda Cadets, as we say, will be out again later on today. Next out on circuit, race 4 on your schedules. First heat of the day for Junior Rock. Time to rock here at Fulbeck then for the Junior Rock category. Let's have a look at the grid. Alfie Briggs starts on pole position with Shane Collins alongside on the front row. George Barker, Oliver Law complete the 4-kart field here today at Fulbeck for Junior Rock. And we had a remarkable event yesterday. Alfie Briggs did not win all the races for the first time this season. Alfie Briggs was in 4th place in Heat 1 due to some technical issues, but bounced back and took the 2nd heat win. And the final victory. Has been having a stellar season so far. Is currently rewarded with a lead of 893 points versus George Barker's 849. Oliver Law 3rd on 831. Shane Collins 4th on 616, but we should remember that Shane Collins did not take part in the races at Rowrah for rounds 1 and round 2, so effectively they are his dropped scores already used up. It's the easy way to think about it, that the drop scores once we get to the end of the season, almost like a combination of your worst weekend. May not necessarily be one weekend. You could have one heat from one weekend, 2 heats from another, and then a final or 2 from a completely different weekend. But that's the easy way to think about it, that it's a missed weekend entirely. That is your amount of drop scores that you can use across the 12-round championship. So out go the Junior Rocks. be their formation lap. Alfie Briggs there in the number 47. Took a double junior victory yesterday. First time in a while that Alfie's done that. And you really do think that if you can have another strong day today, both in this category and in the Rotax category later on in the programme, this would be Alfie Briggs getting his season back on track after a couple of testing weekends, shall we say, at Glan-Y-Gors and at Clay Pigeon. But here at Fulbeck, we're ready to go for the first heats of the day in Junior Rock. This category, of course, racing towards the Rock Cup Super Final later on in the year at Lonato in Italy. Briggs, Law, Barker and Collins are ready to go racing, and away they go for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Alfie Briggs. Looks like the 77 of Oliver Law trying to go around the outside there into second place. It's not been a particularly good start for Shane Collins in the number 10, who's slotted down to 4th place. George Barker has dealt with that well, has got up into 2nd place. Bit of communication with Law behind to say let's keep working together, don't let Briggs get away, we know how quick he is. Already Alfie Briggs getting into his stride here then through the hairpin of turn 3 down towards the turn 4 complex. You just see those clouds starting to gather, as we say, behind. There was some rain forecast for around lunchtime. The drivers will be hoping that that rain comes during the lunch break. We'll have the drivers' parade during that as well. They are looking a bit threatening. Shane Collins. Not quite sure what happened to Shane Collins there on the start. He doesn't look fully comfortable with the karts at the moment, if you ask me. I don't know whether there's a problem. It's a bit slow off the line. Normally, Shane Collins has been the one to give Alfie Briggs the closest challenge, so it's definitely not going to be the case in this race. He's got to find his way past Oliver Law and George Barker, both who are doing a good job at the moment. And the start finish then. End of another lap, 5.5 minutes to go on the clock. Alfie Briggs leads by 1.8 seconds over George Barker in 2nd, Oliver Law 3rd, further 2/10 back. Shane Collins now seems to be getting back up to speed. I just wonder whether it was a temperature issue. Maybe the engine was feeling a little bit fluffy. Now Shane Collins seems to have got back into his stride, up the inside very nicely indeed. Law runs wide, will likely remonstrate about that, but I don't think there was anything particularly wrong there from Shane Collins. He had the inside line, put his kart, was perfectly obliged to put his kart there, and put a good move in for me to take 3rd place. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. George Barker won. And that was good news actually for George Barker, because he's got a bit of a gap. We've seen some great battles between George Barker and Shane Collins so far this season. Barker has a quick check over the shoulder, taps on his helmet to say let's work together. It's almost a bit of sportsmanship at gamesmanship at this stage, at this category. I don't think Shane Collins is going to pay too much attention to that, because the gap to Alfie Briggs ahead is probably a little bit too large for them as a duo to work together and pull that back. He's going to want that 2nd place. The pace is good. 46.4 for Barker last time round, was 4/10 quicker than Shane Collins. But neither of them quicker than this young man here, Alfie Briggs. 46.221 last time around. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is, of course, with Alfie Briggs, 46.008. And he has continued to do what we've seen across the course of the season so far. Run very consistently, run to a fast pace that the others simply cannot keep up with. So yesterday was almost a bit of a surprise. I mean, technical issues do happen in motorsport, we know that, but one of the skills of Alfie Briggs so far this season, that he has been able to take care of the kart, not have many technical issues at all. He's just pacing his way through. 3.4 seconds now, the lead. What is that gap looking like between Barker and Collins? Well, that time around, Collins was quicker. 46.663 for Collins on that last tour of the circuit. 10th and a half quicker than George Barker. Still got time to find the pace to catch back up to the number 63. Bit quicker again that time from Shane Collins. I don't think this is over at all. Oliver Law, unfortunately, just falling off the back of the field a little bit now at a 47.549. Can be a track where, if you are on your own, it's tricky to get back into a rhythm, as opposed to when you're in the middle of a pack and you're feeling where everybody else is braking, getting on the power, turning in. Collins continuing to look pretty smooth at the final corner. Just over a minute and a half to go. Good response though there from George Barker. That is good, very good from George Barker. 46.142. Again, this is playing into how we've seen the Junior Rock races play out so far this year, that where Briggs has been impressive is the ability to get onto the sheer pace so quickly. You look at the fastest lap times at the end of a heat, it will look like you know, the pace over a single lap isn't that different, and that would be true, but the fact is that Briggs is able to get on that pace a lot quicker than the other drivers. And right on cue, thank you Alfie, sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 45.926. But it's the thing that Barker and Collins have been able to get close by a tenth or two to that kind of Briggs pace, but they haven't been able to do it as consistently. Last time around, 46.6 for Barker, 46.298 for Collins, so Collins is not giving this up. Less than a second is the gap between George Barker and Shane Collins now. With 2 more laps after this one. Into the turn 4 complex they go. Still looking consistent and smooth out there, or the top 3. Another personal best from Collins that time around, 46.127. The gap is less than 7/10 of a second now. I just feel Shane Collins has got to time this. Still got a lap and a half. He plays his cards right. There is going to be an opportunity here to get past George Barker. Into turn 4 they go then. Barker doing a great job to soak up the pressure at the moment. Can he do it for one more lap to hold on to second place? He's responded again well here as George Barker back into the low 46s. A new personal best for him, 46.099. Pretty much matching the pace of Shane Collins, who is also in the 46 zeros. Alfie Briggs, meanwhile, is just enjoying life out there. 45.6 last time around. I think Oliver Law has had a problem, which has put him a lap down. But Alfie Briggs is going to come through the last couple of corners here, take another victory. You really feel he is moving towards the title that he just missed out on last year. Alfie Briggs takes the first heat of the day in Junior Rock. George Barker, very good drive, takes second place. Shane Collins pushed him all the way, finishes in third place. And Oliver Law will finish, or be classified in fourth place there in Junior Rock. There is Oliver Law coming over the line. And that completes the heat there for Junior Rock. We'll see them out again later on today for their second heat of the day. And we'll get ready for the next heat of this morning, this mid-morning schedule, with the first appearance of the day for Rotax 177. While we're getting ready for what's been one of my favourite classes of the year so far for 2022 Super 1 Series, it is the Rotax 177 category. Very competitive championship this. Let's have a look at the grid, how they're going to form up for this first race. First appearance of the day for them. Alex McGee has pole position in the number 92. Alongside him on the front row is yesterday's round winner, in the shape of Oliver Appleby. Scott Clee having a bit of a renaissance after a difficult first half of the season. Has been strong so far this weekend and has qualified on the second row of the grid. Ian Branfield joins him on that one. Chris Thomas, always there or thereabouts in Rotax 177, starts this one from row 3. Hayden Cater joins him to complete the top 6. Sammy Milam and Max Davies start on row 4. Andy Ward completes the 9 entrants here today for Rotax 177. And getting ready. Oh, I think I've fooled you, Darren. Apologies. It's Mini Rock out next. So let's have a look at the Mini Rock grid. My apologies. That was my mistake. Got a little bit ahead of myself. So yes, the Mini Rocks heading out on circuit. Now here is their grid. Charlie Benson and Jacob Anslow on the front row of the grid. Alex Dole and Connor Scarisbrick row 2. Marcel Popical and Cooper Snedden on row 3. And then we find Brooke Thompson completing the 7-cart field on row 4. Apologies for that, Darren. Championship situation in Mini Rock at the moment. Charlie Benson leading the title charge on 849. 5 points is his lead over Connor Scarisbrick. Cooper Snedden in third place on 778. Marcel Popical on 775. Alex Dole fifth on 743. Getting a little bit blustery here at Fulbeck, but we're ready to go for the first race of the day for Mini Rock. Round the final corner they come, and away they go over the line. Good start for Charlie Benson here in heat number 1. Number 25 will lead down into the first corner. Marcel Popical trying to go for a brave one round the outside there. In the number 99 is going to be rewarded with second place ahead of Alex Dole. Charlie Benson took the win yesterday. HTR Racing spraying the champagne in celebration afterwards. Decent start so far for the Mini Rocks. Big day this, you feel, for Charlie Benson. Can he follow up a strong Saturday with a strong Sunday? Wasn't quite able to do so at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago. Was fourth in the final the last time that we saw these drivers in front of the Alpha Live cameras for a Super 1 event. See Connor Scarisbrick there, number 28. It's been a pleasant surprise so far this season. The rookie driver, first time racing in Super 1. Seems to be growing into the season as well. Hasn't been outside the top 3 since one of the heats in round 3. So that was all the way back at Glan-Y-Gors on the Saturday round there a number of months ago. Got a little bit of work to do though in this one to keep that streak going. Alex Dole's having a very good drive so far. Alex Dole has not been in the top 3 so far this season. There is Alex in the number 50. Oh, a little bit loose coming off of chicane number 1 there. Is that going to be an opportunity for Scarisbrick? No, not that time around. Keep an eye on the number 7 of Cooper Snedden behind. Cooper still running with some of the ill effects of quite sizable incident at round 1. bit of muscle support tape on his arms I saw yesterday. Asked him how he was doing. Oh, down the inside goes Scarisbrick. Goes for the move. Did he get it done for third place? I think, well, he's at least... Yes, he has. Cooper Snedden has hopped through as part of that. That was well read by Cooper Snedden. Bit of a bump there from Alex Stoll behind. That was a big send from Conor Scarisbrick, but you feel he had to do it because the top two are running away here, Benson and Popical. Marcel Popical was inside the top three in the first heats yesterday. Second, sixth and fifth were Marcel's results, as Jacob Anslow has a little look now at Alex Stoll for what is fifth place. I've got to say, Popical is not making it easy for Charlie Benson here, which is good to see. One win so far this season for Popical, which was a heat at Clay Pigeon. Charlie Benson, as we know, has had a number of wins so far this season, 2 so far just this weekend in a heat and a final. We'll want to hold on to this. Still a long way to go in this race though. And towards chicane 2 they go. Such an important part of this circuit to get right. Really does set you up for the second half of the track. As bit of a sideways moment there for Jacob Anslow, losing a little bit of grip on the rear axle, looked like to me. Charlie Benson, this has been a good lap so far from Charlie Benson. Just stretching it out now ahead of Marcel Popical. Getting on top of this race now, and yeah, that's a new fastest lap of the race from Charlie Benson, 50.117. But Popical responding, at least in the early stages of this lap. This is lap number 6. Pace of everyone looking good. The only 2 drivers to not set personal bests last time around. Anslow, as we know, had a moment through this corner here, and it's turn number 2. As big moves down the inside. Cooper Snedden goes for third place on Conor Scarisbrick and gets it. So Conor being overtaken there by Cooper. Looks like Alex Stoll's having a go as well for fourth place. That's a brave attempt. Got to give him a few brownie points for that. It's still not giving it up. In the end, has to concede defeat in that particular battle. Scarisbrick back into fourth place ahead of Alex Stoll. Yeah, Cooper Snedden giving Conor Scarisbrick a bit of a dose of his own medicine there with the big send into the hairpin of turn number 3. Can Scarisbrick respond? It looks like he's at least having a good attempt so far. Jacob Anslow still on the back of this group. Good competitive race this, as we'd come to expect in Mini Rock. Always an entertaining category to watch. And as a reminder, our regular viewers are probably already aware of this, but of course the winner of this championship gets a golden ticket, a free entry into the Rock Cup Super Final later on in the year. Shaughness does act as the World Finals for races in this category across the different nations. Fantastic event. Lucky enough to go to it a couple of times, and if you've not checked it out before, do recommend that you go and do so. Just over a minute to go in this heat for Mini Rock. Charlie Benson still doing nicely. Jacob Anslow is really hustling the back of this, the 3 carts ahead of him. As Scarisbrick looks down the inside of Snedden there, tries to work an opening. He's going to be on the outside now. Needs to be careful about Dole and Anslow. Anslow's going to be the inside. It's going to be 2 by 2 as they go towards the chicane. Anslow's now going for fourth place, and he's got the fastest lap of the race at the moment as Anslow. He's really come on song at the right time. Down the inside, goes for fourth place and gets it. Really good stuff from Jacob Anslow. Can he find a way past Cooper Snedden now? Through chicane 2 they go. They've navigated that nicely. His first top 3 of the season yesterday did Jacob Anslow. He's gone down the inside again. He's gone for third. He's got it. He's got the position. Cooper Snedden's going to try and fight back though as they go into turn 4. Not able to do so. Last lap board will be out in a short moment. Scarisbrick and Snedden side by side once again. Last lap now. Don't celebrate yet. Jacob, you haven't got the race done yet. And there's collision behind, and off goes Alex Stoll and Cooper Snedden. Contact through chicane number 1. They're both okay. Well, their karts might not be. Maybe a little bit of damage to Alex Stoll's rear axle. I think they just tripped over one another there. Squabbling into chicane number 1. Race continues. They'll get to the checkered flag. Charlie Benson and Marcel Popical have run relatively unchallenged in terms of, well, they've just been able to have a nice calm one, which is a good start to their day. Charlie Benson's going to come round, take another heat victory on what is a crucial day for him in his championship. Takes heat number 1. Marcel Popical strong there in second place. Who's going to take third? I think it's going to be, that's very close on the line. It's Scarisbrick. Connor Scarisbrick takes third. Jacob Anslow fourth. Rook Thompson benefits from the incident between Snedden and Dole on the last lap there to take fifth. Cooper Snedden will come over the line in 6th place. Just trying to see now. I think Alex Dole's kart is still out there, stranded on the circuit. Will be classified in 7th. Well, a really back and forth battle there for 3rd place. Very entertaining indeed. And we'll get ready now. I won't say it prematurely this time. Will be the first appearance of the day for Rotax 177. Rotax 177 Heat 1 is up next. There'll be a slight pause here. I think Alex Dole is going to drive his kart back under its own steam. But in the meanwhile, let's have a look at the grid for Rotax 177. This time they are going out on the circuit. Alex McGee on pole position, Oliver Appleby alongside on the front row, Scott Clee and Ian Branfield on row 2, Chris Thomas and Hayden Cater start on the 3rd row of the grid. Sammy Marlam and Max Davies on row 4. Andy Ward completing the 9 runners in this one. Now we'll go into depth about talking about the situation in this championship. Very interesting indeed. It's been a tour de force recently from new championship leader Oliver Appleby, who is currently on a 5-race winning streak in this category. Took the final yesterday, a clean sweep with 2 heat wins as well, and took the final last time out in front of our Alpha Live cameras at Clay Pigeon. Championship lead for him is 11 points over his KPR Motorsport teammate and reigning champion Chris Thomas, 8:44 to 8:33. 3 points further back is your former championship leader Ian Branfield, who had a tough day yesterday, finished 6th, 5th and 5th across his 3 races in Rotax 177. Hayden Cater will say he's not out of this title fight as well at the moment. 799 points for Hayden Cater. Bit of an outside shot you'd imagine now at this stage of the season, but if he could get a bit of a run going between now and the end of the year, really spice it up here at the top of the order. And as we say, our pole sitter Alex McGee, top rookie at the moment in 7th place overall, 752 points for Alex. You've got the likes of Max Davies and Scott Clee in there, and it is very, very tight across the rankings here in Rotax 177. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Maddie, who's cheering on Elliot. The weather continuing to be dry at the moment, but the clouds getting darker and lower and greyer, and I just have a feeling that we might have a little bit of rain soon. It's it was forecast for around 12 o'clock, and the drivers and the wind's getting up there. You can hear the wind. These drivers will be fine. We've had some excitement in the rain so far for Rotax 177, their 2022 championship. I don't think they're going to have any in this particular race. The drivers sat in dummy grid, patiently awaiting the green light to go out on circuit and start their race. That's what we're seeing out of the commentary box, and as I say, we did have some heavy rain here yesterday. Engines firing up then. Just here outside the commentary box, and there you can see it on the screen that they are heading out for their first race of the day. Go straight on down to turn number 1. So, update in the commentary box for weather from our sources. And I'm going to take this with a slight asterisk that sometimes the weather prediction in this part of the world can be very hit and miss, shall we say. It depends where it picks up. But rain starting in 31 minutes is what I'm seeing, at least in the commentary box. And it'll be light, apparently. I'm not so sure. It said it was going to be light yesterday, and we had to take refuge in the JWR tent for a while yesterday. Anyway, ready for a race here in Rotax 177. Heat 1 of the day. Away we go. Alex McGee on pole position, and down to turn 1 they stream. Oliver Appleby to the outside. Looks like Scott Clee. Oh, Chris Thomas was a little bit locked up there as they're going into turn 1. They're all through. Ian Brandfield is just behind Thomas as well. It's been a good start for McGee from Clee in second place. Appleby in third. Thomas in fourth. I think Hayden Cates has nipped through into fifth place as well. I'll be happy about that in the number 8 kart. Good start here from Alex McGee. He did feel he had to get that jump. He had to take that start confidently and really hit it hard from pole position. He's not been in this position too many times so far this year. End of lap number 1. It's McGee from Clee, last year's runner-up. Appleby having a little look there into turn 1. Nothing really going for him at that moment. Through the second chicane they go. Nice steady rhythm so far. I think Hayden Cater was going down the inside of Chris Thomas there and has got through. Yeah, oh, Chris Thomas being really, really aggressive there with Ian Brandfield. Not wanting to let championship rival Ian Brandfield through at all. But Brandfield has got through. Brandfield has done it. Managed to find his way past Chris Thomas. Overtaking can be quite tricky. Here in the bigger karts, the senior karts and the Rotax 177s, very tight in places. T-Max Davies on the back of the group there in 8th place. I think Andy Ward's having some problems. It's just fallen off the back of the main pack. 5 minutes of this race to go. Still Alex McGee leading ahead of Scott Clee. Oliver Appleby in 3rd place. Best results so far this season. A couple of second places for Alex McGee. Could he take a first victory of the season? He's got a long way to go though, and he's got some very, very strong drivers behind as well. There is Andy Ward just coming through to complete another lap. Scott Clee, it's been good to see. It seems back in form. Been a bit off colour, if you ask me, so far in 2022, at least in this competition, but this is more like it. This is the kind of Scott Clee that we saw fighting with Chris Thomas throughout all of 2021. Very experienced racer. Seems to have got his mojo back here. Whenever I've been watching these guys out on circuit so far this weekend, Scott Clee has been right there And he is really putting Alex McGee under a lot of pressure now. End of lap number 4. It is McGee from Clee, Appleby, Cater, Branfield. In fact, no correction. Chris Thomas has got back past Ian Branfield for 5th place. That could be an important move in the context of this race. Sammy Milam having a quiet one at the moment in 7th place. Max Davies in 8th, and Andy Ward still running in 9th. I do think he has got a problem because the pace of the number 95 is nowhere near what we're accustomed to seeing. Is 2 seconds a lap slower than the rest of the field at the moment. That's a real shame for Andy Ward, and work to do over the lunch break, I imagine. Alex McGee though, well, at the moment this is a very good run. Best race of the year so far for Alex McGee. Actually pulled a little way, and that was the new fastest lap of the race, or at least it was momentarily before Chris Thomas took it. So Chris Thomas is now the fastest driver out on circuit. Appleby having another little half look, almost to try and put Scott Clee off there as they go into turn number 1. Alex McGee, he is ever so slightly pushing off the front of there's Hayden Cater around. So Hayden Cater's had at least a moment. Didn't look too happy about it. Was in 4th place, battling with Chris Thomas. Now, we didn't see what the root cause of Hayden Cater going round there was. See, Thomas is still there in 4th place now. Branfield up to 5th. 6th for Sammy Milam. 7th for Max Davies. Hayden Cater is back on terra firma at least, and now in 8th place. New fastest lap of the race from Scott Clee, responding to the pace of Alex McGee now. It's going back and forth this one, and there's still 2 minutes of it to go. Oliver Appleby just being patient at the moment. We'll be reading that situation, knowing that the likes of Chris Thomas and Ian Branfield are behind. He could take the option of just taking the points here and extending that championship lead out a little bit further. I do genuinely believe that this will be a class that will go down to the bitter wire, right to the end. You don't want to make too many mistakes. You don't want to be costing yourself those dropped scores at this midway point of the season. You may need them later on in the year if there's a make or break move that you've got to pull for a point or a place or a championship position. Here is this battle is very intriguing. Chris Thomas there in 4th place, Ian Branfield in 5th. They've had their moments so far this season. Very closely matched. Both have had good amounts of success so far this season. And you imagine they're not going to give each other an inch. Oliver Appleby now getting a little bit closer to Scott Clee, and Alex McGee again has pulled off the front of this pack. Two more laps to go after this one. Can Alex McGee hold out? This would be a brilliant result. A really good result for Alex McGee. To say, has not had a race victory in either a heat or a final so far this season in Super 1 for Rotax 177. He's 2 laps away from breaking that streak. Another new fastest lap of the race, 45.614. Momentarily, I should say, because Ian Branfield has done a 45.5. Putting the pressure more and more on Chris Thomas. Time is up. Last lap board will be out at the end of this one. And Oliver Appleby still trying to find a way by. Slightly defensive line there from Scott Clee as they sweep into turn number 3. Turn 4 complex is up next. Alex McGee just looking really comfortable. Looking far more comfortable than I've seen him so far this season. This is the thing that sometimes something can just click. Fall into place. A slight setup change. It makes you relax a bit more as a driver. Clee to defensive to the inside as they go through turn 1. I think these two have given up on any hope of trying to catch Alex McGee in this heat, so they know that second place is as good as it's going to get, and both of them want it. This has been a mature drive from both of them at the moment. Clee just using an ever so... He's not defending too hard. He's not going dramatic with the sweeps across the circuit. He's just putting that bit of doubt in Oliver Appleby's mind as to go for a big send and a big move. But Alex McGee comes around the final corner. First victory of the season for Alex McGee. Scott Clee definitely back on form here this weekend. Is second ahead of Oliver Appleby. Fourth for Chris Thomas, crucially ahead of Ian Branfield in their title fight. Max Davies gets sixth, seventh for Tammy Milam, eighth Hayden Cade, who had a spin. Andy Ward finishes in ninth. And a really, really good drive there, and a great first win of the season for Alex McGee. He will be very pleased about that indeed. And we will see the Rotax 177s out again later on this afternoon after the lunch break for their second heat of the day. In the meantime, do make sure if you've got a second device that can connect to the interwebs that you're checking out, seeing all the progress of the drivers on results.alphatime.co.uk/Super1. We're going to get ready for the next race out on circuit. First appearance of the day for Minimax. All set to go for Minimax and their first heat of the day. Jack Stimpson has pole position. Max Holloway is in good form so far this weekend, joins him on the front row. Joseph Murphy and Joshua Jarvis start on row number 2, and Joshua Bajembi and Jasmine Taylor are on the third row of the grid. Lucius McDermott and Ernie Overton on row 4. Tyler Lee, very strong yesterday, but it's got a bit more work to do today from row 5 alongside Archie Dyson, Logan Cowling and Jake Flewitt start on the 6th row of the grid. Charlotte Stanley and Emily Ackett's on row 7. Riven Welsh and Jensen Powers on row 8. Martin Wright and Yusuf Yakub due to start on row 9. Both of them did not set a time in timed qualifying. Results from yesterday. We've got a couple of guest drivers in this category this weekend, and one of them dominated through to take the race victory in the final. His name was Tyler Lee. Spoke to him on the podium. We'll catch up with that interview later. Joseph Murphy was second. Jasmine Taylor was third. It's been a very tight title battle so far this year. Really, Joshua Bajembi leading it on 808. 12 points is Joshua's lead at the start of the day over Lucius McDermott. See what happens in this one. 7 minutes on the clock. Away they go. Big run down into the first braking zone. And at the moment, everyone playing it quite sensible. That's a nice clean start from the Minimax drivers. See, Bagambi's had a very good start. He's already up to third place. Didn't have a good qualifying yesterday, and that very much put him on the back foot across the course today. For a bit of an opening there on second place, it's Jack Stimpson. Don't miss him in the livery there on the number 72 machine. This is exactly what Jack will have been looking for from pole position. Controlled that start very nicely indeed. Leads at the end of lap number 1. Joseph Murphy there in second. Bagambi third. McDermott fourth. Jarvis fifth. Tyler Lee's had a good start. Is up to 6th place already. Jasmine Taylor holding in 7th. Another driver building into the season. There is a black and white diagonal flag out, I think, for Charlotte Stanley, who's received a driving standards warning. Charlotte Stanley currently in 14th place in the number 47. Joseph Murphy so far this year has had a very strong round number 4. You may remember back at Glan-Y-Gors.
was inside the top 2 for all races on that particular day. And you see Tyler Lee in the background as well, and the number 27 down the inside goes Lucius McDermott on Joshua Genvy, gets through. That's 3rd place for Lucius McDermott. So the 2 championship contenders both had very strange days yesterday, if they don't mind me saying. Genvy 16th, 10th and 13th. McDermott 15th, 8th and 11th. For both of them, I think that the worst scoring days so far this year. But their consistency at other points of the season are currently being rewarded. They are the 2 championship leaders, which should explain that for Stimpson and Tyler Lee, because this is the first time that they've appeared so far this season in Super 1. There's a problem there. Is that Riven Welsh in the number 87? I think it is. And Riven Welsh, who was in 11th place, disconsolate there on driver's left, has had to pull off the circuit with some form of technical problem. And Riven Welsh, who, well, you remember back to some of his drives at Glan-Y-Gors, we know he's got the speed, we know he's got the talent, but he's just not got the look so far, as Bugembi's in a bit of bother. He's being forced out wide, partially onto the grass. He's been overtaken by Tyler Lee. He's now under attack from Jasmine Taylor in the number 28. It does feel like they're all ganging up on the championship leader at the moment. Knowing how much of a threat Bugembi is and trying to put him off his stride. The number 22 of Joshua Jarvis down the inside, with Ernie Overton involved in there as well. The number 28. Apologies, very similarly liveried carts there between Overton and Taylor. It was actually Ernie Overton having a go at Joshua Bugembi. He's got back on top of the horse now, it would feel, for Bugembi. He's just having a little adjustment there with the radiator flap. He's reasserted himself in 5th place. The intriguing one for me at this moment is probably the number 48 of Joseph Murphy. Has had a very up and down season so far. To say, had a day like round 4 inside the top 2 in every single race. But then if we think back to the previous Alpha Live streamed round at Clay Pigeon, outside the top 10 in all 3 races. It's a season that's blown very hot and cold so far for Joseph, hence why he's in 6th place in points at the start of today's racing. He's doing a good job here on that JWR machine. Looking very much in control. Tight lines. Can't get too Larry. Lucius McDermott would fancy a run here. Another driver who, well, started the season fantastically. Was first or second in every single race. Oh, down the inside there goes Max Hall, down on the number 22, Joshua Jarvis, has got through. So Hall fighting back through after a difficult start to this race. Say this is a class where if someone were to string a number of results together between now and the end of the season, and I'm talking like top 5s, top 3s consistently between now and the end of the season, that is a driver that's going to be in the title fight here. It shows you the competitive nature of it, which is great to see as a neutral in the comms box. I'm sure for some of the drivers out there it can be a bit frustrating. You feel like you've not quite got the maximum out of the kart on every given weekend. Here's your leader though, Jack Stimpson. Doing a cracking job. It was quick yesterday. It's shown that it's no fluke. Whoa, Tyler Lee getting a little bit wide out of turn number 3 there. Starting a new lap then. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, I don't know whether they'll get 2 more in here on time. Jack Stimpson will be hoping that they do get the last lap board next time around, because he is coming under pressure from Joseph Murphy and Lucius McDermott. But a gamesmanship once again there that we saw this time from Joseph Murphy, just points to the helmet, trying to make sure that Lucius McDermott doesn't try and do anything too rash or silly. Tyler Lee still in there as well. Yesterday's round winner. Just starting to pull himself back into this. So I think the last lap board is going to come out this time around. Yes, it is. I can see it to my right. And Jack Stimpson will be very happy to see that. Try and get this race done. I just saw Riven Welsh there off to driver's right. No, he's out of this race, of course. Jasmine Taylor's made progress on that last lap, gained 2 positions past Joshua Jarvis and Ernie Overton. Bit of defensive work now being put in by Jack Stimpson. Is that going to encourage Joseph Murphy onto him? Is it going to encourage Murphy into a move? They're stacking up behind Stimpson now, and Lucius McDermott may feel a little bit uncomfortable in this situation with Tyler Lee, who's got nothing to lose in terms of championship, just behind. Through the last couple of corners to go. Jack Stimpson has controlled this one very nicely indeed. He's around the outside. There goes Tyler Lee. He's off on the grass. Jack Stimpson wins it. The first race win of the weekend. Joseph Murphy second. Lucius McDermott under a barrage there from Tyler Lee holds on to third. Lee fourth. Max Hollor in fifth. Joshua Bagembi in 6th place. Jasmine Taylor 7th. Ernie Overton in 8th. Joshua Jarvis 9th. And Jensen Powers completing the top 10. Of what was a very, very entertaining, good paced race there from Jack Stimpson. That was very mature. Drove that very nicely. Didn't crack under the pressure. Rewarded with a win. We'll have another opportunity to do likewise again later on this afternoon, when I'll be starting the second heat as well from pole position. We'll see that race later on today. We're going to get ready for the next race on your schedules, which is Junior Rotax Max. They're out for their first heat next. Let's have a look at the grid then for the first heat of the day in Junior Rotax Max, and boy oh boy, this is a bit of a grid. Aidan Hassan has pole position. Alfie Briggs alongside on the front row of the grid. Oliver Bocock, great to see Oliver back racing here on an Alpha Live stream with some DDMM commentary. Great qualifying as well on the second row of the grid with Shane Collins there as well. Jake Howarth, very big driver in this championship in terms of championship points. He's been very consistent. Starts from the third row of the grid in the heats today. Callum Gosh alongside him on that row. Harry Pullen and Alfie Thompson starts on row 4. Yesterday's top rookie Alexander Adams-Axon starts on row 5 alongside Jake Richards. Harrison Morrow and Billy Edgecombe on row 6. Jamie Salter completes the 13 karts field in the Junior Max class here today. Championship. This one is really hard to call because there's a lot of attendance and dropped scores that are going to come into this. So I'm going to try and explain this one as well as I can. Jake Howarth is your championship leader as things stand here today. 822 points on the board, 20 more than Alfie Briggs. And then there's a further 40 points back to Shane Collins. But, and it's a big but, Aidan Hassan currently 8th in points on 25, but missed, was not present at the Clay Pigeon weekend. So effectively, that's his drop scores used up, as we explained earlier a little bit with the Junior Rock category. Every race is going to count for Aidan Hassan now. He has not finished any lower than 4th so far in a race that he's competed in. And the gamesmanship has started already. This is almost like the Olympic cycling pursuits racing that you see in the velodrome. This is a respectful but fierce rivalry between these two drivers on the front of this grid. Both are very strong. Both are capable of winning this race, this round, this championship. But they mustn't take their eyes off the likes of Jake Howarth and Shane Collins isn't a gimme that it's going to be between these two. I've got a feeling that this could be a very exciting race, ladies and gentlemen, that we're about to see. Eyes on the lights, controlling it, and away goes Aiden Hassan. That was all tactical to try and get the jump on Alfie Briggs, and he has got the jump on Alfie Briggs. And anyone starting on the odd side of the grid has got a very good one there. Briggs is all the way down to 5th place. Looks like it has been a good start for Jake Howarth as well. The number 21 is coming through the order likewise, but Aiden Hassan will go through chicane number 2, controlling it at the moment. Briggs has fought back up to 4th place. Oliver Bocock still there in 2nd place. Very experienced driver is Oliver. I've seen him race at places like Whilton Mill quite a few times, and we'll be going there in a few weeks for the next round or weekend meeting of this championship on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of August. So Hassan from Bocock. Howarth was dropped actually there. Yeah, so Howarth back down the inside. Incident and off. That's Jake Richards making contact with Harry Pullen. They've both got going again, but any good chance of a strong result in this race is out the window. Alfie Briggs back up to 3rd place, down the inside of Oliver Bocock there, takes 2nd place. Now the race is on, you feel, between Hassan and Briggs. Traded wins for wins so far this season. Obviously Hassan, as we mentioned, not present for Clay Pigeon, hence why he's a little bit out of position in terms of points right now. Briggs down the inside, goes for the move through turn number 1. Hassan's going to cut back, Briggs gives him space. That's what we mean about these two drivers having a good amount of respect for one another. They race each other hard, but fairly. That was a good attempt from Briggs. As down the inside again, he goes for the move, and it looks like Oliver Bocock's trying to get a bit of that as well. Hassan's run out wide, has dropped to 4th. Jake Howarth got through and not giving an inch. Shane Collins is not too far behind. We said watch out for Shane Collins. He's there in 5th place, having a good run so far. Little adjustments being made by the drivers to try and get that balance of power and temperature into the engine. Big challenge though at the moment, coming in both of the JDR machines at the front of the order. Briggs and Bocock. Jake Howarth still sitting there. Jake Howarth, I think, will be quite happy with this position at the moment. To see Aiden Hassan behind him. Alfie Briggs, yes, in the lead, but coming under increasing pressure from a driver who is not part of the championship battle, you may say, or you would say, because he's already used up enough drop scores and more to mean that he won't be a factor even if he was to win every single race between now and the end of the season. It's just the pure mathematics of it all. Here's an interesting battle. Alfie Thompson in 6th place has had some good progress so far in this race. Just ahead of Alexander Adams-Acton and Billy Edgecombe. Billy Edgecombe looking down the inside. A little bit of a tag there on the rear axle of the number 18. Actually, was more to the detriment of Edgecombe there. Aiden Hassan looking for 3rd place. Down the inside. Oh, you can see him on the brakes there. Bold move and gets it done. Very nice stuff from Aiden in the number 4. This race is not over. The pace is really, really strong as well. The top 5 all still ahead of Adams-Acton. Billy Edgecombe not that close this time as Adams-Acton goes down the inside. Textbook with a capital T there from Alexander Adams-Acton. Very nicely done. Can he break away now and maybe pick up any spoils that happen ahead of him in this top 5? Still Briggs, Bocock, Hassan, Howarth, Collins. That is the top 5 with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. In some ways, the way this race is being driven, it feels like a final. It's only Heat 1. whets the appetite for a very here in the Junior Max weather report. Feels like the clouds have actually lifted a little bit. As I say, it is very changeable in this part of the world. And yeah, the indicators that I'm now getting is that there's not going to be any rain for another hour and a half. The wind direction may have changed slightly. As go for second place there is Hassan Bokhok, and he's got it into chicane number 1 once again. We saw that be the spot where Aidan Hassan pulled the move on Jake Howarth a few moments ago, and he's done it again, this time to Oliver Bokhok. So fighting back is Aidan Hassan. Has he got the nerve? Has he got the skill? Is there a problem there for Oliver Bokhok? A little bit slow off of chicane number 2. Is now in the clutches of Shane Collins. Jake Howarth has got through, so it's 1, 2, 3. The championship contenders, not necessarily in the order that they are in points at the moment. Into chicane number 1 they go then. 45.035 from Hassan last time around. That, considering that he was putting overtakes in on that lap, is remarkable. This is very good pace from Aidan Hassan. He's looking this way and that. Alfie Briggs is already starting to defend. He feels he's got to do this now. He cannot let Aidan Hassan to get back ahead. There's still going to be, I think, 2 more laps after this one. He's looking this way and that. Jake Howarth's looking for a piece of the action. Oh, I thought Howarth was going to go around the outside there of Hassan and just park his kart on the apex of the Turn 4 complex, but Hassan was wise to it. There will be 2 more laps. There's time remaining on the clock. Alfie Briggs is gonna, if he's going to win this race, he's got to do a really good defensive job here. He cannot let Hassan get a nose up the inside. You just feel at this moment that Hassan's number 4 kart is quicker. Out to the outside. Oh my goodness, that's an outrageous manoeuvre from Jake Howarth. Where did that one come from? Briggs fights back, retakes the lead, but it's compromised. Hassan gets to the front. What on earth just happened there? That was an unbelievable couple of corners that has resulted in Aidan Hassan leading this race. There's still 1 more lap to go. I think what happened was Briggs defended so hard from Hassan, left the door completely open for Jake Howarth to go round the outside. That was astonishing. This really is serving up a treat today. Oliver Bokhok down the inside. There is contact between the 2 of them. So Bokhok up to 3rd place, Howarth now 4th. But crucially, Aidan Hassan has got the lead in this race. This is the position that he wanted to be in. He was trying to find a way past Alfie Briggs. Alfie Briggs was defending hard. And at the moment is going to take this heat victory. This is just a heat, ladies and gentlemen. What is this going to be like for the rest of the day with the second heat and then the final? Well, that we remain to see. But Aidan Hassan takes a brilliant victory in heat number 1. We'll be very pleased with that. Alfie Briggs 2nd. Oliver Bokhok in 3rd on the line. Jake Howarth 4th. 5th for Shane Collins. 6th for Alexander Adams Acton. Callum Gosh in 7th place. Alfie Thompson 8th. Billy Edgecombe and Harrison Morrow completing the top 10. What a race that was. It definitely delivered on the promise from before. Very exciting stuff. Very much looking forward to those drivers being out again later in the day. 1 more race to go then in this rotation of heats before we go to the lunch break and the drivers' parade. It'll be the first heat of the day for Senior Rotax Max. Getting ready then for, as I say, the final race of this first rotation in this morning and early afternoon session. And Ben Davis has been on fantastic form so far this weekend. Took the round win yesterday, his first of the season. He's taken pole position this morning in the time qualifying session. Starts this race from the front row. He's joined by Tom Taylor. Joshua Valance and Joe Weaver are on the second row of the grid, and Ben Page and Carl Dunford form up row number 3. Daniel Jones and Kieran Janali start on row 4. Harry Lamond and Kieran Pepper complete the top 10. And then it's Joshua Wilby, who ran well yesterday, and James Barker alongside him on the 6th row of the grid. Matteo Palmer and Alicia Bradshaw are on row number 7. Lucas Ivaskevicius did not set a lap time in qualifying. Isaac Claude was disqualified for an irregularity. That will be your grid. And at the moment I am only seeing 15 karts out on the circuit, so yeah, I don't think we have Ivaskevicius. So this title fight, and again, another one that is very much in the balance at the moment. Joe Weaver is championship leader on 821 points. That's a 23-point lead over Joshua Valance. Ben Page in third on 766. Ben Davis, similar position to Aidan Hassan. 603 points so far this season. Had some good consistency and took a clean sweep yesterday. Ready to go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap in Senior Rotax. Very even start. This is all going to get very tight into turn 1 of field, but Ben Davis has held the position on the inside there. Joe Weaver to the outside. Little bit of bumping and barging. Oh, there's a bit of tripping over one another. They've just about kept pointing in the right direction as they head towards second chicane on this first. Davis from Weaver. Valance says, oh dear, I think that's is that Matteo Palmer out of the race in the number 75, has switched across to the Rotax category. Seen him race in Senior Rock earlier on in the season. That's I think wheel damage, tyre damage on the front right there. Matteo will take no further part in this race. So, end of lap number 1. Ben Davis leads. Joe Weaver second. Joshua Valance in third. Tom Taylor in the bright multicoloured kart there. The number 77 is in fourth. Ben Page fifth. Carl Dunford sixth. Good start as well, I should report to for Joshua Wilby. Up 3 places inside the top 10 now. But the gauntlet very much being thrown down to our championship leader here. Ben Davis, as I say, has had some cracking form so far this season. I was actually genuinely surprised when I looked back through my notes to go, yeah, that was a first final win of the year for Ben yesterday. He's been doing a lot of work with the DHR squad, of course. You can see him on the LN4 chassis. It's good pace, 46.094 for Ben Davis last time around. 10th and a half quicker than Joe Weaver behind. Joshua Valance has been strong again this weekend. You can just see him there in the white kart with the sky blue details, number 28. At the moment it just feels, oh, there's a lot of dust being kicked up in the background there. I think because someone had a bit of an off-track excursion through turn number 3. We'll try and work out who that was in a moment. That looked like quite a sizable one. It's quite dusty, of course, at the moment, as yes, off is the number 12 of Alicia Bradshaw. Alicia is okay, but as her kart has rearranged the furniture a little bit there, and it's a full course yellow. Full course yellow. The Battenberg flags are out. And that is not what Ben Davis would have wanted to see, because this has the potential to close the pack up a little bit. Let's see there, yeah. So I think what's happened there is, I think that has been a moment on the exit of turn number 2, or turn 2 as it's called. Gone through the barriers. So that needs to be repaired. Ben Davis effectively becomes a safety kart, and all of his hard work that he put in to get that gap of over a second is gone. Completely gone. And could offer the opportunity for Joe Weaver to get back in this. Driver's just trying to keep the tyres warm there. The order: Davis, Weaver, Valance, Taylor, Page, Dunford. Joshua Wilby now up in 7th place. Daniel Jones in 8th, Lamond 9th, Kieran Pepper 10th. 2 retirements from this race. Matteo Palmer on lap number 1 due to crash damage or a puncture on the front right, and Alicia Bradshaw, as we saw there, incident in the latter half of the circuit. cause of this full course yellow. Time on the clock, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. We might be pretty close to going back to green here. The barrier looked swiftly repaired. You see Alicia Bradshaw off on the left-hand side of your screen there. Good news is that Alicia is okay. See as to whether green flag is going to be unfurled here on this tour. We're going to go around for one more lap yet of full course yellow. I think that's just to make sure that Alicia's kart is cleared of the circuit. It's a very high speed section of the circuit. Obviously don't want any more incidents to make the situation worse with that kart needing to be cleared. Trolley is heading out to pick up the number 12. What will be going through Ben Davis's mind now as the time continues to tick on by? 2 minutes remaining in the race, plus the one lap. Let's have a look to see if the circuit is clear as they come through this second half. It's looking pretty good to me. We will be going back to green this time around. So it'll be Davis from Weaver, Balance in third. And away we go, green, back to racing speed then. Can Ben Davis hold off this great big swarm of senior Rotax karts just behind? He's dealt with the first chicane very well. You've got to feel for Joe Weaver, if he's going to win this race, he's got to strike early. The pace of the number 86 has been a little bit too strong for the rest of the field today. Joshua Valance is defending third place from Tom Taylor there. Does Joe Weaver put in the big move? Does he feel he needs to put in the big move? We've seen some overtakes into the next hairpin. No, Joe Weaver just feels comfortable there to sit in second place. There will be 2 more laps, I think. It'll be this one plus, or this new one that's about to start, plus 1 more. And Davis continues to lead, 47.467. So the pace is off a little bit there, 2 seconds slower than the best pace from Ben Davis earlier on in this race. The number 57 of Isaac Lord there having a little bit of a go at the 85 and has got past James Bark. So Isaac Lord through into the top 10. You just see Ben Davis starting to pull away again. He really is in tremendous form so far this weekend. Especially to be pulling away from a driver such as Joe Weaver, who himself has been on top of his game so far in 2022. Last lap board about to come out then for Ben Davis. He's had this one under control. Not an easy task when the field gets closed back up again. It can make it a little bit more racy out there, especially when you've had the race under control and people want to go for a big opportunity. But Ben Davis continuing this strong form at Fulbeck this weekend through the second chicane for the last time in this one. Joshua Valance is coming back strongly here. Maybe half thinks about a move into, sits there in third, but Ben Davis is going to come round the final couple of corners, take another victory and really start to put the hammer down in senior Rotax here at Fulbeck this weekend. A win by 7/10 of a second over Joe Weaver. Joshua Valance in third, Tom Taylor fourth, Ben Page in fifth. Good drive from Joshua Wilby there up to 6th place. Carl Dunford in 7th place, Daniel Jones, Harry Lamont and Isaac Lord inside the top 10. Kieran Pepper ahead of Kieran Janelli, 11th and 12th. James Bark, the last of those being the finishers. In 13th place, Alicia Bradshaw and Matteo Palmer were 2 retirements in that race. That completes this morning's and early afternoon's racing. We're going to have the lunch break now through the drivers' parade with some prizes to be awarded. Big thanks to our sponsors for providing those prizes and opportunities for the drivers. So as we say, CWG Choices AST Signs, JKH and Armi Helmets. Big thanks to them and everything that they do for Super One Series. If you've enjoyed the stream and the coverage and the cameras and the production so far this morning, do make sure that you follow Alpha Live across your social media networks and that you've clicked the subscribe button here on YouTube. If you enjoyed the commentary, my name's been Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media. We are at Double Dash MM across all your social media networks. Do give us a like, follow and all of that business. Thank you very much. It's been a really good morning's racing here at Fulbeck. We'll be back. The stream will keep going, I should say, and we will be back later on this afternoon for the second group of heats and then the finals. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. More action here from Fulbeck, round 8 of the Super One Series coming up very, very soon.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Back once again at the podium here at Fulbeck and returning to the top step of the podium for the second Saturday round in a row, driver number 22, Andrew Dixon. Andrew, this season is really getting going for you now in Honda Cadet. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I am.
What's been the big difference, as I say, since Clay Pigeon, where you really took a step up? That's now, a number of final victories so far this season. What's made the difference?
I don't know.
In terms of the day, how it's gone, it's a very different circuit. How did the heats go ahead of the final?
Heat 1 was good. Heat 2, it went bananas. I crashed out and hurt my hand.
I was going to say, you've got a bit of a war wound there. In terms of how did that affect your driving for the final?
Well, it was hurting before the final, but when the adrenaline kicked in, it was fine.
Fulbeck as a circuit is very different to Clay Pigeon. How have you felt getting on top of it so far this weekend?
Felt pretty good. I've been here a couple of times, and I like these kind of circuits.
Who would you like to thank for the victory here today?
Big thanks to Joe Forsdyke and Ryan Lynn, and my family and St Motorsport.
Good stuff. Well done, Andrew. Another round victory, really getting ahead in that championship campaign. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back on the podium, and it's a while since we've talked to Alfie Briggs, our winner again here in Junior Rock, a 7th round victory in a row. Alfie, you're moving closer and closer to that round final victory in the championship, which you just missed out on last year. You must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to win all of them.
In terms of this circuit, it looked a little bit tricky out there today. A tough start in Heat 1. Talk me through it.
So Heat 1, the rear bumper fell off, so we didn't finish. And then Heat 2 we won, and then the final we won. But the weather kept changing throughout the races.
Yeah, it's been very changeable here today, and I know the same in your junior Rotax races as well. How's the circuit driving when those spots of rain start to come down?
It's really weird because it'd be like only 2 corners are wet, whereas the rest is still dry. So you just got to work out which is wet and which is dry and push on.
And in terms of your season so far, so you're driving a plethora of machinery. I saw you were testing a KZ kart recently at Whilton Mill. How was that?
Yeah, it was really fast and really physically challenging.
And in terms of looking to close this season out tomorrow, and then we've got Whilton Mill and Shenington, are you confident that you can get it wrapped up early?
Yeah, for sure.
Good stuff. Well done, Alfie. Another top drive here today, and best of luck for the Rotax race.
Thank you very much.
Once again, here at the podium, back for a second chat with us here today, our winner this time in Junior Rotax Max, Alfie Briggs. Alfie, I think this is the first time you've done the double since Rowrah. You must be really pleased about this one.
Yeah, it was a really good race of Aiden.
The heats, it's been a bit tricky. We had a brief chat earlier about how the weather's been playing into things. How have those decisions been going for you?
We couldn't really do anything because by the time we got on the grid, it started raining. We just had to handle it how it came. And then for the final, we got lucky and it stayed dry the whole time.
It's been a tough few rounds in the Rotax Max competition. Do you think that a title charge is still alive?
Yeah, I think it's still possible. My next 2 rounds are my home track, so we just have to hope Hayden has a few bad races.
And in terms of the kart and how it's feeling ahead of tomorrow, it's a tight, twisty circuit that we've discussed already. Are you feeling it's got the goods to win again tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure.
Who would you like to thank for the victory here today?
I'd like to thank ZLX, ATEC, ATL, WJ, Steve Tandy, Crichton Landudis, and Gareth Evans, and BBM Sport.
Good stuff. Well done, Alfie. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Charlie, get ready.
It doesn't help with his hat, does it?
I missed it.
Keep running. Good.
My shoes aren't ready? Yeah. My eyes are watering. I can't see that. Oh, there's something behind.
Right,
There, put my golden.
no, get this.
That's right.
That was 3 seconds.
You're not buying it, would you?
Okay, the first person here today, he's missed all his racing, but he was here at 7 o'clock. Theo Bradshaw! Well done. One for the live, and then get one there. Okay. So, and you've got to be here to win it. Do you want to pick it now? Pick your own.
Oh, well, not really then. But it is Harry Pullen.
Harry Potter.
Wait. No, go again. You've got to be here to win.
Oh, Jensen Bigland.
Jensen Bigland. Go again.
Huh?
Theo Poyser. Well done.
Thank you.
Keep look there for a picture. This way. Well done. Yeah, we're done. Okay, everybody. Good luck and have safe racing. Buddy.
Once again here at the podium at Fulbeck with a Lincolnshire home boy as well, winning on home soil. Our guest driver here today in Minimax and winner for round 7, Tyler Lee. Tyler, a really impressive set of performances. You must be very pleased with how things have gone here today.
Yes.
Is this very much your home soil, being a Lincolnshire-based driver? This circuit, Fulbeck, what is it that means you're good around here?
So basically we've came here before, but I came here like once in Minimax, but I used to do it in Honda.
And in terms of coming into this class as well, it's a very competitive class. How have you found it entering as a guest?
I've found it really well, and I've got on quite well.
The weather's been a bit changeable. There's been times where the rain's been coming down. Did that play on your mind at all?
Yeah, a little bit, to be fair, but not much really.
We go again for tomorrow. There's been people who've been able to do the double round victory over a weekend before in this class. Do you think you can join that list?
Maybe.
Who do you want to thank for the victory here today?
My mum and dad.
Good stuff. Well done, Tyler. A great bit of driving here today, particularly some of those overtakes. Well done. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back once again on the podium. We've had a shower, but not of rain, of champagne for HTR Racing Team's number 25, Charlie Benson in Mini Rock. Charlie, another round victory for you here today, and a really good bounce back from perhaps a bit of disappointment towards the end of Clay Pigeon.
It's clear we didn't have a very good final. We came 4th, and here we've got a few good results today, so yeah.
It's been very changeable weather here today. In fact, I think I just felt another spot of rain then. How's that been a challenge for you as a driver?
Not really. It hasn't really been a challenge, to be honest. I think I'm good in the rain, so yeah.
This circuit very different to ones that we've been to so far this season. What's key to being strong around here?
You just need to be good at technical tracks and be fast. That's all.
With the win here today, how do you prepare yourself for tomorrow in round 8?
Just do what I did again today and do it again tomorrow and hope for another good result like this.
Last question, who would you like to thank for the victory here today?
My dad, Derek at HTR, and my sponsors, Tabby Carpet, Yes Electrical, CMC and Benson's Electrical.
Good stuff. Well done, Charlie. A great victory here today. We'll see you tomorrow for round 8.
Yeah, thanks.
Back at the podium here at Fulbeck, and a first Saturday interview of the year for our round 7 winner here today, Oliver Appleby. Oliver, a really tricky day out there, some mixed conditions. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really quite difficult day, but it went all right. We put it on pole, managed to have quite an easy race in the first heat, and then from there on, it got more and more challenging. Chris had, he found some really strong pace, sadly. And by the end of the final, it was all over us. But obviously, the rain really didn't help us. We were changing everything, thinking it was going to rain, thinking it wasn't. So yeah, full-on day, but I can't complain.
It's a really tight Rotax 177 season. You can't predict one race from the next. As you say, Chris has added some strong pace. Ian Branfield's been scoring a lot of points so far this season. We're into the second half of the year now. How are you feeling going ahead for tomorrow and the 2 remaining meetings?
Yeah, well, obviously, tomorrow is going to be very difficult. Everyone's very close. And really, compared to the first half, we'd never been to Rowrah, never been to GY-G, haven't been here before, as Chris hasn't either and Sammy hasn't. So I think as a team as well, we are doing very well, if we may say so. But yeah, second half of the season, hopefully better. We've done Whilton before, we've done Shenny before, so yeah, should be pretty good.
How key is that team effort with KPR Motorsports?
Yeah, I think we put everything down to the team. Between us trying different setups, saying what's better, what's worse. I think that's been what's made us, so good this year, really.
Well, hopefully get a good night's sleep tonight. How are you feeling ahead of tomorrow?
Yeah, nervous because everyone seems to be fast, but should be good. Obviously, got to say a big thank you to the Vouses as well, Mark and Lucas. They've helped us big time this weekend. But yeah, all good.
Good stuff. Well, we'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good round 8.
Brilliant, thank you.
Last podium of the day. It has been slightly delayed because we're a bit damp down here. But Ben Davis is our winner here today. A first final victory of the year, Ben. Despite the weather that we've got above us, this must be a good feeling.
Yeah, definitely. We've been fast all day, and we just knew we had to get a good start and keep doing those lap times, keep it consistent, and then bring it home, really. So yeah, really happy. The kart's been amazing all day, so's the engines. So I'd like to say just a big thank you to Darryl, my mechanic, and Time Engines for giving me great power. So really good weekend, really good day. So
it's a really tight and twisty circuit, this Fulbeck circuit, for the full scale of a senior Rotax. So I imagine you have to really wrestle the kart around here sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Those those 3 chicanes where you got to wallop the curbs. And just make sure you get good eggs out of them. But yeah, it's a really fun track. One of my favourites to drive. But yeah, you just got to smack the curbs and make sure you get a good exit. And but yeah, really great track. Really enjoy it. Really enjoyed to drive it. So yeah.
As a first time here on a Saturday interview for a winner, how do you think the season's gone as a whole so far?
Yeah, it's been good. We've had a bit of bad luck, but we've been consistent, and today's obviously been a good day, and we're hoping to keep that momentum up for the rest of the season. So yeah, we'll just see what happens next.
We go again for everything here again tomorrow at Fulbeck, and we've got Whilton Mill and Shenington coming up at the latter stage of the season. How do you feel about those circuits?
Well, it's all the Midlands, and I'm from the Midlands, so I'm going to be fast, and I'm ready for it. Whilton Mill is my home track. I've done 1 million laps around there, so I should be on the pace, you'd hope. And Shenington have not been there in years, but yeah, we should be good, and we should be good tomorrow. Carrying on that pace and momentum through. So,
is a late championship charge out of the question?
Definitely not. No, we just got to keep consistent, keep getting those podiums, and try and get as many wins as possible. Really. Yeah. So, just keep going. Really.
Good stuff. Well, well done, Ben. Great to see you on the top step. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
To live coverage of round 8 of the 2022 Super 1 Series live here on Alpha Live with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. My name's Andrew Mather. We're getting ready for the second round of heats today here at Fulbeck Karts Club in Lincolnshire. And it'll be the Bambino C50 Pro and C50 New Era categories out on circuit next. Let's have a look at their grid, starting with the New Eras. Chester Forks has pole position, Chloe McGill alongside on the front row, Buddy Hugo and Lewis Cacoldi on row 2, Jensen Biglands and Charlie Page on row 3. Cooper Earsman and Jack Mellon start on row 4, Henry Alger and Rex Pooley on row 5, Soren Gallagher and Theo Poyser on row 6. Mason Hibbert and Jake Gibbon start on row 7. Grace Mayer and Austin Owen, well, Owen being the first of the pros, so 15 New Eras in this one. Austin Owen and Riley Murray on the front row of the pro category. Bertie Clark and Ethan McLelland on row 2. Alfie Mayer and Cole Teal row 3. Harper Das completing the 7 runners in pro. Weather conditions here at Fulbeck after the lunch break. As we've said, it is a changeable situation. I can see immediately out to about my 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock position in the race control tower, some rain. It is not hitting the circuit yet, and I think I'm trying to work out with my limited meteorological knowledge which way the wind's going. But the clouds have darkened, the clouds have closed in again, and that is a definite sign of some rain, kind of down towards turn 1, the first hairpin, and then just off to the right. And sure, if I can see that, then most of the folks here at the circuit can see that as well, because it's a fairly flat piece of land here at Fulbeck Kart Circuit. There are the C50s. If you're just joining us and you need a little bit of a reminder, the C50 Pro category are the ones with the orange number boards, the ones with the black number boards, as in the background colour of the number board, are the New Eras. Results from earlier, just to run you through. This, I should notice, still provisional, at least that's what it says on my screen. Bertie Clark was your winner in the first heat of the day, and it was incredibly close. I've got it down as, I'm not sure whether it was actually that close or not, whether it was 1,000th or not, but it was very close on the line. It was Bertie Clark ahead of Austin Oman. Riley Murrow in 3rd, Chester Forks in 4th overall, first of the New Eras, Ethan McClelland 5th, 4th of the pros, Harper Das 6th, 5th of the pros, and then just to go through some of your significant others in New Era, Lewis Cacoldi was 2nd, Buddy Hugo was 3rd, Cooper Earsman was 4th, Jensen Biglands was 5th. But the big story, from heat number 1 at least, was in New Era. Championship leader Chloe McGill had a technical problem, did finish the race, but was 1 lap down. So not a best haul of points for Chloe this morning. As you can see, if you were with us earlier on, or just before the lunch break at about 12:15, you'll be going like, my goodness, Andrew, those clouds have rolled in. Yes, they have. And they are looking a little bit dark and threatening. This patch of rain that I can see is moving off towards my right. We might be lucky, and it might miss us, and just go to the east of the circuit. But we'll keep an eye on that, quite literally. Out of the window here in race control. There it is, just over the back of that shot there. Actually moving to the right, to my right, quite quickly. Anyway, enough about the weather. Although this is a British motorsport stream, of course. The drivers will come round, they will form up a standing start grid, as is the procedure for Bambino C50. Big thanks to our sponsors for this season's Super 1 Series, CWG Choices, AST Signs, JKH and RI Helmets. If you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure that you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you don't mind doing so as well, click that notification bell and then you'll never miss a single stream, a single broadcast that the team put out. Thank you for joining us here
Fulbeck on Super One. Appreciate there's a lot of karting on this weekend. There's a lot of motorsports on this weekend, of course. So your support is very dear to us all. We're ready for Heat 2 in the Bambino C50 categories. Away we go. Is it going to be a good start for Austin Oman? It's the best one so far, but he's still having trouble off the line. Bertie Clark's actually more on the grass than he's on the track at the moment. Number 23 of Ethan McClelland fighting for second as well, but it's another good start for Riley Murrow, who will lead into turn 1. This is where we had a bit of an incident earlier on in the day. Cole Teal alongside Chester Forks there going for a position, but it's clean. Glad to report it is clean and good through the first few corners. We did have a red flag on lap 1 earlier on. There's a bit of an incident in here in chicane 2. Spoke too soon. I think the number 51 is involved there. And unfortunately, I think this is going to be a red flag again. It's Grace Mayer, the number 51. And yes, red flag is out. Apologies, I spoke definitely too soon there about it being a clean start. So that race start is effectively null and void. And the grid will form up. So we'll have a little bit of a delay now. I'm going to look to my left, to Adam. Should we be alright to play out some interviews? Maybe some of the older ones. We've played out the Bambinos and them before. So obviously the safety crews will go through their procedures. And yeah, we're going to have a quick little look at some of our interviews from yesterday, starting off with our winner in Rotax 177.
Back at the podium here at Fulbeck, and a first Saturday interview of the year for our round 7 winner here today, Oliver Appleby. Oliver, a really tricky day out there, some mixed conditions. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really quite difficult day, but it went all right. We put it on pole, managed to have quite an easy race in the first heat, and then from there on, it got more and more challenging. Chris had, he found some really strong pace, sadly. And by the end of the final, it was all over us. But obviously, the rain really didn't help us. We were changing everything, thinking it was going to rain, thinking it wasn't. So yeah, full-on day, but I can't complain.
It's a really tight Rotax 177 season. You can't predict one race from the next. As you say, Chris has added some strong pace. Ian Branfield's been scoring a lot of points so far this season. We're into the second half of the year now. How are you feeling going ahead for tomorrow and the 2 remaining meetings?
Yeah, well, obviously tomorrow is going to be very difficult. Everyone's very close. And really, compared to the first half, we'd never been to Rowrah, never been to GY-G, haven't been here before, as Chris hasn't either and Sammy hasn't. So I think as a team as well, we are doing very well, if we may say so. But yeah, second half of the season, hopefully better. We've done Whilton before, we've done Shenny before, so yeah, should be pretty good.
How key is that team effort with KPR Motorsports?
Yeah, I think we put everything down to the team. Between us trying different setups, saying what's better, what's worse. I think that's been what's made us, so good this year, really.
Well, hopefully get a good night's sleep tonight. How are you feeling ahead of tomorrow?
Yeah, nervous because everyone seems to be fast, but should be good. Obviously, got to say a big thank you to the Vouses as well, Mark and Lucas. They've helped us big time this weekend. But yeah, all good.
Good stuff. Well, we'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good round 8.
Brilliant, thank you.
Back once again at the podium here at Fulbeck, and returning to the top step of the podium for the second Saturday round in a row, driver number 22, Andrew Dixon. Andrew, this season is really getting going for you now in Honda Cadet. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I am.
What's been the big difference, as I say, since Clay Pigeon, where you really took a step up? That's now a number of final victories so far this season. What's made the difference?
I don't know.
In terms of the day, how it's gone, it's a very different circuit. How did the heats go ahead of the final?
Heat 1 was good. Heat 2, it went bananas. I crashed out and hurt my hand.
I was going to say, you've got a bit of a war wound there. In terms of how did that affect you driving for the final?
Well, it was hurting before the final, but when the adrenaline kicked in, it was fine.
Fulbeck as a circuit is very different to Clay Pigeon. How have you felt getting on top of it so far this weekend?
Felt pretty good. I've been here a couple times, and I like these kind of circuits.
Who would you like to thank for the victory here today?
Big thanks to Joe Forsyke and Ryan Lynn.
and my family and St Motorsport.
Good stuff. Well done, Andrew. Another round victory, really getting ahead in that championship campaign. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back on the podium, and it's a while since we've talked to Alfie Briggs, our winner again here in Junior Rock, a 7th round victory in a row. Alfie, you're moving closer and closer to that round final victory in the championship, which you just missed out on last year. You must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to win all of them.
In terms of this circuit, it looked a little bit tricky out there today. A tough start in Heat 1. Talk me through it.
So Heat 1, the rear bumper fell off, so he didn't finish. And then Heat 2 we won, and then the final we won. But the weather kept changing throughout the races.
Yeah, it's been very changeable here today, and I know the same in your junior Rotax races as well. How's the circuit driving when those spots of rain start to come down?
It's really weird because it'd be like only 2 corners are wet, whereas the rest is still dry. So you just got to work out which is wet and which is dry and push on.
And in terms of your season so far, so you're driving a plethora of machinery. I saw you were testing a KZ kart recently at Whilton Mill. How was that?
Yeah, it was really fast and really physically challenging.
And in terms of looking to close this season out tomorrow, and then we've got Whilton Mill and Shenington, are you confident that you can get it wrapped up early?
Yeah, for sure.
Good stuff. Well done, Alfie. Another top drive here today, and best of luck for the Rotax race.
Thank you very much.
Spots of rain is what I'm hearing in my ear here at Fulbeck. Just as we are getting ready to start, I have attempt number 2 at the start for the C50 Pro and New Era categories. Now we should say that as per standard, all of these drivers are on treaded tyres. So apart from if it does start to rain a little bit harder, it'll be obviously less adhesion under those tyres. It's not really a case of they're all on slicks and they're about to go out in the wet. There is a slippery surface flag. That is confirmation enough for us here in the comments box that it has started to rain, and it is now starting to rain harder. I can now see it on the commentary box window. If you're just joining us, we have been under red flag conditions for an incident involving our Grace Mare on lap 1 of heat number 2. In terms of the record books, that start is now scratched off, null and void, as if it never happened, and we've now formed up the grid again to have another go at this one. But it is, as you quite clearly tell on the camera there, at start finish, a lot gloomier, a lot darker, and the rain is starting to get harder. Patchy clouds over to our right. It feels like the wind has actually turned around, and that rainstorm, that patch of rain that we were talking about just as we came back for lunch, is actually now heading straight for the circuit. This is going to be very intriguing, I'd say, from Honda Cadet onwards as to what tyre choice you go for. And as we saw yesterday, it could be a short shower. We could go back to dry. We saw that yesterday during round number 7. A minute has been knocked off the timer. You can see 6 minutes there on the left-hand side on the timing tower. If I wave high enough, you might be able to even see me. There we go. So we've got a good viewpoint here at Fulbeck. So 6 minutes plus 1 lap for the Bambino C50s. Away they go. Is it going to be a good start this time for Murrow or Oman again? Oman having trouble off the line there. They head down to turn number 1. Murrow leads. Bertie Clark up into second place. Once again, Ethan McClelland is challenging for third place. Look out for Chester Forks on the outside there in the number 38 with the black number board. Lets the few Harper Das and Cole Teal through. Leads in the New Era category, but it's another really good start for Riley Murrow as they go into chicane number 2. This is where we had a few problems, and there's a few spinners out there. 1, 2, 3 going around in the background. No major bits of contact, just the think drivers losing it under braking in these now slightly slippery conditions. You can start to see the raindrops being large enough that you can pick them up on the camera, but trust me, it is raining out there. And oh, the understeer for Riley Murrow dealt with that really well. Round the final corner to complete lap number 1. I reckon this might actually be a 6-lap race because the pace is going to have surely dropped. So Austin Owen looking for a move there. It's all getting a bit busy in and around 6th and 7th place. Buddy Hugo's had a great start in New Era. He's actually leading in New Era at the moment with Harper Das just behind. There's the battle between the two championship contenders. Chloe McGill had the technical issue earlier on that put her out of at the start of the day. The wind has really got up as well. I can see that the slippery surface flags aren't actually hanging down at the moment off the marshal post. They are almost bolt horizontal to the track surface, such is the strength of the wind. 4 minutes to go. Still Murrow leading, but Bertie Clark trying to get underneath there as they go through the turn 4 complex. Austin Oman in third. Over start finish again. Well, the laps. Oh, bit of a squabble there going on between Ethan McClelland and Alfie Mayer. I think they're actually locked together. They are locked now. They're apart, but both of them have lost a lot of time and positions there. I'm not sure whether Alfie knew Ethan was there, to be honest. And that's a real shame for both of them. Buddy Hugo still leading by the way in New Era. 3.5 minutes to go. And Bertie Clark going for the lead here up the inside into chicane number 2. He's got it. So Bertie Clark really is on good form this weekend at Fulbeck. This is more back to how we saw Bertie race at Rowrah really early in the year, back in I think it was April. There's a big squabble going behind as well. Chester Forks is in there once more, looking to have a strong weekend and gain more points in the championship. Murrow and Clark side by side. Murrow gets back through, retakes the lead of the race, and on the lap chart it'll look like nothing happened, but that was a very exciting bit of racing. Side by side between Hugo and Forks in 4th place in this train. That is for the lead in New Era. And yeah, just to confirm that Alfie Mayer has fallen down the order fairway, as has Ethan McClelland. We saw those two getting together earlier on, still fighting there. This is the really good thing I like about this category with the pros and the New Eras, that it gives the New Eras, these newer drivers, the opportunity to get in amongst it and learn very quickly about racecraft and positioning of the karts. Forks is going to be down the inside in that 4th place battle and is going to retake the lead in New Era. The rain continuing to fall here. I think this is just going to be a quick shower. There's a cart broken down, I can tell you. Oh, it's Chloe McGill again! Oh, the exact same thing has happened. It's in the exact same spot that Chloe McGill broke down in heat number 1. It has happened again in heat number 2. This could be a big moment in the context of this championship. Side by side going past Austin Oman now are the New Era leaders. Everything is going on. They will flash past Chloe McGill on driver's right there to see that the championship leader for the 2nd race in a row is in trouble due to a mechanical issue. Well, what drama we're having in C50 today. More drama. Chester Forks is now leading the race overall. Oh, hops over the curb there. Has gone on top of the conditions. It's the 238s yet again at the front of the order, as we saw yesterday in these similar kind of very greasy conditions. You can see that there's not really any surface water on the track there, but it is very slippery for these young drivers. Forks leads overall and in New Era. 2nd place on the road is Murrow. 1st place in Pro. Austin Owen there in 3rd place on the road, 2nd in Pro. Bertie Clark continuing to have a good run there in 4th place. Buddy Hugo. Jack Mellon's having a good run again. Jack Mellon in 3rd place. You can just see the number 59 in the blue and orange at the back of your shot there, having another really strong run. Good to see. 15 seconds to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Through and into chicane number 2 they go. Ethan McClelland is making progress again, I can tell you, at least in the overall picture. It's just got past Mason Hibbert for 12th place. But that is a Pro versus a New Era, so in terms of championship points it won't mean anything. Colt Eel is starting to go quicker as well. getting on top of the conditions. 64.891 is in 11th place, but we're focusing still on the battle at the front of the order. 238s. I think they're working together, and this is great to see. Or I'd say that as Chester Forks defends a little bit up the inside. This is a key battle for second place in Pro. Bertie Clark has got through past Austin Oman in the number 7. For the 238s, it makes sense for them to work together. They're not competing in the same championship. If they keep line astern, they will both get full complement of points, and they will both boost their championship bids. I think that is pretty much what they are doing. Bertie Clark continues to do really well here. Bit defensive into the second hairpin. I've got to say, Chester Forks, every time I see him race, is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Round the final couple of corners. For the second time today, Chester Forks and Riley Murrow are going to win their respective classes in Bambino C50. Very good stuff indeed. Sorry, for the second time this weekend. Of course, Bertie Clark won heat number 1, but Bertie Clark gets second place in Pro there. Very good result. Austin Oman, more good points for Austin in third. Buddy Hugo, great drive. Second place in New Era. Third place for Jack Mellon. In New Era. Harper Das in the top 10 yet again. Charlie Page. Good to see Charlie actually back out on circuit. Had a bit of a bump yesterday. So good to see that Charlie is back out on circuit and running well. Finishes in 8th place in that race. 9th for Cooper Earsman. Cole Teal completes the top 10 overall. To have at least reduced and possibly stopped. Just a short shower there. But either way, the Armi Bambinos will be out next. Heat 2 for them is coming right up. Let's have a look at the grid for the Armi Bambinos and their second heat of the day. Here at Fulbeck for round number 8 of the 2022 Superone Series. Ronnie Carter has pole position for this race. Grayson Wortley alongside on the front row. Charlie Clough and Josh Cook are on row number 2. Darren Dimitrov and Gigi Mbagashvili start on row number 3. Fraser Anderson and Harry Williams on row 4. James Roots and William Crombie on row 5. Logan Rolfe and Oscar Kenny on the 6th row of the grid. Logan Jones and Eli Liziecki are on the 7th row of the grid. Arthur Farrow and Freddie Flewitt on row number 8. Ethan Coupland and Dean Singh Pahal on a tough day on row 9. Daniel Ferguson completes the 19 scheduled runners in this race. And there they are. Patiently waiting. Track, I imagine, is still greasy from that rain shower that passed through in, well, it's passed through in the last 15 minutes. Say it's actually to the left of us here at the circuit. There's some patches of blue clouds. Pretty typical of what the weather has been doing here across the course of the weekend. Maybe just, yeah, just spitting ever so slightly. I don't think that will be to a level significant enough to make a change from whatever the track conditions are at the moment for the drivers. It's the field on their formation lap to remind you of the result earlier on today. Get it up on my screen to remind myself more than anything. It was a great battle between our 3 championship protagonists, Carter, Wortley and Cook, and it was Ronnie Carter who won out ahead of Grayson Wortley and Josh Cook. That was who won 2-3. James Roots was 4th and top rookie. Fraser Anderson 5th. And the carts lining up on the grid now. Ready to go racing here.
Want to make sure that they get on top of these conditions. Still a little bit moist out there at places. Ice on the lights, ready for this start. Ronnie Carter, the number 6, the number 70 of Grayson Wortley. That is your front row. There's another slight pause here. I think there's some trouble for one of the carts trying to get started. Got the 5-second board going out once again. No, I think the start is going to be aborted here. There's some confusion down on the start line. A couple of carts have gone already, but I didn't see a green flag come out there. The full start flag did come out. I think the carts will now be repositioned. I wonder, was there one cart out of position on the grid? And that's caused the confusion for a number of the drivers there. It's James Roots who went off early, and William Crombie as well. James Roots were starting, well, James Roots and William Crombie were starting alongside each other on row 5. From what I could see, I want to say it was Oscar Kenny, the number 48, that was struggling to get the engine started. And that was what was holding things on the starter position. Number 48 being the carts in the green helmet on the right hand side of your screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts back as it is now, because obviously both of our carts that were due to start on row 5 are out of position at the moment. I think now everyone is back in position. The instruction to start engines has been shown. Engines are firing up. There are more troubles. It's actually the 16, I think it is, that's having trouble getting going. That's William Crombie. You can see on the right-hand side, and that's going to be a problem, I think, because yeah, the cart needs to be cleared off the grid. If it can't start, it's not fair for everybody else to sit there waiting. Now I think we are good to go, and away we do go for the start of the race. Great start from Grayson Wortley. Really, really good run from the standing start. And Wortley will lead down into turn 1. It does look like William Crombie has now got going. Josh Cook is already up to second place. Ronnie Carter's on the inside fighting back for second place. Are they all going to get through? How much grip is down there? Clearly enough for them all to get round. Very good start for the Armi Bambinos. Grayson Wortley leads. Ronnie Carter second. Josh Cook in third. The fourth place cart is Charlie Clough in the number 7. James Roots has had a cracking start. He's already up to 5th place from the 5th row of the grid. Through the second hairpin they go once more. Through into the turn 4 complex. That was a touch there between Wortley and Ronnie Carter. I don't think Wortley's going to be too pleased about that. Carter has nipped through. 6 minutes to go. End of lap 1. Carter from Wortley. Cook. Clough. Mabagishvili is up to 5th place. Good start for Gigi there in the number 88. Oh, that's a bit of a problem there. Gets bolted by the number 7 of Charlie Clough, and that may give James Roots a go at getting back into the top 5. Battle going on for second place, and Josh Cook is getting through. So Josh Cook through into second place. And it's such a tight battle this year for this championship. You never know. All these little moves across the course of these heats. The bigger moves being pulled in the final because they're worth more points. Could be any one of these that we look back to in a few months' time and go, yep, that was the key points, that was the key battle. Wortley is fighting back here
with Cook trying to go around the outside there through the final corner, has to yield position. Charlie Clough's having a good run here as well. The number 7 is up to 4th place. These drivers have got to get themselves organised, otherwise they're going to let Ronnie Carter get down the road and run away here. Fastest lap of the race so far, end of lap number 2, is with Ronnie Carter, 58.283. Pulled out nearly half a second on his rivals last time around. Liziecki, by the way, has got through past Harry Williams for 8th. Arthur Farrow and Dean Singh Pahal have both got past Fraser Anderson on the last lap. Good, it's actually a really good run so far from Dean Singh Pahal, and she's got up to 12th place from pretty much the back of the field. Josh Cook getting on the pace now and closing Ronnie Carter in. Number 6 in the 77, slightly different lines. I think the track is pretty much back to fully dry conditions. So Cook goes for it, takes the lead. Josh Cook with a great move there into chicane 1. Lots of confidence in the number 77 this weekend, I've got to say. This is more like the form that we saw at Rowrah earlier in the year. But Carter's going to have a fight back and have a go. He's going to be on the outside as they go into chicane number 2. Cook defends well, with speed more than anything else. It's interesting, though, that Cook has come back to form at a circuit that is more of a, almost like a point and squirt circuit. Lots of hard braking, quite a few slow corners, closer in style, although not exactly the same, to Rowrah. The last 2 circuits that we've been at, Glan-Y-Gors and Clay Pigeon, much faster circuits in places, more about poise and handling of the karts. I think it bodes well for Josh Cook that he's had this form kind of come back to him. You know, first time back on the top step of the podium in a final since Rowrah yesterday. I'd say that Whilton Mill and Shenington have similar traits in terms of being circuits that reward late breakers and people who are brave on an approach to corners. Seems to be, to me, what Josh Cook likes driving around. He continues to lead in this race. Thought we lost Grayson Worley then, but he was just tucked up behind. Oh dear, as I think we've had a few karts off towards the back. Logan Rolfe was one of them, the number 32. I was just going to look, as I say, for the times and what's the pace in the track at the moment. Well, a 57.5 was the fastest lap last time as Grayson Wortley tries to fight by Ronnie Carter there. Ronnie Carter's up the inside, sweeps into the lead. Beautifully done by Ronnie Carter. Gets past Josh Cook. We are back to the pace that we had earlier. The sun's actually come out now. And any thoughts of rain are long past us already. Just over a minute and a half to go. James Roots is coming into this. Just snuck up there in 4th place, almost unnoticed. Charlie Clough and Gigi Mevagishvili just behind. That is your top 6. Ronnie Carter just taking a slightly wider line that time out of the turn 4 complex. 1 minute 10 to go. Josh Cook looking for a way through, has got the drive and has got the move into chicane number 1. So Josh Cook back to the front of the order, defends to the centre of the road on Ronnie Carter. Grayson Wortley still patiently just waiting there to pick up any scraps that may be on offer. This is another really good race from the Bambino drivers with the Armi machines. Ronnie Carter looks back down the inside again. Has he overshot? Has he got the move done? They're going to be side by side once again, Carter and Cook, as they come off the hairpin, but Carter has got it. Back and forth once again. But now we get into the portion of the circuit where Josh Cook is quite strong. It's going to be 2 more laps to go for these drivers. 15 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. You can see Ronnie Carter trying to defend, and he's defended well. Oh, has he run a little bit wide out of chicane number 1? Grayson Wortley's tripping over Josh Cook's rear bumper as well, and here comes James Roots going round the outside, going for 3rd place. There isn't much grip out there though. Grayson Wortley cuts back underneath. Charlie Clough's coming into this. Babagishvili's coming into this as well. This could be a 6-kart scrap for the lead going on to the final lap. The lead, though, still in the hands of Ronnie Carter. It's Carter, Cook, Wortley, Roots, Clough, Babagishvili. The rest of them are a long way behind. Harry Williams is at the front of that train with Darren Dimitrov and Eli Liziecki. Last lap board about to come out though. Ronnie Carter defended through this portion of the circuit really, really well last time around. Last lap board has been shown. Across the line they go. Can Ronnie Carter pull off this win here on a really big day in this category? Josh Cook's a little bit wide. Grayson Wortley is down the inside, takes 2nd place. Josh Cook's going to try and fight back though. James Roots, I think, was compromised there, off of the hairpin. Ronnie Carter still leads this race. Grayson Wortley, as we say, got 2nd place with that move through the first hairpin. This, and Cook's back down the inside, retakes 2nd place. This could be, for me, one of Ronnie Carter's best wins of the year so far, and he's had a few of them. Through the last couple of corners, what pressure on this young driver's shoulders. The weather, the competition, everything going on around him. Ronnie Carter is going to take heat 2 and pole position for the final in the Bambino Armi category. Josh Cook is 2nd, Grayson Wortley in 3rd, Gigi Mabakishvili is there in 4th place, James Roots in 5th, another good drive from James. Charlie Clough in 6th, Harry Williams 7th, Eli Liziecki in 8th place, Dean Singh-Pahal. Really good drive there from Dean. In 9th place, Arthur Ferro in 10th, Darren Dimitrov 11th, Fraser Anderson 12th. That is going to be a final that you do not want to miss. It'll be later on this afternoon. It'll be the 2nd of the 9-minute +1 races. Once all these heats are completed. Very much look forward to that. Next out on circuit will be the 2nd heat of the day for Honda Cadet. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Honda Cadets. And their 2nd heat of the day. Joel Bullen has pole position. Tom Reed alongside on the front row of the grid. Theo Bradshaw and Thomas Butcher on row 2. Andrew Dixon, who had a retirement earlier. We'll start this one from row 3 alongside Josh Parker. And on row 4 we'll have Hugh Roach and Jensen Walker, Logan McAllister and John Richardson on row 5. Katie Donaldson will be looking for a stronger run in this one. From row 6, Maria Roberto joins on that row. Max Taddy and Jensen Hookie start on row number 7. Riley Till and Kean Sullivan on row 8. Ella Dixon and Leo Livings on row 9. Justin Starley completing the 19 kart field. Well, there are our Honda Cadets. Just a reminder, as we like to do, of how the first heat went down earlier on today. It was Theo Bradshaw who took the win. 2nd place to Hugh Roach, John Richardson 3rd, Joel Bullen 4th, Thomas Butcher 5th. A couple of front fairing penalties in that one for Tom Reed and Logan McAllister. That's why they weren't in that top 5. Slick tyres across the board, and well, it's quite remarkable really that I really didn't think we were in for a bit of a deluge like the one that we had yesterday evening. It's blue skies and fluffy white clouds. Well, actually no, I don't. It's not that. If I look to my
immediate right and like my 3 o'clock position, it's a bit grey over there still, but we won't look over there. We'll look straight ahead to the left. It's quite beautiful. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting. Hello to Rebecca, cheering on Joseph Murphy, who we'll see in classes later. And Mars as well, cheering on George Barker, who will be racing in the Junior Rock category. So karts out of dummy grid. Lap and then form up the standing start grid. It's standard procedure for Honda Cadets. It's called aside to Jensen Walker there. Jensen will be looking for a better run in this one. 25 had a spin coming out of chicane number 1 in the first race. There's Theo Bradshaw at the 43. Can't miss him with that Ferrari-esque livery on his kart. Jensen hooked to do as well. We commented on it earlier that a week qualifying, it really is a big thing, the qualifying, the time of qualifying at the start of one of these Super 1 rounds, because it determines grid position, not just for the first race, but for the second race as well. We saw Hookie have a good run through the order earlier on, and we'll be looking for that again. Same for Max Taddy, who similarly came through from that 7th row of the grid in heat number 1. 7 minutes are on the clock once again here at Fulbeck, round 8 of Super 1 2022. Joel Bullen on the left of your screen, Tom Reed on the right of your screen. Thumbs up, ready to go racing here in Honda Cadets for heat number 2. Away we go. Very even start for both of the drivers on the front row of the grid. It looks like it'll be Bullen leading down into turn 1 for the first time. Everybody going defensive to the inside. Are they all going to get through there? They're behaving themselves at the moment. It's very tight on exit. And yeah, they have pretty much, they have all made it through into chicane number 2. Good start actually for both of those drivers on the front row. Bullen and Reed just breaking away a little bit from the rest of the pack behind. And off there is the number 99 of Austin Stiley. So Stiley into the wall on driver's right. Look, he looks to be okay. I think he just kind of got spat out there. There was a couple of carts tripping over each other at the back of the field. That was a real shame. It's been a tough weekend for Austin Stiley, and it's not got any better there. Joel Bullen leads, Tom Reed in 2nd place, Andrew Dixon up to 3rd place. Needs to get to the finish of this race. Had problems in the first heat. It's been on the back foot. Hugh Roach, championship contender, championship leader at this point, has got through, is into 3rd place. Who else had a good start on that one? Mr. Sunday, as I'm going to start calling him. John Richardson had a good start, up 2 positions to 8th. Jensen Hookie, as contemplated about, was up 4 positions on that first lap. Looks like Austin Stiley did get through, or got going again, but it's some 15 seconds off the back of the main pack. Joel Bullen leads at the end still of lap number 2. Hugh Roach is going quickly, 54.146, fastest lap of the race. That was even with some overtaking involved. See Thomas Butcher there, number 54, the grey helmet with the light green or teal green details on it. Just having a look at Josh Parker there for 6th place. Through they go as, was that Roach going down the inside of Reed there? I think it was, yes. So Hugh Roach goes through, and it looks like the number 36 of Tom Reed fighting back there on the 22 of Andrew Dixon. Big stage of the race this for Andrew Dixon, because you can see title rival
Hugh Roach now 2 karts ahead. You've got to think he's got to get past the number 36 and has gone for it. The St Motorsport driver, there's a little bit of contact, but he's got it. Good move from Andrew Dixon. Here comes Theo Bradshaw, the number 43. Bradshaw down the inside, takes 4th place through turn 1. So it's Bullen from Roach. Oh, Bullen was out of shape there. Very out of shape, and is so out of shape he's going to lose position. So Hugh Roach pounces on the mistake there from Joel Bullen, takes the lead of the race. I think it's the thing that you have to be very aware of around this circuit, particularly when it's in dry conditions like this. Sometimes the curbs around here at Fulbeck can be your friend, sometimes they can be your enemy. And I think that was the latter in that case for Joel Bullen. He'll need to get himself back together, get back on pace. Here comes Bradshaw down the inside. Lovely move. Loving that. That is very nicely done by Theo Bradshaw. Just sweeping in there to poach 3rd place away from Andrew Dixon. Could make inroads as well on Joel Bullen. Maybe having thoughts about the lead. Took heat number 1 by a 10.5, did Bradshaw over Roach. Again, it wasn't a result for Hugh Roach to be too disheartened by, because Theo Bradshaw racing in Super 1 for the first time this year here at Fulbeck this weekend, so it means that we know mathematically that Theo is not part of the title picture, as Hugh Roach very much is. Bit of communication going on between Hookey and Richardson. Denton Hookey up to 6th place now. Saying to John Richardson behind, look, I've got the pace. I've come from a long way down the grid up to this position. Let's keep working together. Let's keep pushing on. We could get something more than 6th place in this race. Still 2 minutes and 1 lap more afterwards to go. There is Hookey. John Richardson running as a privateer now, just behind. Number 63 having a decent run as well. Josh Parker was 18th in the first heat of the day. Josh's best result so far in one of these heats, 4th, which was on the very first race of the Glan-Y-Gors weekend in Wales. So it's good to see Josh up there in the top 10. Hugh Roach continuing to lead then. Looking in control, looking comfortable. The pack behind him, trying to take that race win away. Joel Bullen, Theo Bradshaw and Andrew Dixon all still in there. The St Motorsport crew will just be hoping at the moment. I say just hoping, I'm sure they've worked very hard on the kart since it had a technical problem in the first heat, and it will be playing on the mind that kart's had that issue. Here's the number 66 going down the inside. That's Max Taddy from Scotland. Had some problems in qualifying, that's why Max is a little bit out of position. Yeah, getting through there on Maria Roberto for 11th place. Oh, down the inside goes Andrew Dixon, wants that 3rd place away from Theo Bradshaw and has got it. So that has split the 4 into 2 twos. Bradshaw's going to fight back here. Tom Reed's kind of in a little bit of no man's land at the moment in 5th place between the top 4 and the chasing Jensen Hookey behind. Last lap board has been shown then. Hugh Roach trying to really assert himself this weekend on this title battle in Honda Cadet. Wanted to make a bit of a statement. Was awarded the round victory yesterday. A little bit of a review of the race footage. He's defending there to the inside. He's going to have to work really hard through these last couple of corners to stop Joel Bullen getting through. Could be attacked from all quarters. Andrew Dixon is up to 3rd place. But it looks like Hugh Roach has got this one under control. Round the final corner to take another victory this season in Honda Cadet. Very good stuff for Hugh Roach. Takes heat number 2. Joel Bullen is in 2nd. Andrew Dixon 3rd. Theo Bradshaw in 4th. Tom Reed in 5th. Jensen Hookey, another great drive from Jensen there, in 6th place. John Richardson, Josh Parker 7th and 8th. Logan McAllister 9th. And Thomas Butcher completes the top 10. Well, good stuff there from all of the Honda Cadet drivers. Ella Dixon there finishing in 18th place. See them out for their final later on today. Next out on circuit. First of the rock categories, Junior Rock are out next. Time to go rock racing here at Fulbeck in the 2nd heats for firstly the Junior Rock and then the Mini Rock categories. Here's your grid for Junior Rock. Alfie Briggs on pole position, Shane Collins P2, George Barker P3, Oliver Law P4. Well, we saw Alfie Briggs take the race victory on a provisional earlier on today. And a really good drive from George Barker as well to take 4th place, 3rd for Shane Collins, 4th for Oliver Law. Results from this race combined with the results from heat number 1 will set the grid for the final, as with all of our categories, and it will be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Carts out on their formation lap then. Whiz bys here in the comms box. If you're enjoying the commentary, at @MM across your social media networks. You go check us out, and it's going to be a very busy month. Next weekend, got some action at Silverstone. And then we've also got things such as British 24 Hour coming up, and more rounds here at Super One. Extreme after today will be on the 7th of August. And oh, problem! That's a problem for Alfie Briggs. Well, Alfie Briggs is out of the race before it's even begun. He's found some form of issue on the kart, and away we go. So this is an opportunity now for one of these drivers to pick up a race victory. Somewhat rare race victory in the rock categories this year. There is Alfie Briggs, so he's back out on circuit now. Not quite sure what the issue was. I'm guessing that Briggs must have felt something that was engine related. Maybe a plug or something had just come loose. He's been able to just come in the pitch, check it over himself, say, well, that's what it is. Repair that, get it back in and going again. George Barker has had another really great start. We saw this in the first race. Then he got ahead of Shane Collins, and that was the key part of that battle between the two of those drivers. I think at the moment Shane Collins is a little bit frustrated by Oliver Law trying to get through, but it's in Oliver's defence, he's perfectly obliged to... Oh, now, was that a wheel? Was that a wheel that I just saw in the middle of the track? Well, it's something that's... no, I don't think it's a wheel, but it's some form of quite substantial piece of kit. Chain guard, I think, is what it is. And I've not seen Alfie Briggs come round. Has Alfie Briggs retired from this race? Well, the question will be, how on earth has that one come off? It's a fairly standard piece of kit. Yes, I think it must be off Briggs's carts because Briggs has not come round. The piece of debris has now been picked up and taken off the circuit. This is your battle for the lead. George Barker ahead of Shane Collins. Oliver Law just starting to drop off the back of the field now. George Barker's to try and defend this. He'll be from a long, long way out though. Around the final corner they go. Is Shane Collins just going to be patient here, or does he want to get to the head of the order and try and pull away? The pace between these two has been over average laps, very close. Collins trying a bit of a half switch back there, trying to get a bit of a run out of the first hairpin. He's having a look round the outside of Barker there as they go towards the second chicane. Barker defends it well. Through the hairpin, the far end of the circuit, and then down into the turn 4 complex. Barker a little bit wide. Just heard him pick up the curb there. It's the pace of Oliver Law looking like he's better than the first heat, which is, I'm glad to report, 47.3 last time around for Oliver Law. These two drivers in the 46.7s. Going through the second chicane now. Once again, George Barker is very mature in how he's driving this season. He's not getting flustered. He's not getting overexcited. Doing what he can do. Taking opportunities like this with Briggs out of the race to get a race win. Hasn't had one so far this season. And there was an issue for Briggs yesterday. It was Shane Collins who took the race victory. Briggs came back to win the final, of course, and that may still remain to be the case when we get to the Junior Rock final later on this afternoon. But right now, Barker's doing everything that needs to do. Oliver Law's into the 46s as well, which is good to see. 46.838 for Oliver Law last time around. In comparison, Barker 46.1, Collins 46.3. Halfway through the race. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Miles again, who's going to be liking this one at home. It's right now, George Barker leads, or completes another lap. That's lap number 6. Still at the front of this order. 46.2 last time around for Barker, 46.1 for Shane Collins, 46.7 for Law. So quicker again for Law, but at the moment not pulling these two in. But you never know, you just got to keep it going round. You know, if these two have a bit of a battle, have a bit of a squabble, fall over each other, still could be a chance of a race victory here for Oliver Law. 2 minutes on the clock. Through into the turn 4 complex they go. Briggs should still get points, of course, because he's started the race. So he will pick up points. And a decent haul of points as well, with it only being a 4 karts field. What can Shane Collins do? Where does he feel that he's a bit stronger? Well, he's a lot closer here than he has been for the last few laps. Once again, I just wonder if he's leaving it to the end here. Maybe a bit of a ascending. We've seen some great moves be put in to turn 3 so far today. Whether that's the place that he's going to pick. And he's still got a few laps. 52 seconds on the clock as they come across the line there. So I think there'll be 3 more laps for the drivers to negotiate. Here they come into the second chicane. For Briggs, though, this is where he will be focusing now on the fact that he's had all these wins earlier in the season. It's not a bother for him that right now, not too much of a bother in the grand scheme of things that the carts are broken down. The carts can be repaired, dropped scores can be used. 2 laps to go then. Still George Barker holding out. Fastest lap of the race last time around from Shane Collins, 46.093. Trouble is, as he increases his pace, so does Barker. Barker's just holding there. In fact, Barker has the fastest lap of the race now, 45.946. So this is a really mature drive from George Barker, keeping the tyres in check, has a quick check over the shoulder. Fends off any chance, but now Shane Collins goes down the inside, saw the opportunity to go for it, went for it, side by side once again between Barker and Collins has got through. Well, there was just a slight bit of oversteer for Barker off of chicane number 2. Collins was a lot closer as they went through the left-hander towards turn number 3. And Collins backed himself, was in striking distance and got through, and now you start to see the number 10. We haven't seen the speed of this nature from the number 10 so far today. Out front, no other carts ahead, and Shane Collins, I'm just trying to work out in my head now who's going to have pole position. I think Shane Collins will have pole position if the result stays this way. Use the old rallycross method almost. It would be 4 points, and the checkered flag's out now. Didn't see the last lap board, but the checkered flag has gone out. Shane Collins will be the race winner. George Barker P2, Oliver Law P3, and Alfie Briggs P4 as a result of that retirement. Shane Collins takes his 2nd race victory of the year in Junior Rock, his first in front of Alpha Live cameras. Very good stuff indeed, and a good battle there with George Barker. We'll see their final later on in the day. And, Briggs will hope to get that kart repaired and back out on circuit to take another round victory. But no, good to see Shane Collins, George Barker in good form and ready to pick up the pieces should the opportunity arise. We're going to have a very short break and be back with Mini Rock Heat 2. That's next. Here's grid then for Mini Rock Heat number 2. Charlie Benson has pole position, Jacob Hanslow alongside on the front row. He's very quick in the later stages of race number 1 as well, so look out for the number 29. Alex Dole and Connor Scarisbrick on row 2. Marcel Popical ran very well in heat number 1. Starts this one from row number 3 alongside Cooper Snedden. And Rook Thompson completes the 7 karts field. So the kart's out for their formation lap at the moment. And just to remind from earlier, Charlie Benson was your heat winner in heat number 1, Marcel Popical P2. P3 for Connor Scarisbrick, Jacob Anslow, Rook Thompson, Alex Doran, Cooper Snedden was your order. Very quick start, and it's a false start, so we'll go around again. One penalty to report from race number 1, or heat number 1 for Mini Rock, which is a +5 position penalty for an incorrectly positioned front fairing for Cooper Snedden. We saw a great battle for 3rd place in this category earlier on today. You're hoping for another good fight here at the front of the order. Can anyone challenge Charlie Benson? He's looked in very good form so far this weekend.
Connor Scarisbrick, you feel, needs a good race in this one. Needs at least second place to make sure that the number 28 is towards the front in the final for the grid. Away they go. Good start for Benson once again. Dole in the number 50 to the outside and through pops Marcel Popical up to second place. Saw the number 99 do this in heat number 1. Good start from the Polish driver. 6 minutes 43 seconds on the clock to run this race. And oh, has there been a problem there for Thompson possibly? He's cutting through the chicane. Didn't gain a lasting advantage for me though, so I think I'll be fine with that one. It's Benson from Popical. Much better start this time for Jacob Anslow in the number 29 there. You saw how much Jacob came on in the first heat. It's a bit of a different race already with a top 3 formed at the front of the order. And Anslow trying to find a way through, trying to force open the gap there on Marcel Popical. Through turn 2 and then into turn 3 as Anslow down the inside. Very nicely done on Marcel Popical. Tap of the head to say, let's think about this, let's work together. Jacob Anslow very much in the mood today. We saw some good overtaking from Jacob in the first heat. Clearly he's got a lot of pace because he qualified on the front row of the grid. As Popical fights back and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, pops Cooper Snedden. So Cooper Snedden, here comes Connor Scarisbrick on the inside as well. There's a real battle going on for this position. Alex Dole's there also. Great back and forth racing, but what this has done has allowed Charlie Benson to get a bit of a lead here. Way off the front of the order. Very happy with the efforts yesterday to take the round win in round number 7. Approaching the halfway stage of this race. Benson, Popical, Anslow, Scarisbrick, Snedden. Snedden actually lost, unfortunately, a big amount of time in the second half of that lap. Has fallen nearly 1.1 seconds behind Connor Scarisbrick now. And Jacob Anslow do anything to get past Marcel Popical here. Neither of them look like they've got the pace at the moment to hold on to Charlie Benson. Very good news for the driver in kart number 12, racing for HTR Racing. Racing on Kart Republic chassis. Based up in Sunderland is Charlie. Is Alex Dole and Cooper Snedden. Snedden down the inside once again. This is over 5th place. Cooper Snedden gets through. Connor Scarisbrick has come into this as well. And this is kind of almost like an atypical, or a typical, I should say, Connor Scarisbrick drive. Gets his head down, gets on with the job in hand. And it's the second half of the races where you always see him just coming into play and picking up those good points. And it's rewarding him at the moment with a very strong position in the championship. Sitting in 2nd place today, only 5 points behind Charlie Benson. May have just seen the move put in by Shane Collins in the junior race before. It's like, no, don't need to be ahead in
all the stages of this race, just as long as you're there at the end of it. That's the crucial bit. That's the area where the points get awarded. 2 minutes of this one to go then. Charlie Benson looking in control. Marcel Popical just being pulled in a little bit here by Jacob Anslow and Connor Scarisbrick. This fight for second isn't over. Down towards chicane number 2 they go then. You feel for Anslow, the best way to try and get through would be to force Popical into a mistake. Try and get him to push a little bit too hard. Take a tad too much of one of those big curbs that are here at Fulbeck. Unsettle the cart a little bit. With the final corner they go, you can see Anslow almost pushing Popical round the final corner there. Which actually, to be fair, they are not too far behind the race leader, and they were quicker than the race leader on that last lap. Maybe they have not quite given up the thought on race victory yet. In fact, second, third and fourth all quicker by at least 2/10 for second than Benson last time around. That was lap number 7, of course. Got to stay organised, got to stay calm on this particular lap. It's so easy to think, 2 laps, no, we're not going to pull that in. Drivers can sometimes throw away potential of a race result by battling a little bit too early, but I don't think that's the case here. There'll be 2 more laps with 21 seconds on the clock. They were quicker again. They were quicker, this trio. And Charlie Benson again. Are they running out of time? It feels like they're running out of time. Only 1.5 laps of this race to go. And now down the inside goes Anslow. So yep, he feels that the gap is too big to close into Charlie Benson. Connor Scarisbrick's trying to go round the outside. He's done it! Oh, brilliant stuff from Connor Scarisbrick, but does he run too deep? He has run too deep. Through the turn 4 complex, he knows that was his own error. And Marcel Popical breathes a sigh of relief. He's been able to get back into 3rd place. Last lap board has been shown. Charlie Benson leads. Jacob Anslow 2nd. Marcel Popical 3rd. Connor Scarisbrick 4th. What a way back to Alex Dole in 5th place and Cooper Snedden in 6th. Turning into one of those difficult days for Cooper Snedden, unfortunately. Charlie Benson. Well, we were wanting to see this from him at Clay Pigeon a month ago. It didn't quite happen. Charlie Benson has found even more talent in that bottomless, talent bag of his. It's very good stuff. Charlie Benson takes his 2nd race win of the day. Pole position is on for a clean sweep. Very good stuff indeed. Jacob Anslow in 2nd. Marcel Popical in 3rd. Connor Scarisbrick 4th. Alex Dole will be 5th. Cooper Snedden there, just on the line. Got ahead of Alex Dole for 5th. Rook Thompson in 7th. So good run there for the Mini Rock drivers. We'll see them out once again for their final. And to say, very competitive racing. And with that thought, that hope of going to the Rock Cup Super Final later in the year in October in Italy. And we'll see them out again later on. We're going to get ready for the set of Rotax races now, and we should be starting off straight away with the 2nd heat of the day for Rotax 177. Time for Rotax 177 and their 2nd heat of the day. Here is their grid. Heat 1 winner Alex McGee starts on pole position. Winner from yesterday's round, Oliver Appleby, joins him on the front row. Scott Clee and Ian Branfield on row 2. Chris Thomas and Hayden Cater on row 3. Sammy Marlam, Max Davies will be on row 4, and then Andy Ward completes the 9 entrants in this class. So formation lap ongoing for this class. A quick reminder of the result from heat number 1 if you weren't with us earlier. Alex McGee 1, Scott Clee 2nd, Oliver Appleby 3rd, Chris Thomas 4th, Ian Branfield 5th, Max Davies 6th, Hayden Cater 7th, Andy Ward 8th, Sammy Marlam 9th, mainly due to a front fairing penalty that cost him 5 positions. Ready to go then for heat number 2 in Rotax 177. Alex McGee looking for another good start, and he has got another good start as they shoot down towards turn number 1. Oh, big incident, and Chris Thomas is round. Chris Thomas made contact there. I'm not quite sure who he made contact with. It may have been Hayden Cater or Scott Clee, but Chris Thomas, reigning champion, is well and truly, in terms of the competition or the competitive aspects of this race, out. You can see him, he's running again there. I'm just going to try and see out of my commentary box window, is he at full speed? Maybe. No, I don't think he is. Well, it's again another race with drama in Rotax 177. And things are just not going the reigning champions' way this year. The more that little things like that happen, which actually aren't little at all, the more you think there's going to be an opportunity for somebody else to win his title. Now, I just want to have a look at Oliver Appleby's front bumper. He's going to go down the inside of Alex McGee. That looks dropped to me. That is bobbling around more than a bobblehead at the moment. So more trouble potentially for KPR Motorsport. If Oliver Appleby, he can finish the race, but if that is, as I suspect, a dropped bumper, that's going to be +5 positions for Oliver Appleby come the end of this race. That would put Scott Clee in race-winning position then. Trouble for Alex McGee so far. He's down to 4th. Unpredictable is the word that I would use for this category this year. And once again, it's serving up another one. Oh, you hope for Oliver Appleby there. I don't think it will. It is just that it's completely loose and disconnected from the brackets. We just hope that that front fairing doesn't start catching too much on the ground and cause a more significant issue for Appleby. He'll be disappointed with this because obviously he had a very good day yesterday. Took a clean sweep in round number 7, putting himself at the top of the table for the points. What must Ian Branfield be thinking at this point? Sat there in 5th place, but has seen Chris Thomas retire from this race. We confirm that Chris Thomas has retired from this race now. And down the inside there it goes. I think that was Alex McGee having another go at Hayden Cater, but Branfield, it was not a good day yesterday. Didn't look anywhere near as comfortable with this Fulbeck circuit than others, if compared, say, back to Glan-Y-Gors, for example, where he was in epic form there. Clay Pigeon was pretty good as well. Only one result out across the weekend outside the top 2. If he can get some big points here, again, it could be one of those moments, as we've talked about before, that we look back at the end of the season once we've completed racing at Wilson Mill and completed racing at Shenington. There you go. Yeah, that was a big swing of points in that particular race. 3.5 minutes to go. Oliver Appleby leading on the road, but we strongly suspect that he has a bumper issue that would result in 5 positions being taken away from Oliver Appleby. Scott Clee currently comfortable out front. Hasn't had a win so far this season, has Scott Clee. Which for the driver who finished in second place in the championship last year is kind of remarkable. But as we say, or as we have been saying, seems to have refound his mojo this weekend. He's been back at a pace that sadly we've not seen as much this year as we would have hoped, but this has been proper Scott Clee so far this year. He's just managing, he's probably close enough that he can see that front bumper on the number 3 wobbling around, and he'll recognise the situation and go, yeah, I don't need to push here, I don't need to catch up to Appleby, because Appleby is more than likely going to get some form of jurisdiction. You see it bumping around there. Not looking good at all. It's almost porpoising like a Mercedes Formula 1 car along a run out of turn 1 and towards the second chicane. Race is coming up. After this one, we've got the rest of the Rotax categories, Rotax Max categories, the minis, then the juniors, then the seniors. Here's a good scrap for third place. Hayden Cater and Ian Branfield. Sammy Milam and Alex McGee not too far behind. Not quite sure what's happened to Alex McGee's pace. It was there in qualifying, it was there in heat number 1, but seems to have let him go a bit adrift in this one. Change for third place. Branfield has got past Cater. Cater trying to find a way back through. Is that going to offer Sammy Milam a chance to get through? Sammy Milam needs a good result as well. So all of this is going to play into where these drivers start on the grid for the final. Through the turn 3 hairpin. Branfield, well, I'm watching his kart now and comparing it to yesterday. And it didn't seem to be turning in, it didn't seem to be stable underneath Ian in terms of how he was driving it. It's looking a lot better now. A lot better. These next few laps could be quite important for the man from Somerset to see what kind of pace he can pull out of it. He's going to get a decent grid position out of this. That's been half his problem today. The qualifying not quite being on song. Depending on when they cross the line, it's going to determine whether it's 2 more laps to go or 1 lap to go. It's going to be 2 laps to go. Still Oliver Appleby leads on the road. See that unstable front fairing. Scott Clee running second on the road, ready to inherit any positions given to him through post-race scrutineering. Happening in that fight for third place. Well, Ian Branfield's pulling away now from Hayden Cater. Hayden Cater more having to think about Alex McGee at the moment. Alex McGee, after I said I thought his pace had deserted him, it now seems to have refound him and is hassling the back of the number 8. Last lap board is out then. Oliver Appleby on the last lap. +5 would mean he would be classified in 6th, so it would still be points. It would still be more points than his KPR Motorsport teammate Chris Thomas. I'll be frustrated that this is the case, and we are right, that this is not going to be a victory for Appleby because of that, that technical issue. But he's got the speed, we know that. It's going to be a factor in the final. Oliver Appleby will cross the line, but Scott Clee has got a really, really good chance here today. Takes second on the road. Third for Ian Branfield. Will be very happy about that in the circumstances. Fourth for Max Davies. Has something happened to Hayden Cater on the last lap of the race? Yes, it has. So Max Davies in 4th, Alex McGee 5th, Sammy Milam 6th, Hayden Cater 7th. Andy Ward will be the last kart over the line in 8th place. Chris Thomas, the single retirement.
very hard to call yet again in Rotax 177 as to who's going to be the favourite, who's going to win, even more so the final later on this afternoon. But not to worry, because we'll be able to watch that when it comes round on the schedule. We're going to get ready for the next race. As I say, all Rotax races now for the rest of these heats. Minimax is out next. Let's have a look then at the Minimax grid for heat number 2. Jack Stimson has pole position. Max Hollor alongside on the front row. Joseph Murphy and Joshua Jarvis on row number 2. Joshua Gemby and Jasmine Taylor on row number 3. Lucius McDermott and Ernie Overton on row 4. Tyler Lee and Archie Dyson row 5. Logan Cowling and Jake Flewitt on row number 6. Charlotte Stanley and Amelie Ackett on row 7. Riven Welsh and Jensen Powers row 8. Martin Wright and Yusuf Yacoub on row number 9. So, looking back at what happened earlier on today here at Fulbeck in Minimax, it was a Jack Stimson victory from pole position. Joseph Murphy having one of his strongest runs of the year in this championship for Team House UK in second place. Lucius McDermott, though, big race for Lucius. Got up to third place from 7th on the grid. Good points for Lucius. Max Hollor 4th. And Joshua Gemby in 5th. And it feels at the moment for Gemby as if it's a bit of a damage limitation weekend, I would say. Having said that, there are strong circuits for him coming up. Championship leader by 12 points at the start of the day. Drivers out on their formation lap then. And once again, it'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the field here. Few messages of support for the drivers coming in as well. If you don't mind, let us know who you're cheering on, and where you're watching from as well here on this Sunday afternoon. We're ready to go then for the second heat of the day in Minimax. Eyes on the lights, out they go. Streaming down to turn 1 they go. It's a very even start for those on the front row of the grid. Looks like the number 48 of Joseph Murphy's keen to get on with things, but Stimson's held on to that well. There's someone off there. It looks, is that Max Hollor in the number 11? Yes, it is. So bad start in the end for Max Hollor off of the first major corner. Has fallen down a long way. I don't know whether he just ran wide or got squeezed out there. That is not good news for Max at all, and he's probably going to lose about 15 positions as a result of that. Stimson leads then, Murphy in P2, Tyler Lee in the middle there. We saw him do some rallycross at the back end of the first heat. He's looking like he's up for this one as well. Joshua Jarvis, Jasmine Taylor continuing to have another really good weekend. It's good to see. It's down the inside goes Riven Welsh, the number 87, retired in the first heat. Following through was Jake Flewitt there. So that was a good move there from Riven Welsh. Sometimes an issue with the kart can fire a driver up. Whoa, it's down the inside there. I think that was Joshua Jarvis. Yes, it was. Joshua Jarvis down the inside for second place. There was someone running wide in the background. It may have been Ernie Overton having a bit of a moment. The pace really hotting up. Just looking outside again, there's another few clouds building. No rain on the horizon, I'm glad to report. But again, it keeps going back and forth this weekend. Jasmine Taylor has a little look there, trying to get by Joseph Murphy for third place.
There's more overtaking involving Riven Welsh going on. They hop their way through chicane number 2. It's still Jack Stimpson, leading this race. Everywhere I look, whenever Riven Welsh is involved, he's side by side with somebody. It's really good to see from Welsh. As the number 36 of Jake Flewitt ahead of Welsh now. 4.5 minutes to go. Now the chicane number 2. It's definitely getting a little bit as Welsh goes down the inside of Flewitt there to take 7th place. It's getting darker again. The last time this happened, about 15 minutes later, it started raining, even if it was for a very short period. There could be a little bit more rain-related drama. Well, at least on our predictor, no rain for the next 2 hours. But yeah, we've been here before in this part of the world. And there are showers around in the vicinity. There's the number 21 of Archie Dyson going through shots. Joshua Bigemby takes a big lump of curb, I should say, through that corner. It's like Tyler Lee has got through past Jasmine Taylor for 4th place. Yes, Tyler Lee has done that. Bigemby now challenging Jasmine Taylor, trying to find a way through. Riven Welsh pulling away from that almost second group, headed up by Flewitt, McDermott and Overton. And Lucius McDermott's having a very strange race here. Again, kind of said between a couple of the drivers in the Rotax 177. Great pace earlier on. Just doesn't seem to be there at all in this second heat of the day. There is McDermott down the inside, goes for the move on Flewitt, gets it done nice and cleanly. Very decisive from Lucius McDermott, but needs to do more of that, because otherwise there's going to be a net points loss to the likes of Jasmine Taylor, Joshua Jarvis and Joshua Bigemby. I don't know, when we're talking about Bigemby being in damage limitation mode, he's now on the attack really, in terms of the standings. What's Riven Welsh's pace like at the moment? 47.5 last time around. Fastest driver out on circuit is Tyler Lee, or was Tyler Lee. In fact, Tyler Lee's had a problem on that last lap. A tiny problem, but it doesn't mean that he's lost 2 positions. So Taylor now up to 4th, Bigemby 5th. There is Tyler Lee. We spoke to yesterday, of course. Took a clean sweep through round number 7. Guest driver here this weekend. Lives locally. A great part of the world, of course, for karting. Number of circuits that drivers can visit, including this Fulbeck circuit, to hone their craft. Back at the front of the field, 90 seconds on the clock. Still Jack Stimpson, very calmly going about the business there in the number 72, required to lead this race. Brightest thing out on the circuit. You can see it in the gloom here. Joshua Jarvis just behind, and Joseph Murphy. Again, this is a really good day so far for Joseph Murphy. It's good to see that kart performing well. Joseph performing well, showing us what he can do. Hasn't always happened this season. Info from Max Holler, by the way. He's got past Archie Dyson for 13. Max Holler will not be happy about these heats. Having qualified on the front row of the grid, Max Holler, the form that Max has been in, I think he would have been expecting to be a lot higher than 13th, but I'm sure he had those troubles off of turn 1 on lap 1. Could still be a factor in the final though, of course, coming from the back, but I don't think it's going to be a top 3 for Max Holler today. 20 seconds to go. I imagine that this will be the penultimate lap of the race.
See, the last lap board is being prepared. Jack Stimson to close out both heat victories. The on for a clean sweep. Isn't a title contender. This is the first time that he's competed in Super 1 this season. Last lap board has been shown. Stimson from Jarvis Murphy, Jasmine Taylor, Joshua Bagembi, Tyler Lee, Riven Welsh and Lucius McDermott now really fighting over 7th place. Welsh just got it back on that last go around the track. Max Hollor is even more frustratingly in a way the fastest driver out on circuit now. 46.903, just see him in the background there. See the yellow details on his helmet sticking out. He would have fancied himself in this race had he not had that issue on lap 1. No issues though for this driver here. Jack Stimson is on form and on course for a clean sweep. That's 2 from 2 so far in the heats. Pole position for the final in Minimax. Joshua Jarvis strong in P2. Joseph Murphy, another good result in 3rd. Jasmine Taylor 4th. Joshua Bagembi in 5th. Probably his best drive of the weekend so far. Tyler Lee in 6th. Lucius McDermott does win out in that battle with Riven Welsh for 7th place. So it's McDermott 7th, Welsh 8th. Ernie Overton in 9th and Jake Flewitt completing the top 10. Oh, good race there from the Minimax group. Again, we will see their final later on today in the afternoon, and we'll get ready for the next race on our schedule, the penultimate heat of the day for the 7-minute plus 1 laps. And it'll be the turn for the juniors within the Rotax competition. Junior Max is up next. Time to have a look at the lineup for Junior Max and heat number 2. Aidan Hassan has pole position. Alfie Briggs alongside on the front row, renewing their battle from heat number 1. Oliver Bocock and Shane Collins on row number 2. Jake Howarth and Callum Gosh on the 3rd row of the grid. Harry Pullen and Alfie Thompson on row 4. Alexander Adams-Acton, who's in good form this weekend, starts on row 5 alongside Jake Richards, who had an incident on lap 1. We'll be looking to put a better spin on this one. Harrison Morrow and Billy Edgecombe on row 6. And Jamie Salter completing the 13 karts in this field. So we saw a little bit of gamesmanship in this category in the first heat. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again. It's a very good battle between Aidan Hassan and Alfie Briggs. And Nick Howarth was part of it as well. Oliver Bocock was also in the mix. We're all there again in this one. See once again that Alfie Briggs just holding back a little bit. Aidan Hassan out the front at the moment. I reckon we may have a false start flag coming out for this one because the grid is not correctly formed up. Yes, the false start flag is out, so this is not the race start. We'll go around again. A quick thanks to our sponsors once again here for Super 1 2022. CWG Choices Limited, AST Signs, JKH and RI Helmets. Do check out all those sponsors. Drop them a message as well. We appreciate their support. And it really does help the series and helps us here at Alpha Live and Double Dash MM as well. Looks like we are in a much better position this time for the start of this second heat for Junior Max. A few clouds in the sky, temperature 17 degrees Celsius. I think it's about to get a little bit hotter as this 7-minute plus 1 lap race gets underway for the second heat in Junior Rotax. Away we go. Were there some tram lines being broken there? That may be a bone of contention, as down into turn 1 they go. Hassan was all crossed up there. Off into the gravel goes Callum Gush. Can he get it going? No, he's beached in there in the number 88. He's going to have to drag that out. And I don't know if we've got a replay of that, because I think there was some fairly major tram line breakage, and they know that tram line breakage off the starts has had penalties administered today. If you're new to karting, what do we mean by tram lines? Well, you'll see 2 sets of lines. There they are, on either side of the circuit, and the drivers are meant to stay inside those solid white lines until they've crossed the start-finish line to formally start the race. Maybe wrong, of course. It's just by the naked eye that I saw it, that I thought I saw it. So there's more chaos down at turn 1. This time it's the 72 of Harry Pullen and Jake Richards. So Jake Richards again having problems down at turn number 1. Briggs goes down the inside, takes the lead of the race from Aidan Hassan. And it's these 4 again of Briggs and Hassan and Howarth in there as well. And it's a proper sprint race, this. One driver makes a move on another driver. That driver doesn't just lose, the overtaken driver doesn't just lose one spot. Can lose 2 or 3 because somebody else is right there on the rear bumper to nip through. Shane Collins is coming into this one as well. And down the inside goes Jake Howarth for a move. Takes second place. This is good stuff from Jake Howarth. This is what we want to see from the championship leader. More aggression, more overtaking, really getting in amongst it. There's more trouble towards the back for another one of the drivers. I think it may have been Jake Richards once more. Dust kicked up out of turn number 1. Opening the radiator flap is Alfie Briggs. The pace of Aidan Hassan doesn't seem to be as high as I would have expected. He seems vulnerable at the moment. Briggs and Howarth racing off the front now. As, down the inside goes Jake Howarth, same move again. Has he got it done? Alfie Briggs cuts back to the inside. No, he's done it. Great move from Jake Howarth. Just to remind, he's had 1 race win so far this season, has our championship leader, but the consistency has been great. Briggs goes back down the inside, retakes the lead of the race. This is a pulsating class here today at Fulbeck. 4 minutes to go. Alfie Briggs still leads. Just remind everybody, including myself, this is a heat. This is not the final yet. I know it may look like the final in terms of how it's racing, but this is supreme stuff being put on by everybody at the front. And look how the train is increasing as well. Alfie Thompson's now in the mix there in the number 87. Alexander Adams-Acton, who we've said has been in good form this weekend, is up there as through goes Howarth again, round the outside this time of Alfie Briggs. Cannot call this one. Cannot call it all as Briggs goes back down the inside. Is there a little bit of contact between Briggs and Howarth? Howarth's on the grass there, and just as it happened in heat number 1, Aidan Hassan nips through, takes the opportunity whilst everybody else is having a discussion amongst themselves to take the lead of the race. 3 minutes to go. It's now Hassan from Briggs. Oliver Bucock is right there as well in 3rd place. As contact between the number 23 of Billy Hedge. Billy Hedge comes all of a sudden coming to this. This is fantastic. Bucock and Howarth going over 3rd place. In fact, it was Howarth. Did Howarth cut the chicane there? I think Jake Howarth went through the chicane. Now, did he get a last piece of lasting advantage? That will be what the officials are looking at. I'm pretty sure Jake Howarth just went through the almost oval-like run-through that they use for formation laps. He did not go round chicane number 2. Through chicane 1 they go. 2 minutes and 15. Are there any problems on the number 36? Alexander Adams-Acton gained a position past Alfie Thompson on that last lap. These two are pulling away now. Hassan and Briggs. Briggs just being patient with it now, I feel. Trying to find, strategise a way to get back through. Hassan's pace has now come back to him. 45.7, the pace is really high at the moment from this group of drivers here today. Jake Howarth is now the fastest driver out on circuit, 45.608. He does that pace and then he can't find a way past Oliver Bocock. Gotta say, really liked how Oliver's racing today. Been a while since I've seen Bocock go round. He hasn't lost any of the touch that he had. Going into this group of drivers who've been racing each other all season, of course, they know each other and how they compete. And they know how high the level has been of competition in this class in particular. See Bocock in there, third place at the moment, but Howarth goes back down the inside. That's his lovely spot. That's where he likes to get the moves done. And Jake Howarth is through once again into third place. Alfie Briggs set the fastest lap of the race last time around, 45.553. Time is running out though. There'll be one, maybe two more laps, depending on if the last lap board comes out this time. Looking for it. The clouds are getting heavier again. Quite a few times yesterday the juniors either had the start of their races affected by rain or the end of their races affected by some spots of rain. Could the same happen again? They are going to be on the last lap next time around. Jake Howarth now the fastest driver out there. Actually quicker than both of the... Well, it has to be faster than the two leaders to be the fastest man, but 45.24. Now down the inside goes Briggs. There's the move. There's the move that he's been looking to do. And this time he's got it done cleanly on Hassan. His preferred spot has been that second hairpin. And Alfie Briggs has got to have a really strong lap now. Last lap board is out. Gap is nearly 0.4 of a second. Through the first chicane. Into turn number 1. Still Bocock and Collins going over 4th place as well. They've dropped the rest of them. This really has been a very impressive couple of heats from all of these drivers out here, and it's still not done because Aidan Hassan is trying to line up a move into the second hairpin. Briggs goes defensive. He's got to get it locked down. Can't let an overlap occur on the run into the turn 4 complex. He's done just that through the turn 4 complex, but is it going to leave it wide? 3 wide! 3 wide through turn 4. Briggs is off! Briggs is off! And to the line, to the check, and it's Aidan Hassan who takes it ahead of Jake Howarth. Alfie Briggs in 3rd. He will not be happy about that at all. Oliver Bocock in 4th place. Shane Collins 5th. Alfie Thompson in 6th. Billy Edgecombe 7th. Alexander Adams-Acton in 8th. 9th Harrison Morrow. And 10th for Jamie Salter. What a finish that was for the top 3. Briggs, I think, just ran a little bit wide off of the turn 4 complex. That offered the opportunity. And, well, I mean, yes, I thought there was going to be a quite significant incident there. And I think the 3 of them did very well to all sort of get round the corner. Let's have a look at it again. Ooh, now Briggs will say there's a bump there. Briggs will say there's a bump. 3 wide. There's a little bit more contact between each of them. Briggs is on the, well, momentarily on the grass. I think Alfie Briggs will say that, well, I was out wide because I was encouraged out there. We will leave that one to the race officials, and we will get ready for the final sprint heat of the day, which will be for senior Rotax. Last heat of the day, last race before the finals. It's the second heat for senior Rotax. Let's have a look at their grid. Ben Davis has been on tremendous form so far this week, for this weekend. Starts on pole position, Tom Taylor alongside on the front row. Joshua Vallance and Joe Weaver on row 2. Ben Page and Kyle Dunford start on the third row of the grid. Daniel Jones and Kieran Janelli on row 4. Harry Lamont and Kieran Pepper on row 5. Joshua Wilby and James Bark on the 6th row of the grid. Teo Palmer, who had problems in Heat 1, starts on row 7. It's an all problematic from Heat 1, row 7, because Alicia Bradshaw had a retirement as well. There probably won't be an appearance from Lucas Iviskavicius. Isaac Lord will make it 15 karts in the field. Karts coming out from dummy grid then. All slick tyres as far as I'm aware, which right now is the right option. Reminder of the results from heat number 1 earlier on today, and Davis took the win. And Joe Weaver was 0.7 of a second behind in a race that was at least neutralised for a while due to an incident involving Alicia Bradshaw in the full course yellow. Joshua Vallance was 3rd, Tom Taylor 4th, Ben Page 5th. Joshua Wilby was the top rookie and finished in 6th place overall. Start of the race, I feel, is very important for many reasons, but particularly for Ben Davis. He was able to get a big lead before the full course yellow in the first race. What can he do this time? Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the final time here today at Fulbeck. Bit of jostling in the mid-pack there. It should be Ben Davis leading into turn 1. Joshua Vallance trying to get up the inside, bit of contact with Tom Taylor. Joe Weaver has lost a couple of positions in all of that. Through chicane number 2 they go. Ben Davis, Taylor, looks like Carl Dunford has had a tremendous start. Down towards the turn 4 complex then for the first time in this one. .5 of a second the lead for Davis after that first lap. Carl Dunford, as I say, gained 2 positions on that first lap. Daniel Jones has had a pretty decent start as well. Look out for the number 46, currently in 6th place. James Bark as well, we know he can move through the field. Has some good results so far this weekend, gained 2 positions. Joshua Wilby, I think, has had a problem on that first lap because he's fallen 3 positions. Some 8 seconds behind the leaders at the moment. What's going on there between Joe Weaver and Joshua Vallance? Weaver, I think, trying to get past the number 28. Ben Davis doing what he did in the first heat then. He's got nearly a second's worth of a lead after only 2 laps. The pace that he's had in that karts this weekend has been very, very impressive. We're looking at the fight over 3rd place. Dunford, Vallance, Weaver, Daniel Jones in there, who's shown flashes this year of really, really strong pace. Hasn't always had the best of luck though. Daniel Jones a couple of 4th places. Could he get a top 3 here? Things a bit spicy ahead of him. Ben Page has also joined this fight. Number 6 there. Good metal grey and the fluorescent yellow. Number 6. A couple of position changes to let you know about. Isaac Lord has got past Kieran Pepper. And Joshua Wilby has got past Alicia Bradshaw. I just wonder with the number 12 of Alicia Bradshaw, Saw it being worked on in the paddock earlier on during the lunch break. How much has that impact with the plastic bollards that you see in the middle of the track? And is there any lasting damage on that number 12? 4 minutes to go. There's Harry Lamond on your screen, number 63. Another driver that we haven't seen so far this season. Great to have Harry along. He's currently running in 9th place. A very nicely prepared kart indeed is that number 63. Contact warning going out for Kieran Pepper. Jones and Page look to be just being dropped a little bit there by the rest of the field. You can see that the driver's standards flag has gone out for Kieran Pepper. James Barker's got past Harry Lamond on that last lap, and look at this now. Joshua Valance trying to find a way past Carl Dunford. Dunford defending well, keeping the pace up. Also, not completely out of the question that second place could be up for grabs here. Ben Davies is well in control of this race. I think, well, something outside of his own driving would be what the others need to bring him back in now, whether another full course yellow or a bit of weather. The wind is still quite blustery out there. You can see that particularly when the karts are squirming a little bit under braking, when a bit of a gust gets in and just affect the handling a little bit, maybe push you on a bit if it's a tailwind. Battle here going on, and Valance is going for it. Valance has got the move done on Carl Dunford. Very nicely done for 3rd place, and it looks like Joe Weaver's going to be down the inside now going for 4th place. It's all got a bit pear-shaped for Carl Dunford in a couple of corners. It's gone from 3rd to 5th. Down the final corner they go. Fastest driver, you guessed it, Ben Davies, 44.761. 44.761. That really is stunning pace. The team, the HR mechanics, have absolutely got that kart on point this weekend. A lot of hard work has gone into it. For a driver who's always been consistent, always been there or thereabouts, this really is a step up this weekend. Take it to the likes of Joe Weaver and Joshua Valance to say, I am a proper championship contender in this series. Did miss a meeting, so hasn't got any dropped scores to play with. But at the moment, he doesn't need to have dropped scores to play with, because he's just driving so well at the front of this senior Rotax category this weekend. With 2 more laps after this one, I reckon. There is your race leader, Ben Davies, 3.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Tom Taylor, Joshua Valance, Joe Weaver, and then everybody else. Joshua Wilby has got past Isaac Lord for 11th place out there, the 95 getting past the 57. There will be 2 more laps confirmed. There's about 17, 18 seconds on the clock. Ben Davies goes quicker again, 45.588 this time. Remarkable stuff. Here's your fight for second place. Slightly different lines being taken into turn number 1 there. Right hand hairpin, long hairpin. It's almost halfway between a true hairpin and a parabolica. See Valance. I just wonder, is he more concerned about Joe Weaver behind, making sure that he gets some points over the number 40, necessarily going for Tom Taylor's second place. Tom Taylor's had a bit of an up and down season so far, and it's gone well for him. It's gone pretty well, 2nd and 3rd place so far this season. This would be his 2nd P2 of the year if he can hold on to it. Had a tough day yesterday though, did Tom Taylor. 14th, 12th and 10th, the number 77. So it'll be a welcome return to the sharp end of the order. Ben Davis coming into the complex then. Turn 4 complex for the last time in this one. He's comfortably going to have pole position for the final and is looking in supreme form. Ben Davis takes heat number 2 in senior Rotax. It's going to be second place to Tom Taylor. A very good result, matching his best of the year so far. Third for Joshua Valance, fourth for Joe Weaver, fifth for Carl Dunford, sixth Ben Page, seventh Daniel Jones. Top rookie is Daniel Jones. Eighth place for James Park, ninth for Kieran Ginelli, and Harry Lamont wraps out the top 10. Well, there we go. The senior Rotax heats, and in fact all the heats are now completed. Senior Rotax Max final will be the last race of the day and of the weekend. We'll see that later on. It's 3 o'clock and it's just about time to get going for our finals. 9 minutes plus 1 lap now for all the races remaining, and the first final up next is the Bambino C50 Pro and New Era one. It's final time here at Fulbeck for round 8 of the 2022 Super 1 series. Here is your grid for the Bambino C50 Pro and C50 New Era final. Bertie Clark has pole position, Riley Murrow alongside on the front row in Pro, Austin Oman and Harper Das on row 2, Ethan McClelland and Cole Teal on row 3, and the last of the pros will be Alfie Mayer. It's the New Eras now. Chester Forks has pole position in New Era, and this is a big opportunity. So things that have happened so far today for other drivers in New Era. Jack Mellon is second, Cooper Earsman third, Charlie Page and Lewis Cacoldi complete the top 5 on the grid in New Era. Buddy Hugo and Jensen Biglands are up next. Rex Pooley and Henry Algar follow, then Theo Poyser and Mason Hibbert. Soren Gallagher and Jake Gibbon will look to move from the lower reaches, but here really is the big story so far, particularly in C50 New Era. Grace Mayer hopefully will be out on circuit in this race, but did have an incident that caused a red flag earlier. But Chloe McGill, championship leader, will start from the back. 2 retirements unfortunately for Chloe due to technical issues on the number 15 novice kart, mean that the championship leader has a lot of work to do and hasn't been in this position at any point so far this year. Remember that these races are all raced through well, the grid is decided by a time qualifying. Chloe has always been towards the front of the order. The finals, of course, are determined by race results through those heats. I don't remember Chloe McGill having started this far back on a grid before. Makings of champions are often days when it doesn't go so well. And if Chloe's kart, I should say, hopefully has been repaired and is back out on circuit, I've not actually seen it yet. It's going to be a very, very important race in some ways for the championship. It could end up upwards a drop score, of course, at the end of the 12-round championship. I haven't counted that yet. It'll be a standing start for the Bambino C50s. And something has happened that has brought out the red flag and an instruction to stop all engines. And I can see, I think something has happened on the formation lap. We're going to take a short break and let's play some of our interviews from yesterday.
Well, our first interview of the day here at Fulbeck for round 7 of Super 1 2022 is with our winner in the C50 New Era category, Chester Forks. Chester, another really good race for you. How do you feel?
Good.
Talk me through the race. It's been a very busy day for you so far.
It was really slippery when I got out. I almost spun out, but I held onto it. And then when it was the end, I was getting close, pulling the gap from the others, and then I just crossed the line in front of everyone.
You've been having some really good results recently. The kart's looking quick. Are you feeling confident for the rest of the year?
Yeah.
What have you been mainly working on, and who do you think's been a big part of the team so far this year?
We've been working on the kart and the lines, and my dad and my mum has been helping out.
Good stuff. Who do you want to thank for the victory here today?
My mum and my dad.
Good stuff. Well done, Chester. Great to see you on the top step again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
So we're back under starters' orders here at Fulbeck. There was a slight situation that required the number 66 to have a bit of attention. That's Jensen Biglands. But Jensen has got out to the kart after the incident and is okay, is what I'm told. So Bertie Clark on the left-hand side of your screen, kart number 21. Riley Murrow on the right-hand side of your screen, kart number 38, won the final yesterday. It's now fired up once again. For our youngest drivers in the series, in the paddock. Now to race in the year of their 6th birthday. Some of them will be as young as just a little bit older than 5 to 7 years of age in this category. See the New Era drivers are behind. See the yellow helmet of Chester Forks. How must Chester be feeling ahead of this one? This is a really, really big opportunity. It was a disqualification from the final of round number 6. Is why that kart is a little bit further behind in the points. But this is a big, big opportunity. Championship contenders further down the grid, having had their own ailments. Form and the speed that we've seen from Chester means that confidence should be pretty high. Grid being cleared now ahead of the Bambino C50 Pro and New Era final here at Fulbeck for round 8 of the Super 1 Series for 2022, and away we go for the start of this one. Even start, but it's Riley Murrow again, as Riley has done consistently throughout today's starts, takes the lead as they run down towards the first turn, the first big braking zone. Bertie Clark to the inside. Chester Forks has had a good start as well of the New Eras. Harper Dasses down the field a little bit. And just see Chloe McGill at the back of the group there in number 15. So the number 15 has managed to get into the race. Now, will it be able to get through without any technical issues? We'll see across the course of the next 10 minutes or so. There's a spinner towards the back of the field. We'll just try and catch who it is, and it is Chloe McGill. Oh dear, so Chloe McGill has had a spin early on in this final to compound matters for Chloe McGill here today. Riley Murrow leads at the end of lap number 1 then in pro and overall. Bertie Clark second, Austin Oman in third. Great battle going on for 4th place, involving our New Era leader Chester Forks, who goes by Alfie Mayer there. And number 59 of Jack Mellon as well. Ethan McClelland in the blue and orange karts, number 23. He's moved across from the New Eras into the pros. New Era is very much the starting point. All of the drivers in New Era are novices. 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go then. Round turn 3 they go. Riley Murrow soaking up the pressure very well, as we've become accustomed to. Riley's driving in the number 38. That's the other 38, just to confuse you at home, that we've got 2 38s in this class, but the 38 with the black number boards there of Chester Forks, defined differently to the 38 in Pro with the orange number board. Look at this, right, coming down. This is all headed up by Alfie Mayer and the number 15, number 59 of Jack Mellon in there. Really good day so far for Jack Mellon. It's currently on for second place in the new era competition. Harper Das in the 95, bright yellow helmet just behind. Buddy Hugo has been strong today also. Doesn't matter where you finish in terms of overall for championship points. It's all about where you finish in your relative class. So if you win your class, oh, it's Buddy Hugo a little bit wide on the grass. Gets back on the circuit. They go a little bit deep through turn number 3. I think that was a fight with Cole Teal that was going on out there on track. As I say, doesn't matter where you finish in terms of overall. If you win your class in a final, it's 60 points. 60 championship points. That is what the drivers are running for here. 58 for if you finish second, 56 for third, and then a point less for each position down the order you go. There's Cole Teal, 6th place at the moment. No, apologies, not 6th place, 7th place for Cole in the pros. Buddy Hugo, Cooper Earsman and Lewis Cacoldi all fighting there over 10th place on the road, but more importantly 3rd in New Era. Top 6 in New Era and Pro all get trophies. And the top rookies as well, which at the moment are your drivers in 2nd and 3rd place overall. Bertie Clark in the pros and Chester Fawkes in the New Era. Cross start finish, the leaders go then. End of lap number 4. Riley Moreau ahead of Bertie Clark. So you see Harper Das and Jack Mellon fighting there over 7th place. Buddy Hugo, I think, has got through past Cole Teal. Yes, Buddy has. See the number 11 with the bright yellow front bumper there ahead. Back with our runners at the front of the order though. Moreau, Clark and Fawkes. Just a quick report on Chloe McGill. Chloe is currently in 19th place as down the inside looks Chester Fawkes, takes 2nd place on the road. As I say, it doesn't change things in terms of the class for New Era. He doesn't get any more points, but I think this is just great to see Chester Fawkes going for overtakes against drivers with more experience. Learning all the time is Chester Fawkes. He's very quickly, along with a number of these drivers at this level, turning into a proper good little racing driver. Through chicane 1 they go. Harper Das has got past Ethan McClelland for 6th place overall and 5th in class. It's been a problem out there, unfortunately, I think, for Henry Algar, because Henry Algar lost 4 positions on that last go round the track. And all getting it. Ooh, now is there a little bit of a rear bumper loose on the number 95? Might have just been a trick of the eye there. So Moreau from Fawkes, Clark there in 3rd. Austin Oman has had a quiet day, I think, in the number 7. Still been racking up the points though. And tracks that Austin's been to before coming up remaining across the course of the season. Good racing room given there between Bertie Clark and Chester Fawkes. Side by side as they go for 2nd place. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Still a good amount of time for all of these drivers. Got to give a shout out to Alfie Mayer as well. I've really enjoyed seeing Alfie Mayer improve across the course of this season. Another really strong race here from Alfie Mayer that we perhaps wouldn't have seen earlier on in the season at tracks such as Rowrah. Actually going for a move, half a move there on Austin Oman. A few months ago, I don't think we would have seen that number 15 kart in a 5 kart scrap for the lead of the race with 2 minutes to go in the final. Really good progress. Through turn 3 they go then. course, this circuit not too far, I think, from where Alfie is based. Privateer on the right chassis. Most of these karts are all right chassis. The circuit experience always goes far, particularly at this level. 90 seconds to go. Still Riley Morrow leading. Nice and comfortable at the moment. And we saw these two drivers, both in the number 38 karts, try and work together a little bit. I think they know now. They know what the situation is. They know what the game is. But there was drivers in their respective classes. Not actually too much point them fighting one another. They'll both get P1 trophies if they keep where they are. They can work together and pull away from the others. Here's a good fight. This is the Rex Pooley, Mason Hibbert, Theo Poyser scrap. This is over 15th place. Chloe McGill has recovered up to 14th place overall, so that's going to be 7th in class. Ethan McClellan and Buddy Hugo is over 6th place overall, with Jack Mellon not too far behind also. There's Cooper Earsman in relation to all of that. Another second or so back. 2 more laps to go then for our youngest group of drivers, the Bambino C50s. It's been a straightforward race so far for Riley Morrow and Chester Forks. They just need to keep doing this, because whilst I think it is looking close, and it is close, just don't think Bertie Clark has the pace to quite work an opportunity open to try and get through. All of these drivers, I think, will be thinking, well, it's still good results. I still get a trophy at the end of the day. It's been a fair race. It's been a good race. Don't want to cause too much drama. Last lap board about to come out then for our leaders. A cross start finish, but Chester Forks is having a think about this, of going for the overall race victory. Last lap board is out. In turns Riley Morrow. No chance there for Bertie Clark to go through. So yes, a change overall, but not in terms of class victories. That's still going the way of both Forks and Morrow. Bertie Clark, I think, is on here for a best final result of the year so far. Well, actually, no, it would match the final results from Rowrah in round 1. It really has been a return to form for Bertie Clark. Into turn 3 for the last time then. Chester Forks has come through, it's got by all of the pros, and it's looking very much like a pro himself at this level. He's going to come around the final couple of corners to take another victory in the Bambino C50 New Eras. Riley Morrow is going to take the win. Also, both of them getting double final victories so far through this weekend, and to the end of the weekend. Big points for both Chester Forks and Riley Morrow in their categories. Bertie Clark, a best result since Rowrah in a final. 2nd place in class. Austin Oman in the top 3 again. Alfie Mayer, a great result for Alfie, taking 4th place in class, and I think that is a best final result of the year so far as well for Alfie in the number 15. Buddy Hugo finishes in 2nd place in New Era. Again, another best result in a final so far, and that one is by quite a margin. Great stuff for Buddy Hugo. We'll go back to Leeds, very happy with that. Harper Das was next up. Let's go through the rest of the pros. So Harper Das, 5th for Harper Das, 6th for Ethan McClelland. That'll be their podium. Let's go through the other New Eras for their podium. Jack Mellon will be 3rd on the podium in New Era. Cooper Earsman 4th. Lewis Kokoli 5th. And Chloe McGill from the back of the grid gets 6th place and a trophy in New Era. That is a very, very good drive from the championship leader, and could be very important come the end of the year. We'll wait and see. Charlie Page, Mason Hibbert, Theo Poyser, Rex Pooley, Soren Gallagher, Henry Algart, Jake Gibbon and Cole Teal. All good drives from them as well. We'll see them next out in front of Alpha Live cameras on the 7th of August at Whilton Mill. We're going to get ready though for the next final out there on circuit. Armi Bambino is up next. So here's the grid for the Bambino Armi final here today at Fulbeck for Super 1 Round 8 2022. Ronnie Carter has a perfect 68 points from a possible 68 and pole position. Grayson Wardley alongside on the front row. Josh Cook and James Roots on row 2. Charlie Clough and Gigi Mabagish Philly on row number 3. Harry Williams and Fraser Anderson are on row 4, Arthur Farrow and Ellie Liziecki on row 5. Oscar Kenny and Daniel Ferguson start on the 6th row of the grid. Logan Rolfe and Dean Singh Pahal on row 7. William Crombie had some starter issues earlier on in the race, starts in the heats I should say, starts on row 8 alongside Logan Jones. Freddie Flewitt and Ethan Coupland on row number 9. Darren Dimitrov completes the 19-cart field. 60 points available for the round victory. As with all of our finals, 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Still no rain. It's got a little bit lighter, at least from this view outside of race control. The grid will form up pretty similarly to how we've had it through the heats from the time of qualifying. Now that would make you think that they had some rather not so exciting heats, anything but. The 2 heats that we've had so far today in this category have been very entertaining to watch. We're about to turn up the ante for a final here at Fulbeck. Engines running for the Bambino Armi final. Eyes on those lights and away we go. Good start for Grayson Wardley. Very good start for both drivers on the 2nd row of the grid, Cook and Roots. Ronnie Carter may already be down to 4th place. The number 61 of Fraser Anderson has had a good start as well. Streaming down to turn 1 they go, and look at that, it is the 2nd row that get the run down into turn 1. James Roots leads. There's at least 1 kart, possibly 2 karts involved in at the back. It's the number 59 of Freddie Flewitt. I think the 73 of Logan Jones was also caught up in all of that. So James Roots leads, Josh Cook 2nd, Grayson Wardley 3rd, 4th for Ronnie Carter, 5th for Charlie Clough. The Bakish Phillies in there as well as they stream towards the turn 4 complex. The number 24, I think, is of Arthur Farrow, has had a very good start as well, gained at least a couple of positions. Over start line they go, end of lap number 1, confirming that James Roots is in the lead of the race. Josh Cook 2nd. It was a good start for Arthur Farrow, gained 5 positions on that first lap of the race. Who else has made good progress? Dean Singh Pahal up 2 positions to 11th. Darren Dimitrov from the back of the field gains 3 up to 15th. James Roots just working that number 11 kart through the driver from Wokingham. Before round 6 hadn't been inside the top 3. It's been in really good form since round number 6. As Dean Singh Pahal in the number 23. Ferrari crest on the back of her helmet, looking good. It's gained another 2 positions there. It's changed for the lead. Josh Cook through past James Roots as they head down towards chicane 1, through chicane 1. We've seen Josh Cook do a few moves so far there today. That's another one. Looks like Ronnie Carter has also got past Grayson Wardley on the early stages of this lap. He's up to 3rd place now. Charlie Clough still there as well. James Roots trying to fight back, trying to go to the outside this time. He's actually opened the door for Ronnie Carter to go through, so Carter up to 2nd. And this is what we're going to see in this race. It's going to go back and forth. I think we're going to have a number of lead changes between now and the end when the checkered flag comes out. James Roots fighting back on Ronnie Carter there. Ronnie Carter has had final wins so far this year. Look at how tight it is as they go down there towards the first chicane. Ronnie Carter got a final victory at GYG, and down the inside he goes, takes the lead. Round 3 was the final victory for Ronnie Carter. Could this be a second of the year for the number 6? Ooh, maybe a little bit deep there through, and that's going to be an opportunity for Josh Cook to go down the inside. Does so, retakes first place. Whilst all of this is going on, look at the train forming behind. You've got Cook and Carter, as mentioned, in there. Roots, Wortley, Clough, Anderson, Arthur Farrow approaching the front of the order as well. Bit of a gap back to Liziecki behind. Apologies, Harry Williams actually behind in 8th place, so it's got to move done on that last lap. And down the inside again, here comes Ronnie Carter looking for the lead, takes it away from Josh Cook. James Roots, I think, had a think about going for second place then. Thought better of it into the second half of the race. Through the sweeping left into braking zone of the second hairpin, turn number 3. Do the complex to go. See the encouragement coming from the sidelines there. Ronnie Carter, I think I've got to say this is the best that we've seen Ronnie Carter perform on a live stream round. Still holding on here. That was another really good defence from Ronnie Carter on Josh Cook. Grayson Wortley's up alongside now. Grayson Wortley trying to get third place back from James Roots here. No, doesn't quite have the top line speed. James Roots takes the position again. Still just bubbling away this one, and I think that's wise from the drivers. No point throwing in a big move with 3.5 minutes to go and costing yourself a number of positions. So just sometimes in these longer races, have more patience. Believe that the race will come to you. Take your opportunities or make your opportunities in the latter stages. Roots defending from Wortley again. Arthur Farrow is currently the fastest driver on the circuit, 57.518. Warning flag has gone out though for blocking to Josh Cook. Now that is interesting. Just seen that flash up on my timing control. It's now trying to get past Ronnie Carter again. Into the hairpin they go, 2.5 minutes. Still Ronnie Carter leading, and we've seen him be able to use this position before. Not panic, not get flustered, just keep driving around, keep the eyes forward. As off there, that's Liziecki. Liziecki is out of the race, the number 99. And I think that's going to be around chicane number 2. Now, will that force anything more than a yellow flag? Will that need a full course yellow to be recovered? I'd hope not, because it would change the rhythm of what was been a really interesting race so far. James Roots has got past Josh Cook and is into second place. James Roots looking for a best final result of the year so far. Showing how competitive this championship is. Liziecki, confirmed as out of the race, has fallen to the bottom of the timing tower. Three more laps to go then. Ronnie Carter looking for a first round win in the Bambino Armi competition here in Super 1 since round 3. It's turn 1 they go. Some of the drivers being told that they need to be a little bit careful with the driver standards. Grayson Wortley looking to the outside, trying to find a way past the number 77 of Josh Cook. He could argue, and Yeah, there is a warning that's come out from race control to James Roots, so another second place holder just being given a warning. That's not a penalty, that's nothing that's going to be added at the end of the race, but just to note that the driver, something that they've done has perked the interest of the officials and race control, and they've been told they'll do it again. 2 laps to go, still some time on the clock there. Daniel Ferguson gained a couple of positions last time around. Good to see number 15 progressing up through. Here, going for second place again is Roots on Cook. They keep trading it back and forth. Into chicane number 2. It's almost like they have resigned themselves to Ronnie Carter winning this race. Surprises me in a way that they would do that still with a good amount of time to go. Even now, still with a full racing lap remaining. Not that that's going to bother Ronnie at all. This has been a superb day's racing for Ronnie Carter. I said earlier that it was his best day in front of the Alpha Live cameras. I'm going to change that statement. I think it's been his best day in the championship outright on any day so far in 2022. James Roots still holding on to second position. He's really trying to force the issue there. There's contact. There's a good, more than a bit of contact between Cook and Wortley. Wortley's nearly being forced out wide there. Getting a bit of help from Charlie Clough behind. Through the second chicane they go. Last lap, Ronnie Carter in control, looking on for victory here. Just a few corners to go for Ronnie Carter. Is it going to be a first win in front of the cameras? A first win on a Sunday in a final this season. Round the final corner to the checkered flag. It's going to be Ronnie Carter, kart number 6, who takes round 8 of the Super 1 Bambino Armi Championship for 2022. Second for James Roots. That is a best result of the year so far. Josh Cook in 3rd. Grayson Wortley in 4th. Charlie Clough in 5th. Fraser Anderson 6th. Farrow 7th. Mabagishvili in 8th. Williams 9th. Ferguson inside the top 10. Dean Singh Bahal in 11th. Darren Dimitrov 12th. Oscar Kenny 13th. Logan Roll 14th. William Crombie in 15th. Logan Jones 16th. Freddie Flewitt 17th. Ethan Coupland 18th. One retirement, which was Ellie Liziecki. Going to take a short break here on the commentary. The next final up for you will be the Honda Cadets final. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Honda Cadet final before they come out for their formation lap. We might have time to try and get an interview in as well. Ronnie Carter and Grayson Wortley. Oh, sorry, that's your Bambino Army grid. The grid for the Honda Cadets looks like this. Hugh Roach on pole position, Theo Bradshaw P2, Joel Bullen and John Richardson P4, Jensen Hookey and Thomas Butcher on row 3. Tom Reed and Max Taddy on row number 4. Hogan McAllister and Andrew Dixon on row 5. Moving through the middle of the other day, you've got Roberto and Parker on row 6, Till and Livings on row 7, Donaldson, Sullivan on row 8, Walker and Stiley on row 9, and then Ella Dixon, 19th of the 19 runners. Right, I'm going to briefly request to Darren that we play an interview out whilst I take a short break, and we'll catch up with one of our strong runners yesterday in the round 7 final.
Back once again at the podium here at Fulbeck, and returning to the top step of the podium for the second Saturday round in a row, driver number 22, Andrew Dixon. Andrew, this season is really getting going for you now in Honda Cadet. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I am.
What's been the big difference, as I say, since Clay Pigeon, where you really took a step up? That's now, a number of final victories so far this season. What's made the difference?
I don't know.
In terms of the day, how it's gone, it's a very different circuit. How did the heats go ahead of the final?
Heat 1 was good. Heat 2, it all went bananas. I crashed out and hurt my hand.
I say you've got a bit of a war wound there. In terms of how did that affect you driving for the final?
Well, it was hurting before the final, but when the adrenaline kicked in, it was fine.
Fulbeck as a circuit is very different to Clay Pigeon. How have you felt getting on top of it so far this weekend?
Felt pretty good. I've been here a couple times, and I like these kind of circuits.
Who would you like to thank for the victory here today?
Big thanks to Joe Forsyke and Ryan Lynn, and my family and St. Motorsport.
Good stuff. Well done, Andrew. Another round victory, really getting ahead in that championship campaign. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back here, getting ready for the Honda Cadet final. And what's one of the most fiercely competed over classes here in Super 1. Hugh Roach has been looking to break away from the rest of the pack. This is a great opportunity for him to do so in the points. Final winner from yesterday after post-race movements in race control. Won at round 4 as well. Has won in front of the Alpha Live cameras before. It'll be a standing start for them once more. Nine minutes plus 1 lap. Keep an eye out for Jensen Hookie as well, because Jensen's already done a lot of overtaking today. Had 7th row of the grid starts. Both of the heats, proven by popping his cart there on the 3rd row of the grid that he can come through the order. This could be a very, very wide open race, and the run down to turn 1 particularly interesting. Roach there on the left hand side of your screen. Bradshaw on the right, ready to go here at Fulbeck for the Honda Cadet final, Super 1 2022, round number 8. Eyes on those lights, away we go. Very good start for both of them on the front row. Very good start as well for John Richardson, trying to shoot through from 4th place on the grid. Down towards turn 1 they go, all very defensive, all trying to get in one line. Bradshaw might be hung out to dry here by everybody on the inside. Logan McAllister trying to hop through there, a little bit of contact, and off goes Bradshaw. Bradshaw is in the fence, and it's going to be into the wall. Goes Theo Bradshaw, hopefully he's okay, but that is any hope of a good result in this final gone, unless there's a red flag, of course, late on, and this becomes a null and void start, but I can't see anything being put out at the moment. Hugh Roach and Joel Bullen at the front of the order. 3rd place for Jensen Hookie, and full course yellow has been put out here, and everybody needs to just need to make sure that everyone is under control here. So Hugh Roach effectively becomes a pace kart again. We've seen this at least once already today in another class. Time will keep running, of course. 1 minute 20 on the clock already gone. There you just see Theo Bradshaw. Theo's out the cart. I can see Theo's just got out the cart unassisted, which is good to see. He's walking across the circuit unaided. Probably just disappointed more than anything, having had such a strong run through the heats and a strong weekend so far, that it wasn't to go Theo's way.
Cart has now been recovered, and all that Bradshaw can do is stand in the middle of the track until the end of this race. So Hugh Roach leads, end of lap number 2, under full course yellow. They'll go round under full course yellow for at least one more time. Joel Bullen second, third place for Jensen Hookey. John Richardson, P4. Theo Bradshaw has made it all the way across the opposite side of the circuit to be able to go around the fence and head back to the paddock. That's a really, really disappointing moment for Theo Bradshaw. Deserved a lot more from today's racing, if you ask me. Everyone just being asked to slow down here. Hugh Roach is under the control the pace. Time remaining on the clock is 6 minutes. It's effectively becoming a rolling starts heat now, except there's a lot more points on offer for the race victory. Do believe that the green is going out on this lap, waiting for it to go round. Yes, there it is. So green flag in the air for the Honda Cadets as they go away again. Hugh Roach leads down into the first chicane. Joel Bullen in second place, Jensen Hookey in third place. John Richardson, again Mr. Sunday, is on the move in fourth place. Fifth place at the moment for Max Taddy as well. That is a really good run from Max from difficult positions in the heats. Really thinking at the moment, if Hugh Roach was to put 1 foot wrong, it wouldn't just be one position lost, it would be several. Keeping control and a lid on things, really important in this race. Hookey down the inside, takes second place. Bullen protests. The number 6 is up into second place. Jensen Hookey has had final wins so far this season. Hasn't had one since Rowrah, since round 2. He's down the inside, takes the lead. So Jensen Hookey to the front of the order on lap number 5. 4.5 minutes to go. Number 38 running through there, that's Maria Roberto. Jensen Walker in the middle of it all as well, and Leo Livingston, the 97. Changing. Oh, what's happened here? Oh, Hugh Roach is off. Hugh Roach is off through the second chicane. Everybody streams by due to the close, compact nature of the field. Now, I'm not quite sure what happened there, whether it was contact or just a mistake on his own. But that has completely changed how this race looks now. John Richardson is in the lead of the race. John Richardson, Joel Bullen's off the track, back on the track, hand in the air. Can't quite believe what's going on at the moment. So John Richardson leads now. Logan McAllister has come up to second place. Hookey third. Tadej in fourth place. Here goes Logan McAllister down the inside now, taking the lead of the race. It's completely thrown apart here at the moment in terms of who's going to be at the front of the order. Where has Roach come out? He's come out in 13th place. Richardson back down the inside. What's happened to McAllister? McAllister's gone straight on through the chicane there. Don't think, well, he's not gained a lasting advantage because he's now fourth on the road. Do not take your eyes off this race. It's absolutely crackers out there. Richardson leads, Hookey second. Tadej is now up to third place. It's really, really very, very close out there across the Honda Cadets. John Richardson, best result so far in a final this year. I didn't even look at my stats sheet because who knows what could happen. Jensen Hookey could go down the inside and take the lead. That's exactly what has happened. Jensen Hookey takes the lead. Max Tadej, these are the two drivers who started alongside each other in both of the heats. Oh, Tadej getting really, really out of shape there through, well, let's say getting out of shape. Looks quite in control in a way through chicane number 2. Andrew Dixon's coming into this as well. Oh, off is John Richardson. John Richardson off and hopping across the grass. 2 minutes to go. What is going to happen here? In a final way, really is all changing now in this championship. Championship leader Hugh Roach down at the moment in 11th place. It is wide open, this Honda Cadet Championship this year. Casey Donaldson's trying to get involved there with John Richardson. So John Richardson, previously in the lead of this race, is now down in 6th position. Thomas Butcher doing a fantastic job. He's up in 5th place, just keeping out of trouble at the moment. It's Thomas Butcher in the number 54. Could be on for a very good result here. 1 minute and 20 to go. Still Hookie leading. Tade in 2nd. Dixon 3rd. Andrew Dixon's been pretty strong in these Honda Cadet finals in recent months. Tade trying to find a path through. Andrew Dixon is now the fastest driver on the circuit, 53.775. To the inside goes Tade, goes to the lead, takes it! Great move by Max Tade. Has never been in this position before. There is a warning flag coming out for... I want to say the number 52, but I don't think we'd have a 52. We'll check that in a moment. Anyway, 30 seconds to go. Change of the lead once again, though. Hookie's got back in front. It's all changed once again, and poor Max Tade's been forced out wide now. Jensen Hookie, as we say, hasn't won a final since Rowrah. 10 seconds to go. 2 more laps then. 2 more laps, and absolutely anything could happen. Andrew Dixon is now up to 2nd place. Logan McAllister is 3rd. These are all drivers capable of winning finals. And the way this race has gone, and ooh, I'm looking at Logan McAllister's front bumper and I'm seeing something that's potentially dropped there. I think there's trouble for Logan McAllister in terms of post-race scrutineering. We'll worry about that later. Jensen Hookie still at the front of this one. Looks in a bit more control now. Has had to fight his way through. Did not have a good qualifying. Last lap will be out in a few moments' time once the leader has gone through the turn 4 complex, through turn 5 and 6, and has got the gap. Has got the gap. Slipstream not too powerful around this circuit. It's all down to Andrew Dixon in the next few corners to see if Andrew Dixon can put the number 22 in a position where he can send it and go for a move on this last lap of the race. Jensen Walker's done the fastest lap of the race so far, 52.788. It's down in 12th place though. Through the chicane. Dixon is closing here. It's very close in fact. Could have a go. Hookie defends. Defends nicely. Is there going to be a chance for Logan McAllister to get the run off the corner there and go for 2nd place? It's definitely going for it. Jensen Hookie is going to be a race winner, a final winner for the first time since Rowrah has come through the heat. A crazy Honda Cadet final and takes round 8 of the Super One Honda Cadet Championship for 2022. Andrew Dixon is 2nd, Thomas Butcher 3rd, Logan McAllister 4th, Max Tade led for at least a lap, was there in 5th place, Joel Bullen 6th, Tom Reed 7th, John Richardson 8th, Hugh Roach 9th, Maria Roberto great there in the top 10, Riley Till 11th, Jensen Walker 12th, Leo Livings 13th, Ella Dixon, Kean Sullivan, Josh Parker, Katie Donaldson and Theo Bradshaw is your 18 runners. What a final. We're going to take a short break after that one. Next up out on circuit will be the Junior Rock final.
back on the podium, and it's a while since we've talked to Alfie Briggs, our winner again here in Junior Rock, a 7th round victory in a row. Alfie, you're moving closer and closer to that round final victory in the championship, which you just missed out on last year. You must be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to win all of them.
In terms of this circuit, it looked a little bit tricky out there today. A tough start in Heat 1. Talk me through it.
So Heat 1, the rear bumper fell off, so it didn't finish. And then Heat 2 we won, and then the final we won. But the weather kept changing throughout the races.
Yeah, it's been very changeable here today, and I know the same in your junior Rotax races as well. How's the circuit driving when those spots of rain start to come down?
It's really weird because it'd be like only 2 corners are wet, whereas the rest is still dry. So you just got to work out which is wet and which is dry and push on.
And in terms of your season so far, so you're driving a plethora of machinery. I saw you were testing a KZ kart recently at Whilton Mill. How was that?
Yeah, it was really fast and really physically challenging.
And in terms of looking to close this season out tomorrow, and then we've got Whilton Mill and Shenington, are you confident that you can get it wrapped up early?
Yeah, for sure.
Good stuff. Well done, Alfie. Another top drive here today, and best of luck for the Rotax race.
Thank you very much.
Ready to go then for our Junior Rock final. And away we go for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Shane Collins. Slightly different order to what we're used to. Alfie Briggs already trying to get through and get past Shane Collins for the lead. Has had his problems through the race. Alfie Briggs down the inside then into turn number 3 hairpin. Looked like a good chance for getting the move done, and yes he has. So Alfie Briggs, latter stages of lap number 1, has got through into the lead. Now be looking to just take care of the kart, make sure that he doesn't have any issues like he did in heat number 2. Had the chain guard fall off. Had issues in heat number 1 as well yesterday. So it's proven this weekend that the Alfie Briggs train in Junior Rock is not infallible. Issues can occur. Is Alfie looking to close out this championship, which he has dominated. There's no other word for it. Keen battle going on for second and third behind. That has pretty much been all day between Shane Collins and George Barker. Shane Collins at the start of it. George Barker didn't get the best of starts, I noted. But still there on Shane's pace, still pushing on. Oliver Law having a strong start to this race as well, to the extent that the 4 karts are all covered by 2.1 seconds at the end of lap number 2. 7 minutes of the race to go, the length of a heat plus 1 lap to go. Just looking at the numbers and what we'd be looking at in terms of championship situation if this result was to finish as it is at the moment. You would have Alfie Briggs on a total of 1,018 points if he was to win this round. If you think that you've got 128 points available for a whole round, you take a clean sweep, I think he would be in a position where another very good weekend at Whilton Mill, when we go to Whilton Mill on the 6th and 7th of August, would be enough to give him the title, even with the slight issues that he's had today and yesterday. He's got to get through this next 6 minutes though, and the plus 1 lap afterwards. It's not a done deal yet, as we've seen for the number 47. Shane Collins seems to have the measure of George Barker at the moment, just able to hold him at that gap of just under half a second. Oliver Law, good to see Oliver Law's pace improving all the time as he learns more and more about this kart. Number 77 is on the pace of Collins and Barker. All 3 of them are in the 46.8s. Through the turn 3 hairpin goes the leader then. 46.156 last time around for Alfie Briggs. There is Law. Kart seems to be handling better as well. I know a lot of work has gone into this and to understand the Rock engine. It's still an engine that I think a lot of people are learning more and more about in this championship. And the opportunity there, of course, to go and race in Europe for the Rock Cup Super Final later in the year, held at Lonato in October. Great event in years gone by. We've provided commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and if you've enjoyed the commentary today at Double Dash MMS Ever across all your social media networks, give us a shout out, give us a like and all that business. It really does help us out. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go then. Alfie Briggs, as expected, it's fair enough to say, in control of it. The pace though of Collins and Baker has just massively improved. 46.285 for Collins last time around, 46.369 for Baker, for Barker, sorry. But they cannot compete with the pace of Alfie Briggs at the moment. Another day when the conditions have been a bit changeable. This could serve Alfie Briggs well in the context of the Rotax race later on this afternoon, for knowing where the track is. Clouds lifted again a little bit. It's a little bit brighter out there. Not as much of a threat from rain as perhaps we had an hour or so ago. Still quite warm in the air out there. Just briefly popped out between this final and the last final. But, it's very much still t-shirt weather. Whether you go for full t-shirt and shorts, well, it depends how grubby you want to get. But 3 minutes to go in this one. Briggs again, really good pace again. 45.682 last time around from him. This lap's been pretty good so far also. 45.7. 4.5 seconds now the lead over Shane Collins and George Barker here, second and third. More good pace from Oliver Law meanwhile. 46.6, a new personal best for the 77. What can George Barker do here, though? Can he find a little bit more pace to put Shane Collins under a bit of pressure, or a bit more pressure than we've seen so far? He's got 2 minutes to do it. Both of them in the 46-1s. It's like a tighter line being done there by Barker through the first chicane. He is putting Collins under a closer piece of inspection. Just as they came out through turn 1 there. Felt like Barker was closer than he's been recent laps, and especially here as well as they go into turn number 3, turn 2, turn 3. It's good stuff from both of these drivers. Keep each other on their toes. Another new personal best from Oliver Law last time around. Feels like this middle part of the course is where Barker is possibly at his strongest. The trouble is it's difficult to overtake through here. Without quite an overspeed to go around the outside through the second chicane. Into turn 4 complex to go. So I've just been doing a very quick bit of maths that yes, the way that the championship is at the moment, that at the going rate, Briggs could win it next time out at Whilton Mill. So we'll get to that when we get to it. Still a good amount of racing to do in this race, even with 10 seconds on the clock to go, because Shane Collins is still just keeping George Barker at that half-second gap. Each time Barker puts the pace up, Collins responds very nicely. Last lap board is going to be out. It's not been a perfect day for Alfie Briggs. It's not been a perfect weekend. First time we've said that this week, this season, in the Junior Rock competition. But he took this final on with a degree of panache, got on with it, got into the lead very early on in this race. Pace has still been brilliant from him. 45.594 last time around is the new fastest lap of the race. Through turn 3 for the final time. There will have been the doubts, I think, at some points this weekend with some of the mechanical issues that the kart has had as to whether this run of final victories could keep going for Alfie Briggs. But need not fear, because Alfie Briggs makes it 8 in a row, takes another final victory in the Super 1 Junior Rock Championship. Shane Collins finishes in second place, George Barker third, and a good performance there from Oliver Law to finish in fourth with some good pace throughout the race in the number 77. We'll see these drivers hopefully again at Whilton Mill on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of August, where at least per my calculations, Alfie Briggs will have the opportunity to wrap up the Junior Rock title around a race meeting early. And I very much look forward to that. We're going to get ready though for the next category out on circuit, the second of our rock races today. Mini Rock and their final are next. Time for Mini Rock to have their final here today at Fulbeck. Here is the grid for it. Charlie Benson has pole position. Marcel Poppercull alongside on the front row. Jacob Anslow and Connor Scarisbrick are on the second row of the grid. Alex Dole and Cooper Snedden are on row 3. Rook Thompson completes the 7-kart field. 60 points available for the winner of this race in the championship. And the karts are out on track for their formation lap. Well, Charlie Benson has been in very good form so far this weekend. Just a 6th place
in Heat 1 yesterday during round 7. The only real blot on his copybook. And came into today with a 5-point championship lead. Could extend it further here today. Connor Scarisbrick will be wanting to make sure that doesn't happen though, and all the others as well who will fancy a go-around victory here. Pointing going on, not quite sure what that is about between Popical and the other drivers, but we are under formation with our 7 karts in Mini Rock. Round the final corner. And away we go then for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Very even start between everyone on the first few rows. Who's going to have the run into turn number 1? Marcel Popical's trying to get around the outside there. Has he managed to do that? How on earth has he managed to do that? That is an incredible start from Marcel Popical from second on the grid. Was brave, was bold, and leads the race. That is one of the most incredible starts I think I've seen this year in any karting series. Brilliant stuff from Marcel Popical. Now, how can Charlie Benson respond here? Into the turn 4 complex they go. Jacob Anslow has been very quick on a single lap at least. So far this today is there in 3rd place. Connor Scarisbrick in 4th. So Popical leads. Benson 2nd. Charlie Benson has not been in this position so far today. Seems a little bit confused almost. There's a shrug of the hands there as Cooper Sneddon down the inside of Alex Dole gets through. That's good for 5th place. Cooper Sneddon, who had a great final last time we had one of these races on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already, please consider doing so. He's going to have to really fight his way through here to repeat that victory that he took at Clay Pigeon a few weeks back. End of the 2nd lap then. Marcel Popical still leading here ahead of Charlie Benson. Pace looking good at the moment. All the drivers just quite happy to heat the time away. Marcel Popical very experienced in this competition as well. He's raced overseas also. Knows what the Rock engine is about. Hasn't always been that lucky this season. His best final result so far is a 2nd place. But I mean, if it was to hold out here for the remaining 6 minutes and 10 seconds, what a victory it would be with that move that he made on the first lap of the race. Charlie Benson had a small look there. I think that was one of those where he was trying to put the other driver off, in this case Marcel Popical, but Marcel Popical is not phased at the moment. Through the left-hander into the right-hand hairpin of turn 3. Face of the others, well, I can see Sneddon and Dole still fighting over 5th place there, and Rook Thompson involved also. The Daniel Ricciardo chassis, liveried number 11. Over the line they go then. Still as you were. Popical, Benson, Anslow. You can see Benson just nibbling away there on Popical's rear bumper. And just looking at the front bumper of Cooper Sneddon's car and whether that's a little bit awry. Like it's had a bit of contact there. Yeah, I think that may be a drop bumper on the number 7, unfortunately. And there's a bit of bumping and margin going on between all 3 of them there as Sneddon, Dole and Thompson fight over 5th place.
4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Marcel Popical still leading. This four haven't quite, I think they're just going to be a little bit more patient in terms of going for the overtakes. I can absolutely understand why nobody's going for one yet, because it's such a tight pack that if you get it wrong, you could be spat out the back and then you're off the podium. There is a driving standards flag coming out for kart number 7, Cooper Snedden. 4 minutes to go. Over start, finish once more. Just wonder what's going through Charlie Benson's mind. I'm sure there's a strategy there of when to try and make a move. Across the course of the day, if you're just joining us, the 25 of Charlie Benson has been the quicker kart. Won the final yesterday as well in round number 7. At the moment, there is a rather determined Marcel Popical in kart number 99, just holding that position ahead of them all here. Connor Scarisbrick's situation is interesting as well. What does he do if he's in that same position with 2 laps to go? Does he try and attack? Does he try and break through into third, get anything that he can? Does he allow the 3 ahead of his number 28 kart to just fight it out? Now to the inside, Charlie Benson takes the lead. Popical's going to be back on the inside. Charlie Benson doesn't seem quite happy, but he has got the drive there. The top end of the number 25 strong on the run into chicane number 2. So it is a change of lead. Not a conventional change of lead. Down the inside comes Jacob Anslow. They sense some a level of weakness here, I think, in the number 99 of Marcel Popical, but Popical fights back really well. Anslow back down the inside, retakes second place. Connor Scarisbrick trying to go around the outside, and all of a sudden Charlie Benson has got a lead of about 0.6 of a second. It could be enough to get him away from the rest of them here and stay out front for the rest of this race. There has been a number of moments so far this season where you've just felt like Charlie Benson is going to break off into the distance in this title fight. That have never quite come to fruition. Charlie Benson can get through this next 90 seconds plus 1 lap. I think that could be that time could be here today. Being really impressed by Charlie Benson's attitude all weekend. I'm being open and honest. Was disappointed after the final at Clay Pigeon, where he finished in 4th place. So making of a champion when you can overcome a disappointment, come back stronger, race harder, race faster, throw that challenge down to everybody else. Not done though. Jacob Anslow, we've been saying this all day, that kart, that number 29 is quick. And for the first time today in a racing situation, it's sitting in 2nd place and not really with any attentions from behind. This one is not over yet. 40 seconds on the clock. Jacob Anslow has absolutely cruised up to the back of Charlie Benson here. There will be 2 more laps, 30 seconds on the clock. 49.676 for Anslow last time around. A new fastest lap of this final. Popical and Scarisbrick fighting over 3rd place. I think that's all they really can do on the penultimate lap of this final. Cooper Snedden still there in 5th place. Alex Doles 6th and Ruck Thompson 7th. Is Jacob Anslow going to shape up for a move? He's going to go for it into turn 3. He's got it. Or has he got it? It's going to be side by side. Anslow will have the inside for the initial part of turn number 4. Benson's got to be brave. Benson back to the inside. What a brilliant piece of driving that is. Retakes the lead. Last lap then.
Charlie Benson is going to have to defend hard. I don't think he was quite expecting that attack from Jacob Anslow, but what a response, especially through the last part of the turn 4 complex. Did not see Benson being able to get back down the inside and retake the position. The Mini Rock Championship continuing to produce great racing. We've got another great one here. Charlie Benson, you've got to think that he'll defend into the next corner. He doesn't need to. He's actually had a really good middle part of the lap. Anslow is not in striking range, or is he? Into the turn 4 complex. This is where Benson put the move in a lap ago. Anslow is not able to do likewise in response. Round the final corner by the skin of his teeth. Charlie Benson takes round 8 of the Super One Mini Rock Championship for 2022 by 1/4 of a second over Jacob Anslow. 3rd place for Connor Scarisbrick, 4th for Marcel Popical, 5th for Cooper Snedden, Alex Dole and Rook Thompson 6th and 7th. Wow, well there we go. That was quite a battle between Benson and Anslow, and credit to both drivers that they put on a show, kept it clean, and hopefully left you very entertained back home if you're watching on the Alpha Live stream. Going to take a short break here in the comms box, getting on to our Rotax finals now. First up, Rotax 177. Time for some of our most experienced drivers in the field then to take to the circuit for their round 8 final. It's the Rotax 177 final. Let's have a look at how they line up on the grid. Scott Clee has pole position, last year's championship runner-up in one of the strongest days that he's had so far in 2022. Alex McGee joins him on the front row of the grid. Ian Branfield, Oliver Appleby, 2 championship contenders there on row number 2. Max Davies and Chris Thomas on row 3. Hayden Cater and Sammy Marlam start on row 4, and then Andy Ward completes the 9 kart field. And this is another one that I genuinely can't call at the moment. Great to see Scott Clee back on proper Scott Clee form, if you ask me. He's had some difficulties so far in 2022 with the kart. Has got pole position for this final, and be well deserving of a top result here today if you ask me. But I know it's not going to be that easy. Alex McGee took a heat victory in the first heat of the day. Ian Branfield and Oliver Appleby, as mentioned, championship contenders, and Chris Thomas had a retirement earlier. Dramatic start to heat number 2. What is going to happen here in the final? 9 minutes are on the clock here at Fulbeck for the Rotax 177 final for round 8 of Super One 2022. Eyes on the flag. Away they go then for the start of the final. Scott Clee gets a good start. Alex McGee maybe on the outside here. Chris Thomas and Oliver Appleby are in there as well. Appleby's been hung out wide. Bit of a problem for Max Davies. He's lost a bit of speed off of turn number 1, but it's Clee from Branfield. Ian Branfield through into 2nd place then. Has had a good start. Alex McGee in 3rd. Then KPR Motorsports, Oliver Appleby in 4th. Sammy Marlin is up to 5th place. Hayden Cater goes down the inside there. Bit of a bold one, doesn't quite work. Loses out a bit of time, in fact. Through the last couple of corners here to end lap number 1. Actually looking at it, no, we don't have a Chris Thomas. That confused me. Apologies, Sammy Marlam. I confused his similarly coloured KPR Motorsport get up with Chris Thomas. So we do not have Chris Thomas in this race. I'm not sure why that is the case. There was a level of damage to the kart earlier on in heat number 2. I would be surprised if it was terminal damage though. 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Scott Clee still leading this one. Actually, looking pretty good, if you ask me. He's got a gap to Ian Branfield, and Ian Branfield is going to be more looking over his shoulders. Indeed he is, with Alex McGee just behind there in third, Oliver Appleby in fourth. Sammy Milam having a good race here. 5th place at the moment for kart number 6. Field closing back in. It's been a good lap so far from Ian Branfield. He is pulling the likes of McGee and Appleby along here. Scott Clee has to keep the concentration up. Max Davies has recovered nicely also onto the back of this group. Where's Sammy Milam gone actually? Yeah, I think Sammy Milam has had something go wrong and has dropped out the back. It's all splintered apart a little bit. Hayden Cater has got ahead of Oliver Appleby as well. So I wonder if Hayden Cater put in a big move that's gained him a couple of spots. Scott Clee, fastest driver on circuit though, 56.508. Pulled out a quarter of a second ahead of Ian Branfield last time around. Gotta say I'm a bit surprised that Oliver Appleby's not got a bit more pace in this race. Stormed to a final win yesterday. Hasn't quite been able to hit those same heights in this Sunday round. Five and a half minutes gone then. Approaching the halfway stage of the final. Alex McGee continuing to impress. Only rookie in this race, so he's already guaranteed a top rookie trophy. How good would it be for him to get into P3? It would be his first final podium in terms of top 3 of the year. His best result in a final so far is, I want to say, a 4th place, which happened at round 5 at Clay Pigeon, Saturday round at Clay Pigeon. He's going one better than that at the moment. And to set the fastest lap of the race so far, 45.857. Definitely into the second half of this race now then. This situation, 0.344 of a second is the lead for Clee over Branfield. Interestingly though, Ian Branfield pulled a 10th back on that last lap. So Ian Branfield just holding something in reserve maybe. Strike later on. And what is a really important race? It's going back and forth all the time, this Rotax 177 category, between Thomas, Branfield and Appleby, of them sharing that lead or taking turns to have the lead in the championship. Alex McGee is coming back at him. In fact, the times generally are coming down a lot now. Maybe the winds died down a tad. Everything's a bit more stable out there. Max Davies is now your fastest driver on circuit, 45.651. Scott Clee is responding to the pace. Section of the circuit here, Scott Clee just seems to be absolutely on top of. End of lap number 8 then. So close on the lap times. Just looking at it now. 0.5 of a second is the difference between the fastest of the top 3 last time round to the slowest. Interestingly, the fastest driver now on circuit is the driver behind them. Hayden Cater, 45.631. He can get a bit of help from Oliver Appleby behind. I think there's still a good amount of time on this clock. Means they could really start to put this top three under pressure. Chicane 1, they go one more time. Oliver Appleby is definitely pushing Hayden Cater along, because both of them were in the 45.5s last time around. Scott Clee the fastest, the top three in the 45.6s. Doesn't sound like a lot, 1/10 of a second. That definitely is in karting, and they can just keep chipping away at that gap. Still time on their side. Sammy Milam's once promising race goes from bad to worse. He's now in 8th place. I think he's actually pulled off the circuit. And that Andy Ward go up to 7th spot. Very close again. Lee, Branfield, McGee. Crucially, Cater and Appleby nearly up to half a second quicker. And they are going to catch Alex McGee here. Good teamwork of sorts between Hayden Cater and Oliver Appleby, both recognising the potential opportunity at hand if they work together. We know if it gets to the end of the race and they're still in those positions, they will really fight for them on the basis that there's nothing else available that's better. Big lap that time around for me in Branfield. 45.395 as Appleby down the inside of Cater. He's had enough of staying behind. The number 8 wants to get on with it and potentially try and get up to Alex McGee as well. It's not got a long amount of time to do it though. Checking the clock, I think the last lap board is going to come out on this one. Can Scott Clee close this out? It's not been the most dramatic of races for Scott Clee, and he won't mind that at all. Last lap board for Scott Clee is out, so he looks to get a first final victory of 2022. Out of chicane 1, well. Branfield not close enough to go for a dive. As long as Scott Clee can get through hairpin 2 pretty well, he's going to be looking good here, and he has got through hairpin number 2 well. Slight defensive line, you can imagine, into this corner here. Branfield's having half a look. There's no space enough down the inside for Branfield to get down there. It's got to be a mega move to stop Scott Clee taking the victory here today. Nobody could do it. It's been a painful 2022 so far, but not here today. Scott Clee is back on the top step of the podium, and he takes round 8 of the Super One Rotax 177 Championship for 2022. A brilliant day's driving, a brilliant weekend. Scott Clee, last year's runner-up, a well-deserved victory. Hard work has gone into that one, and I think that'll be quite a popular win in the paddock. Ian Branfield, that's a big race for championship, taking second place today ahead of some of his title rivals. Alex McGee finishes 3rd, a best finals result of the year so far, and top rookie, very well deserved. Likewise, Oliver Appleby, after yesterday's round win, might be a tad disappointed with 4th. But it is still more progress in his championship bid. Hayden Cater 5th, Max Davies 6th, Andy Ward 7th, and Sammy Milam 8th. And what hasn't been the best of days for KPR Motorsport with Chris Thomas, as it did not start. There we go. Rotax 177 done for the day, and Scott Clee back on the top step for a first time in quite a while. Will it happen again when we go to Whilton Mill? We're able to find out on the weekend of the 6th and the 7th of August. We'll see them there. We're going to get ready, though, for our next final. Minimax is out next. let's check out the grid then for Minimax and their final. A bit of a different one here today. Jack Stimson has pole position. Joseph Murphy alongside on the front row. Joshua Jarvis and Joshua Magembe on row number 2. Jasmine Taylor and Lucius McDermott start on the third row of the grid. Max Hollor and Tyler Lee, yesterday's round winner, start on round 4. Jake Flewitt and Jensen Powers complete the top 10. Ernie Overton and Logan Cowling start on the 6th row of the grid. You then find Riven Welsh and Archie Dyson on row 7. Charlotte Stanley and Amelie Ackett are on row 8. It's a 16-kart field. Well, a perfect day so far for Jack Stimson in the number 72 with a 9 minutes plus 1 lap final to negotiate now to be able to say it's a clean sweep. Can it be done? Who can stop him? It's going to be a restart. There's a false start, as you can see. Drivers denoting with their hand signals that we're going around again. A couple of drivers just getting themselves back into position. Weather forecast is indicating nothing in the next 2 hours, and it's looking not too bad out there at the moment. This race plus 2 more to go after it, all the Rotax finals. Oh, we saw a great mini final in the Mini Rock. What can the Mini Rotax, the Minimax drivers do here? Getting ready to go green? No, we're going to go round again. And not sure, I think that may have been some tram lines formations. Now, fields potentially need to be a little bit careful here. They don't incur the wrath of the race director. Looking to run the schedule, and I think, yes, they're just being reminded there of their responsibilities as a group of drivers off the start. So Stimson on the left of your screen, Murphy on the right. Number 22 of Joshua Jarvis, P3. Hopefully this time will be good to go green and racing here at Fulbeck for the Minimax final. 9 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for the drivers. Race 25 on the schedule. This time we do go away from the start. Good start for Stimson. Will hold to the inside. Difficult round that outside. It's been a good start for Magembe in the number 52. Magembe already up to second place. That's going to get very tight on the exit between everybody, but they've done very well to get through that. Ernie Overton in particular with the number 28. Jasmine Taylor attacking for, I think, 5th position there, but Stimson has done the job. Got the shot away from pole position as there's trouble at the back for Tyler Lee and Jensen Powers. But Jack Stimson is doing all right here. Getting a calm run through this first lap. Into chicane 1 here on the second lap. Where has this pace come from Joshua Magembe? In fact, Magembe is going for the lead here. Well, we were talking earlier in the day about this track potentially not suiting Joshua Magembe. He has quietly crept his way through the heats with probably not his best results of the year so far this year. But on a day where it's been a bit up and down, once good enough for the second row of the grid, and now he's really going for it here in the final. Great move by Jasmine Taylor down the inside into turn 3 to take 3rd place. Continuing this great form that she's on at the moment. Over start finish. Stimson leading. Magembe, Taylor, Jarvis, Murphy,
McDermott, Overton, Fluid, Hollow. I saw a slippery surface flag out then. Now I wonder, is that for debris? Because I can't see any other slippery surface flags out at the moment, so I can't see any rain on our commentary box windows. On the inside there, I think that was Ernie Overton going for a move in the number 28. Still Jack Stimson leading. Joshua Bugembe in second place. He's got to think as well that in terms of his status in the season as a championship contender, Stimson not a championship contender. First time that he's raced in Super 1 Series this year on this Fulbeck weekend, so mathematically cannot win the title, even if he turned up to our remaining races. Max Hollow down the inside there of Fluid. This currently is a good result. The slippery surface flag has been retracted from Marshall Post 1, so that is not an issue anymore. I reckon, it probably was debris or something of that nature. 4 minutes to go in this race. We're already into the second half of it. Jack Stimson continuing to do this great job, as he has done all day, all weekend in fact. Was third in the heats yesterday, had a good pace in the final. Negotiating their way through the second chicane here. Bit of news to tell you about. Riven Welsh has got past Jake Fluid on that last lap. Matt Tollor has also got past Lucius McDermott. It's not been a good day for Lucius McDermott at all. The pace has not been there, especially since Heat 2 in the number 91. Work to do for the team before they get to Whilton Mill in a few weeks' time. Max Hollow down the inside there. That's a move on Joseph Murphy. Joseph Murphy going backwards, unfortunately, at the moment. After some really promising results in the heats. Again, it's just not quite happened for Joseph across the course of a full weekend so far this season. Inconsistency, the biggest weakness, I think, of the number 48 so far this year. Still opportunities to put that right. 2 minutes and 20 to go. What do you do if you're Joshua Bugembe? Driver ahead is not a title rival. Drivers behind are. Do you risk going for a move? Potentially clattering in and making a mistake and losing more, or reward being that you get by. It feels like the 52 is a bit quicker at the moment, just able to stay in the wheel tracks and dart around a bit more at times than number 72. I ask this question metaphorically because there's a big group of drivers closing in behind, with Jasmine Taylor there, Joshua Jarvis there, Ernie Overton there. They're all going to want to get past the championship leader for their own sakes, for their own championship situations. Ernie Overton down the inside gets past Joshua Jarvis there. So Overton up to fourth. Overton is on the move in this race, really on the move. He's up for the challenge. Warning for Tyler Lee. Bugembe, I think, has decided that he needs to get by. Stimson doesn't want to let him get by. He's here for glory today. He wants a round victory in this championship. Jasmine Taylor looking for a way round as well to try and get past Bugembe. That's brought Overton and Jarvis back into the fray. Under a minute to go now. Stimson, ever so slight defensive line into the turn 3 hairpin. Down through turn 4. Through and around the final corner they go. 2 more laps then. 2 more laps for... I think there are some warnings coming out. No, that's the already mentioned warning for Tyler Lee in the number 27. Bugembe. Oh, Jasmine Taylor to the inside. That's a great attempt by Jasmine Taylor. Bugembe reads it though. Really good by Bagembi. Just held his steering open a little bit, just enough to make sure that there wasn't a collision there and still get good speed off of the corner. But it was a good attempt from Jasmine Taylor. The gap was there. She did go for it. As down the inside there, that's Jarvis having a go at Taylor. Yes, it is. So Joshua Jarvis in the number 22. Max Hollow's come all of a sudden into this battle for the top 5. The top 2 are now isolated. Now, Bagembi could have an attack. 2 laps to go after this one because there is a bit of time on the clock. Max Hollow down the inside. Goes past Jasmine Taylor. Joshua Jarvis has held something in reserve here, I think, because all of a sudden he's got through. He's in a clear 3rd place and he is all over the back of Joshua Bagembi now. This is the last lap, apologies. No, this is the last lap of the race. It's all going to come down to this. Max Hollow down the inside going for 3rd place. I think he's got 3rd place. Jack Stimson has just kept his eyes forward throughout this race. On a guest appearance, it's going to be a clean sweep. A very impressive win for Jack Stimson. He takes round 8 in Minimax for Super One 2022. Joshua Bagembi 2nd, but it's a very good 2nd for his championship story. Max Hollow fights back, and that's a well-deserved P3 for some of the speed that Max has had today. He's had to do a lot of overtaking to get there. Very, very well done. Ernie Overton 4th, Jasmine Taylor 5th, Joshua Jarvis. He may be a little bit disappointed, I think, with 6th after that, because he could have had a go at Bagembi for 2nd if he timed it right. Riven Welsh has had a bit of a roller coaster day. Finishes 7th in the final. Jake Flewitt in 8th, Joseph Murphy in 9th. Lucius McDermott will not be happy at all with P10. Tyler Lee in 11th, Logan Cowling 12th, Charlotte Stanley 13th, Archie Dyson, Jensen Powers and Emily Atkins complete the 16 finishers there in the Mini Max final. Clouds continuing to threaten a little bit here at Fulbeck, but no sign of any precipitation coming out of them at the moment. I'm going to take another short break and shortly be back with you with the final for Junior Rotax. Here we go then, Junior Max final time. Aidan Hassan has pole position. Alfie Briggs joins him on the front row of the grid. Jake Howarth and Oliver Bocock on row 2. Shane Collins and Alexander Adams-Acton on row 3. Alfie Thompson and Callum Gosh are on row 4. Harrison Morrow and Billy Edgecombe row 5. Jamie Salter and Jake Richards on row 6. Harry Pullen on his own on row 7 completes the 13-cart field. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, not because it's getting a bit windy here at Fulbeck, but this is going to be a good one, I feel, based on what we had in the heats earlier. Lots of drivers having the potential to win this one. It's a fast field, it's a competitive field. It's got 9 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who's going to be the Junior Rotax Junior Max winner for round 8 of this championship. Aidan Hassan and Alfie Briggs doing that thing again, almost like track cycling pursuit riders, trying to work each other out when they're going to go. Looking pretty good here for a start. Away we do go for the final in the juniors. Aidan Hassan will have the run down in, and Alfie Briggs has already conceded that he's just got to slip into the line, lose a couple of positions, play the long game. Jake Richards going around the outside there in the number 21. They're all through the first corner. As round the outside, Jake Howarth looking for it again on Aidan Hassan. So it's Hassan, Howarth, Bocock. Briggs in 4th. Briggs down the inside for 3rd place. Plenty of squabbles going on through the middle of the order. But a relatively calm one in a way there for Aidan Hassan at the start. He's had
a bit more trouble of dealing with attacks on the first lap in the heat so far. So he leads. Jake Howarth in second place, Alfie Briggs in third, Oliver Burcock in fourth place, being attacked by Alexander Adams-Acton, who we mentioned has been on good form so far this weekend. Didn't quite make that move pull off. So Burcock back to fourth place, Adams-Acton in fifth. One, two, three, through turn three then. No moves being pulled at the moment. And in this strange sense of friends and enemies, at least out there on the racetrack, I wouldn't be surprised if this top three, for now, call a truce on this. Try and drop the rest of the field. Alfie Briggs has just done the fastest lap of the race so far, 46.217. Briggs down the inside, doesn't want to truce, wants second place, and Briggs is going to take second place. Good move there through turn number one. Gestures to Jake Howarth that work needs to be done together. Follow me to try and catch Aidan Hassan. We have seen Briggs be able to do that on occasion so far today. Pace in heat number two particularly strong, but again, has Hassan just been holding something in reserve in the cart, waiting for this final? Because Hassan's pace in heat one in particular was very impressive. Jake Richards having a better race this time. He's had some problems down at turn one so far through the heat. That was a good move on Billy Edgecombe for ninth place. Oh, just as I say that, Billy Edgecombe just nerfs the back of Jake Richards' cart there. There's Shane Collins, fifth place at the moment for Shane Collins. We've seen him in the Junior Rock final already. Took second place in that one. Running decently here in the Rotax Max final as well. Alexander Adams-Acton just behind. Glan-Y-Gors, he's had a tough day. He was in the gravel earlier on. Alternative line being done by Alfie Thompson there. That's quite going to work. 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock to go. What are these lap times looking like? Well, a 45.6 last time around for Hassan, 45.5 for Briggs, 45.7 for Howard, 45.6 both Bocock and Collins. Leaders end lap number 5 then. Hassan responding. Was a 10th quicker than Briggs last time around. Checks over the shoulder to see where Alfie Briggs is. Warning for Harry Pullen, number 72, currently in 10th place. Aidan Hassan, if you're just joining us and you weren't with us at the start of the programme, is somewhat out of position in terms of championship points if you've been looking at championship tables, because he missed the meeting at Clay Pigeon, so missed 2 full rounds. So those will be his drop scores for this season, but when he has been present, Rowrah, GYG, and today here at Fulbeck, any race, no lower than 4th. Been very strong, very, very strong. Really put down a marker to the rest of this order. It's like, if you want to take this championship away from me, you're going to have to earn it by being very, very, very good indeed and consistent. Three and a half minutes to go. Alfie Briggs needing something. At the moment, Aidan Hassan is just breaking away. Nearly a second is the lead for Hassan now. Oliver Bocock not happy at all there. Makes, I don't know whether that was a gesture back to supporters on the side of the track to say, I've got nothing. A bit of a loss as to where the pace has gone from the 35. It looks a bit loose at the rear. Shane Collins is right there. Shane Collins continuing to hustle here. Oliver Bocock for 4th place. Shane Collins similarly a driver. Actually no, I tell a lie. No, Shane Collins has raced every single Rotax race of the year so far. It's Junior Rock where he's missed rounds so far this year. Around the final corner they go. Status quo maintained between Collins and Adams-Acton. You just see Callum Gosh and Jake Richards. Great to see that, but both those drivers, having had such problems earlier on in the day, having a cracking run now. Billy Edgecombe goes down the inside of Jake Richards. So that's Edgecombe up to 8th place. Aidan Hassan continues to stretch out this lead. 1.4 seconds is now the lead, and almost a sense of inevitability, I think, is dawning across this field now that Aidan Hassan is just a bit too good today. We've seen him do this on a Sunday before. Remember, Rowrah was similar to this. Hassan's just able to result, whether it is tactical, he holds something for the final, which he then springs on everybody. I don't know. Pulling down the inside of Richards there. That was a nice move for 9th place. The rest of them trying though. Briggs has just done a new personal best, 44.9. Howarth 45.0, but again, it's not a 44.7. That's what Hassan's doing at the moment. Keep extending that lead. Would be, and again, I know we're calling John Richardson in the Honda Cadets Mr. Sunday. I think I might have to start calling Aidan Hassan Mr. Sunday as well, because just reminding myself that round wins so far this year for Aidan Hassan have only come on a Sunday. Round 2 at Rowrah, round 4 at GYG, round 6 he wasn't present, so we'll let him off for that one. And then if keep going like this, it's going to be round 8 today at Fulbeck. Just seeing as to whether this is going to be the last lap or not. The last lap board has been shown, so out it comes. Last lap board is out, that's official. 44.8, 2:44.8 for the 2 leaders. Alfie Briggs has not finished his work for the day yet either, because Jake Howarth is still there in 3rd place. It's going to be another really good result for Jake Howarth if he can bring this one home. Could be even more though if he can get past Alfie Briggs on the last lap. But here comes Aidan Hassan as, oh dear, Billy Edgecombe has had an exhaust silencer fall off there. That was very loud. But Aidan Hassan is going to come round to take his 3rd round victory of the season. Continue to solidify himself as a big championship contender. Aidan Hassan wins at Fulbeck, takes the round in Junior Rotax Junior Max. 2nd on the line for Alfie Briggs, 3rd for Jake Howarth, 4th for Shane Collins, 5th Oliver Bocock, 6th for Callum Ghosh. Good drive there from Callum to get inside the top 6. Alexander Adams-Acton is 7th, Harry Pullen 8th, Jake Richards 9th, Alfie Thompson 10th, Harrison Morrow 11th, Jamie Salter 12th, and a very noisy Billy Edgecombe home in 13th. Well done to Aidan Hassan. That is a big result in the story of this championship, which will continue on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of August at Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry. We're going to get ready then for our final race of the day, our final race of the weekend. It's the final for Senior Rotax. Here we go then, last race of the day, Senior Rotax final. Ben Davis has pole position and has been dominant so far today. Can he string together 9 minutes plus 1 lap to make it a clean sweep here today at Fulbeck? Tom Taylor joins him on the front row of the grid and will lead the cavalry trying to stop Mr. Davis in his tracks. Joshua Vallance and Joe Weaver will be very interested parties there from row 2. Both at the sharp end of the table at the start of the day, and I'm sure they will be at the end of the day. It's just a matter of how close can they get to Ben Davis. Can they overhaul him? Ben Page and Daniel Jones have raced well through the heats and have been rewarded with third row starts. Joshua Wilby likewise strong yesterday in the final was Joshua. Starts on row 4 alongside the ever consistent Carl Dunford. Isaac Lord and Harry Lamond are on row 5. Kieran Janelli and James Bark are on row 6. Alicia Bradshaw and Kieran Pepper start on row 7. Matteo Palmer has had a torrid day. Starts on row 8. In fact, may not start at all. Yes, no Matteo Palmer out. It is a 14 kart field that have taken out to the track here at Fulbeck for the last race of the day. I'm going to take this opportunity whilst the warm-up lap is going on to thank some of our crew here today. Big thanks to Chris Simpson, Andy Holmes and Nathan Tendy out there for their work on the cameras. Aaron Hassan and Adam Chapman alongside me in the commentary box doing all the graphics and production wizardry. Do subscribe to Alpha Live if you haven't done so already. Click the notification bell as well if you don't mind, and follow them across social media. Just search Alpha Live on your chosen network. Here we go then, Senior Rotax final. Ben Davis versus the rest of the world, it feels like, for 9 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go here at Fulbeck for this final. Good starts for Ben Davis. Tom Taylor trying to squeeze himself into P2 there, has done so. Oh, it's all getting a little bit messy in the middle of the pack. There's a lot of loading in there. There's going to be a few bumper drops, I imagine, off that one. Looks like Joshua Vallance did very well to hold on to that one. Has actually got up into second place. Joe Weaver was nearly involved in whatever was going on there down in turn 1. Not that it's going to bother Ben Davis though. He leads as they go through turn 3 on lap number 1. If you can get round this complex of corners, will lead at the end of it as well. This is where Ben Davis has really put the hammer down. Ben Page going side by side there. With the number 50 of Kieran Janelli, who's looked like he's had a very good start actually. He's up 5 positions. It's all getting a bit messy there through hairpin number 1. Is somebody off? I think it's Joshua Vallance. Joshua Vallance is in trouble towards the back of the field. The 57 of Isaac Lord is out of the race as well. But Joshua Vallance, I think it was not quite caught by our cameras, but Joshua Vallance, I think, span there. Yes, he's not come through sector number 1. He has now to the second place driver, and one of our big runners in this class is, well, not, I wouldn't say well and truly out of it, still there at the back of the pack. We'll need something like a full course yellow to get back into the top 5. Well, that means it's Davis from Weaver, Taylor now in 3rd, Jones 4th, Wilby 5th, Janelli 6th, Page, Dunford, Bark, Pepper. That is your top 10. Bit a strange day in a way for Joe Weaver. We've got so used to seeing him at the front of the order, battling for race wins. Not seen it so far today. He's had to come through from 4th, 5th. This is a big opportunity for him now to just show how good we know he is. 45.4 for Davis last time around, 45.7 for Weaver, 45.4. Tom Taylor's actually the quickest driver out on circuit at the moment. There's the number 50 of Kieran Janelli. In 6th place. Good battle going on actually for the top rookie trophy, led by this driver here, Daniel Jones, number 46. Then Joshua Wilby in the 95. Kieran Janelli 6th. Ben Page goes down the inside. Lovely move, lovely stuff from Ben Page. Weaver second place for Weaver at the moment. It's a long, long way to go as well. Ben Davis has upped the ante a little bit more, 45.186, a new fastest lap of the final so far. There's more changes afoot down in the second half of the table on the standings. Kieran Janali has had a problem, has lost 4 positions on that last lap. James Bark and Kieran Pepper have lost 3 as well. Ben Page has gone up to 6th, Dunford 7th. Harry Lamond gained 3 positions on that last lap. Joshua Valance 4 positions on that last lap. Maybe it's not over for Joshua Valance to get a really good result here today. There's Carl Dunford, the front of a train that's got Harry Lamond and Joshua Valance in it. Maybe well advised to work together. There's a yellow flag in the background. Ben Page has set the fastest lap of the race so far. We're reaching the halfway point of it. 5 minutes to go. Valance down the inside of Lamond for 8th place. Can Lamond fight back on the exit? He's at least going to try. It's going to be a very good try. But Valance will have the inside for the entry to chicane number 2 and has got the position. .6 seconds then, the lead for Ben Davis over Joe Weaver. Carl Dunford still there on your screens, holding 7th place at the moment. Can Joshua Valance and Harry Lamond close up to the back of Carl Dunford? Here's 2nd and 3rd place, Weaver and Taylor. It's been a good day this for Tom Taylor. Good to see a set of performances be strung together by Tom and this number 77 kart. Holding a nice gap at the moment to Daniel Jones behind, extending the gap, 1/4 of a second quicker that time around. Was Taylor versus Jones. New fastest lap of the race goes in from our race leader, Ben Davis, 44.817, extends the lead to nearly 2 seconds. Joe Weaver still there in 2nd place, but surely now Tom Taylor's got to be thinking about it's not, well, it's just too much today to catch Ben Davis and try and overhaul him. This is a race for 2nd place now. Poise that Ben Davis, the way that that thing is cornering today is very impressive. It's one of those setups between driver and machine that looks effortless. I think this has been one of the best performances we've seen in Super 1 so far this year from Ben Davis today. The way he has just pieced every little bit of it together. The qualifying session, the first heat with the full course yellow, where he had to soak up all that pressure right to the end of the race. The second heat where he really showed what he can do, but this final, tactically, it's been spot on all day. Warning flag has gone out for James Bark, the number 85 in 12th place. Another new fastest lap of the race from Davis. Joshua Valance closing in on Carl Dunford now. This is over 7th place. Reality, I think this is about as high as Valance can get if he gets past Carl Dunford, because it's a 5-second gap up the road. You can see the 5-second gap there. That you've got Jones, Wilby, Page. They're approaching the left-hander known as turn 2. Drivers behind them aren't even in chicane 2 yet. 90 seconds to go then. Another new fastest lap of the race from Ben Davis. He is enjoying this. 2.6 seconds out ahead of Joe Weaver. Joe Weaver, similar to what we saw with Shane Collins earlier in the Junior Rock race, just holding Tom Taylor at a distance of about 0.4 of a second. A distance enough to mean that he's not having to defend too much to keep hold of that 2nd place. Daniel Jones leading the trio behind quite nicely in 4th place. So it looks like there'll be 3 more laps then, as I reckon Ben Davis will have time. He's only gone and done another fastest lap of the race. This is what is so impressive with Ben Davis today. This isn't one of those races where, as a race leader, he's occasionally popping in a fast lap and then maybe going back a 10th and a half or so. No, every single lap is better than the one before. That is so hard to do. It shows just how in control and in tune with the kart that he is today. It just means that no matter what the likes of Joe Weaver and Tom Taylor do, and this is going to be very, very... I'm not going to go as far as scary. It's going to make them think. Because circuits coming up are good circuits for Ben Davis and good circuits for DHR. If they're doing this here, goodness knows what he's going to do at Whilton Mill and Shenington going forward. This performance today, well, this whole weekend, has put the senior Rotax field on notice. Ben Davis is not here to mess around. Tom Taylor's putting a lot of pressure. Oh, contact between Taylor and Weaver there. Last lap is all of a sudden out. That was a bold move by Tom Taylor. Joe Weaver's done well to recover and hold on to 3rd. Now, is there any damage to the car? Because that was a substantial bit of contact on the rear corners. Down the inside there goes Joshua Wilby, getting past Daniel Jones. Tom Taylor will say the gap was there. I put my cart there. Joe Weaver turned in. Joe Weaver will, of course, argue the opposite way because they're racing drivers, but here is a racing driver who isn't going to be bothered by that at all. Ben Davis, what a weekend, what a driver, what a kart, what a team. He takes round 8, makes it a double here at Fulbeck in senior Rotax. Tom Taylor takes 2nd, 3rd for Joe Weaver, 4th for Joshua Wilby, 5th Daniel Jones, 6th Ben Page, 7th Carl Dunford, Joshua Vallant in 8th, 9th for Harry Lamond, 10th is going to be Kieran Gianelli. Over the line there, Alicia Bradshaw in 11th, James Bark 12th, and it's going to be Kieran Pepper and Isaac Lord in 13th and 14th. Isaac Lord, a retirement. I think it's hard to argue against Ben Davis for driver of the day. A very, very impressive performance from Ben. And as we said for the classes before, we will see this competition back in action on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of August for 2 rounds at Whilton Mill. And very, very good indeed from Ben Davis. Back on form. It's more than a clean sweep. It's a clean weekend. He did it yesterday as well. A perfect weekend, a perfect haul of points. Very impressive indeed. Well, that brings an end to racing today here at Fulbeck. I hope you've enjoyed your day. It's been a good day of racing here for round 8 of the Superone Series for 2022. And as I say, we will be back on the live stream from Alpha Live on the 7th of August. That will be round 10. We'll also have some bits from round 9 as well when we'll be there for our setup day. Thank you very much for joining us. If you've not done so already, do click that subscribe button and the notification bell as well to not miss a single thing here from Alpha Live. Big thanks once again to our sponsors of Superone Series for 2022, CWG Choices Limited, AST Signs, JKH and Arrow Helmets. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at @MM across your social media networks. Big thanks to all of our marshals and officials here at Fulbeck Kart Club for hosting us this weekend. It's been very enjoyable to be back very, very soon. And thank you to you at home for watching and supporting as well. We'll see you all on the 7th of August for round 10. Until then, do take good care and goodbye.